Sir John Paul. Kamusta po? Sige po, haba pong nag-iintay tayo, kindly accomplish the attendance form and the expectation form po. Hi, Sir Saidamin. Yung ating mga participants from our previous one-day introductory courses. It's so good to see you po again. Sige po. It's 8:17. While we are still waiting for the other participants, sige po, pa-accomplish na lang po yung ating attendance form and our expectation forms po. Sige po. And also while waiting, we shall be posting here the YouTube link that you can also distribute to your colleagues po if they would like to attend our one-day introductory course. We are also live on YouTube streaming right now. A reminder po, kindly edit your names so that we can know what agency you are from. Like for example po, si Sir Joffrey po ay naka-DOE. DOE Joffrey, tapos si Sir Joaquin, yan. Si Sir Joaquin nag-LGU. Ma'am Alain, pa-edit na lang din po. Ayun, taga-DAP pala si Ma'am. Sir Daryl, yan. Sige, thank you po. Alright, sige. Hintayin lang po natin yung mga ibang participants natin. Sige. Thank you po.
After 45 years, the Development Academy of the Philippines has much to be proud of. From its small but ambitious beginnings in 1973, the DAP has grown even beyond its founding fathers' vision and expectations. Over the years, the DAP was led by these men and women whose values, passion, and innovative ideas have greatly contributed to its growth. Their competent leadership laid the foundation for the DAP's place in history. Initially, the DAP was created to train career executive service officers in government. Later, the mandate has also included strategic and policy-oriented research and idea generation, in essence being the think tank for the government. It was a good connection. What started out as small ideas have today become institutions in themselves. They were innovations that identified needs and offered solutions, and which now continue to serve the public in many different ways. The DAP's early training and education programs for government executives were also unique and legendary. they can largely be credited for a bureaucracy that has remained professional, competent, neutral, even through numerous administration changes. The DAP also contributed to national productivity and introduced the concept of wiser use of resources for better results. It was instrumental in helping local governments rise above the disasters that hit them. Today, with its cutting-edge training and education programs, the DAP not just develops high-potential executives and managers, it is also molding transformative leaders in the public sector. Leaders who are quietly and efficiently responding to people's needs.
We need to open up our graduate school to visiting professors from abroad and also to take advantage of the technical experts coming from the APO countries of which we are a member.
The DAP continues to help the government become more effective by pushing for the results-based performance management system, which ensures that the President's vision and goals for the country are implemented correctly. In 2015, the Philippines was recognized by the APO as the Center of Excellence for Public Sector Productivity, mainly because of the programs built to streamline processes and make service client-focused. Eventually, the public can expect shorter lines and quicker service, while keeping a low profile and being content to work in the background. The DAP remains relevant and sensitive to the public's needs and expectations.
DAP as a knowledge institution is a solutions provider. DAP as an institution is exactly what our bureaucracy needs at this time. An institution that creates the best ideas for our bureaucracy to work. And that is exactly what we need in governance. Unless there is such an institution, we do not expect change to come automatically.
After 45 years, DAP's founding fathers must really be smiling.
What do people actually expect from the government?
It's a government that listens to its people.
It's all about lakas, talino at buhay.
It would be one that would have more of government, less of governance, that would have the welfare of the Filipino people as its primordial concern.
A government that has a very clear vision.
Para sa akin, ang gobyerno, dapat lahat ng kawani ay lingkod bayan.
Passionate about its vision and responsive to the needs of its people and country as a whole.
Maybe a government is very trustworthy, government that you can rely on, may malasakit sa kapwa mong mamamayan.
Ambisyon Natin 2040 reflects these expectations of the Filipino people through this collective long-term vision for the Philippines. To achieve this vision, the government has to step up to improve services geared towards the people. And this can be done through the Government Quality Management Program, or GQMP. Institutionalized through Executive Order No. 605 in February 23, 2007, the Government Quality Management Program directs government agencies to adopt ISO 9001 Quality Management System, or QMS. GQMP aims to strengthen the institutional capacities of public sector organizations in delivering citizen-focused public services and implement international standards-based QMS. The adoption of the ISO 9001 QMS in the public sector will empower government institutions to provide quality, innovative, efficient, and people-centered public goods and services. Create an enabling environment for the business sector to sustain economic growth. Deliver quality health care for Filipinos, and provide quality education to prepare the youth for the future. Over the years, the program, through the Development Academy of the Philippines, or DAP, has been strengthening institutional capacities of public sector organizations in delivering citizen-focused public services through the implementation of the international standards-based QMS. Government agencies which had implemented ISO 9001 QMS attest to the benefits of the standard.
The mandate of DepEd Mandaluyong is to deliver quality basic education services to all of the 23 schools in the city. True to its mandate, we have ensured that we will be certified to a quality management system such as ISO 9001 2015.
Before QMS, yung PSA kasi came from 4 different agencies. So you can just imagine anong culture ang dala-dala ng bawat isa. So with QMS, there's this sort of unifying effort kasi now we have one system, one process that everybody should follow. So it helps us be more productive, be more conscious in customer service. Isang klaro sa amin. Yung pagiging more conscious about satisfying yung customer. But now we are looking also at certain KPIs na nagpo-promote ng comfort level ng mga customers namin. Kumusta ba yung cleanliness namin, timeliness, even yung temperature, we monitor it. Kasi nga, dapat maging comfortable yung customer. These are part of good things coming from QMS.
Sa healthcare, walang room for error. Kasi pag nagkamali ka, napakalaki ng impact. Ang quality, ang pinaka-core dapat ng lahat ng trabaho at operation sa ospital. Nagiging ingrained sa lahat ng empleyado namin. Pagpasok pa lang ng pasyente, paghiga niya sa kama, pag-deliver ng services at paglabas. Kalidad yun ng serbisyo.
A testament to all of this is the number of awards that Muntinlupa has received through the years. Most noteworthy is the back-to-back win for most business-friendly LGU. Speak highly of the level of competence that the city has manifested, and people have come to appreciate that. Not only businessmen, but ordinary folks. They want to start a new business, entrepreneurs who want to engage in a business.
The mandate of the Basis Conversion Development Authority is actually to transform former U.S. military bases, identified military camps like Fort Bonifacio, into economic hub and help the government economy. BCDA, with its current implementation of the QMS, actually help the government in developing a sustainable economy and also the Build program of the government.
Any quality management system, it's very important to monitor what your customers are saying. So, yung customer satisfaction surveys namin, so far, with the implementation of our quality management system, the customer satisfaction is quite high. Actually, we average even above 95% of our customers being satisfied with the extra mile that we provide, their experience.
What kind of service do individual citizens expect from frontline government agencies? Were they happy with the services they received?
SDO Mandaluyong has always been aware of the needs of the teachers. They conduct needs assessment. So, malaking bagay para sa mga teachers, lalo't ang daming mga innovations ng DepEd. Kung di kami tutulungan ng SDO Mandaluyong, di kami makakasabay.
Dito sa PCMC, ang mga pasyente nagkaroon ng unity, naging isang pamilya dahil alam mo kung ano yung mga nasa puso ng bawat isa. Thank you, QMS! Thank you, QMS!
This is what QMS can bring. A government that will work better, serve better, a government comparable to the best in the world. Government Quality Management Program, bringing quality government service closer to the people. What do people actually
Good morning po ulit sa lahat. Sige po. It's 8:33 and we are still waiting for other participants. However, we shall start now as we have a long day ahead and our resource person is also here. We would like to thank everybody for logging in early. And I will now start with our program. Sige po, mag-screen share lang po ako. Wait lang po. Sige. Alright. Good morning po ulit. Sandali lang po. I-adjust natin yung screen share natin. Wait lang po Alright. Sige po. So today is Monday, May 24, 2021. So halos kalahating taon na po ang nakalipas ever since we have been on a lockdown again. So 1.5 years na po. But for today, we shall be conducting our introduction to ISO 22301-2019 Business Continuity Management System via Zoom platform. This is made possible through the Government Quality Management Committee and is part of the introductory courses for the promotion of relevant quality and productivity improvement approaches. The theme under this introductory course is Smarter QMS, Fostering QMS Innovation and Public Service Delivery. And also, if you notice, this is the last but not the least, one-day introductory course natin that started last year in November. All right? But before we start, let us say a prayer. Kindly put yourselves in the presence of the Lord. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. We thank you and we praise you for gathering us here today to participate in this online activity. Thank you for keeping us safe and healthy. And we humbly ask that you protect us all as we continue with our work. We hope that our actions reflect your will and purpose. May compassion ground us always, may strength sustain us in this moment, and may tenacity move us into the next. We pray that you open our minds, deepen our comprehension, broaden our thinking, and transform our understanding of what we are about to study. For you are our wise counselor, our perfect teacher, and our faithful friend. This we ask you in your mighty name. Amen. Okay. But before we do the opening remarks, I would like to welcome everybody this morning po. We appreciate po yung lahat po ng mga nag-log in early. I, along with my colleagues from the Development Academy of the Philippines, welcome you today. For our opening remarks, this will be given by our Director for the Productivity and Development Center, Advocacy and Institutional Development Office of the DAP, or the PDCIDO, Director Evangeline M. Macariola. Miss Director Macariola, nandiyan na po ba kayo?
Yes, good morning.
Hi, ma'am.
Good
Good morning po. Yes po,
Hi,
ma'am.
good morning, everyone. Okay, so it's 35 minutes na. Nag-adjust tayo because we have been waiting for other participants to come in. Baka nahirapan din silang pumasok, no? Kasi nung una medyo natagalan akong makapasok. Anyway, good morning. Thank you all for being here. Maaga ba yung time natin? Kaya yung iba hindi rin nakapasok agad? Or it's just right? Okay. Sige po. So, again, fellow workers in government, lahat po talaga nasa government. Ayan,
Yes po, ma'am.
Okay, sige.
Opo.
Fellow workers in government, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you all for coming to this introductory course on ISO 22301 Business Continuity Management System. This course is part of the Government Quality Management Programs, or the GQMP's vision of improving citizen satisfaction driven by government-wide quality improvement program. So we've been doing this since 2007, okay? But these introductory courses started only about 2 years ago. The program, by the way, the government-wide quality improvement program is a high-level goal that can be realized by ensuring that productivity and quality improvement approaches are promoted and implemented by the public sector. So tayo yan, nakatutok sa atin yung programang ito. So for the past 2 years now, as I mentioned, the DOP has been promoting this series of introductory courses. Yung mga suki natin na nandito sa atin ngayong umaga have attended last year's or maybe even 2 years ago's courses, which aim to enhance government agencies' awareness and appreciation of management standards, complementing ISO 9001 quality management system. So if you're certified to this standard, ISO 9001, you can integrate this standard that we will be introducing to you today to your system. Okay, so these courses that we have been introducing will also help you promote organizational resiliency through the use of innovative tools and techniques gearing towards a smarter quality management system. So our theme for doing these courses mentioned by Maan earlier, Smarter Quality Management System, Fostering QMS Innovation in Public Service Delivery, embodies this goal and is a part of the GQMP's advocacy to promote quality improvement, particularly to foster innovation in improving public service delivery and leveling up your quality management system, continuing the promotion of new trends in productivity and quality improvement solutions and management system standards of related technologies. Okay, so we have with us this morning a distinguished speaker, Mr. Charlie Marquez, to give us an overview, awareness, and appreciation of ISO 22301 2019, specify the requirements for the management system, as well as present tools for business continuity, such as business impact analysis and risk assessment. He will also discuss how ISO 22301 2019 can be integrated into your certified QMS. Okay. So a discussion also on the requirement of public sector continuity planning will also be included. We hope we will have a meaningful discussion with all of you today, and that after this course, you and your agencies will be smart, will be equipped, and will be more resilient, especially in this period of the new normal. So on behalf of the President and Chief Executive Officer of the DAP, Attorney Engelbert C. Carona, yung nakita nyo sa video kanina, we welcome you all to this introductory course. Thank you, and please stay safe. Walang audio, Maan.
Ay, okay. Hello. Oo, may nag-mute po sa akin. Hello. Okay. Hi. Sige. Right. So, thank you for that message, ma'am. But before we start, we have a short warm up muna for everyone. Could you kindly unmute yourselves po for our participants for today? So we will be having what you call a speed sharing. So we shall be introducing ourselves. Kindly state your name, agency, favorite na pantanggal ng stress, de-stressor during the pandemic, and your objective for attending. All right, sige. Ang gagawin po natin, I shall start and then I shall call on somebody, and then after I called on that somebody, siya po ay tatawag ng susunod pa. Mamimili na lang po kayo. Okay po ba? Malinaw po ba yung yung ating
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sige. Sige, I will start. So my name is Mary Ann Mayo. I am the facilitator for today. I am from the Development Academy of the Philippines. Ang akin na favorite na pantanggal ng stress ay pupunta po ako doon sa FB page ng Home Paslupa Home Bodies Edition. Pantanggal po ng ng stress for the day. Kasi nakakatawa po yung mga posts nila. Naku, si Sir Noric, parang alam na alam yung Home Paslupa Home Bodies Slap soil ka ba, sir?
No.
Oo, sige, yun. Hanggang 12, tawa ko ng tawa mag-isa sa kwarto, nakakatanggal siya. Of course, my objective for attending is to guide you and to facilitate for you for our one-day introductory course. At dahil nakita ko si Sir Noric Baez, kayong susunod, sir.
Sure, ma'am. No problem. Opo.
Sige po.
Good morning po to everyone. Ako naman po si Noric Baez, working at the Civil Aviation Authority of Philippines po. My favorite distressor naman is watching Netflix movies. So, yun po yung aking ng stress somehow. And yung objective for attending first, as I stated doon po sa ating Jamboard, is to somehow get an idea how am I or are we going to document properly yung pong business continuity plan. Kasi we're in the stage of updating our operations manual sa aming service, sa Air Navigation Service under the CAA of the Philippines. So, I look forward to learning that part. Yun po. Thank you. So, naman po, next after me, yung pinakamalapit sa residence ko is yung taga-RITM, Sir John. Good morning po.
Good morning po. Good morning po, Sir Noric at Ma'am Mary Ann. Good morning po sa lahat. Ako po si John Paul Felipe from the Research Institute for Tropical Medicine. Ang paborito ko pong pantanggal ng stress is panonood ng Grey's Anatomy sa Netflix po. Series. And then my objective for attending this training is to learn about the lot of things about business continuity management. Yun po. Sunod po sa akin is si Ma'am taga DOJPA, Libertad. Bumabasa yung pangalan niya. Ma'am, good morning po.
Yes, hello, good morning.
Morning po, ma'am.
I am Lovelia Libertad from Department of Justice, Parole and Probation. Currently assigned at Masin City PPO and Southern Leyte PPO. My favorite distressor during the pandemic was looking for free webinars in Facebook and attending, participating, because these are things that I really wanted to do, but it was humanly impossible during the face-to-face because isa lang yung katawan natin. But here you can attend a webinar and work at the same time. Basta ano lang yung focus. Anyway, I especially liked webinars that helped me pivot from yung online, from face-to-face things that I operate, ways that I operate things, and then changing to online platforms. Anyway, my objective for attending is to see if the public sector continuity plan first draft that we made, I chaired the committee to create one for our agency for Region 8 last year, and we finished the first draft last December. And I wanted to see if what we did was right or tama ba siya, considering that we are probably the first in the whole agency that has one. So, kailangan ko lang kailangan ko malaman kung tama yung ginawa namin. That's all. Thank you.
Alright. Sige po. Ma'am, pili po kayo ng susunod.
Okay. Can I choose from LGU Nara? Caesar? No. Sorry, I cannot read. From LGU Nara.
Morning. I'm Joaquin.
Sir Joaquin.
Yes. Morning po. I'm Joaquin from LGU Nara po. Palawan. So, my anti-stress pandemic na to is makinig ng podcast, comedy podcast, or mag-check ng IG ng kabulastugan. My purpose here is since dumadami yung case namin sa Palawan, and hopefully magamit namin itong business continuity plan kasi mukhang na-stop ng operation ng government sa amin. So, yun lang. Thank you. And for next is Miss Irish.
Good morning po. Can you hear me po?
Yes po, ma'am. Pati po yung manok.
I'm very sorry about that po.
It's okay po.
Yung mga kapatid ko po kasi sa kapitbahay, maaga rin sila. So good morning po. I'm Irish Dale F. Calantic. I'm actually an instructor at Don Honorio Ventura State University. And my favorite distressor po is it's not a distressor actually po, it's additional stressor. I am more into freelancing po kasi with my full-time job. Aside from my full-time job, and my objective as to attending this webinar. Actually po, I just saw this invitation from our GC in grad school, and since I'm handling HR subjects po within the university. So I am hoping to gain information that I can share in terms of teaching different subjects pertaining to the major I'm handling. Thank you po. May I ask po kung nakapag-introduce na po si Miss Carla Digdigan?
Hindi pa. Go ahead.
Good morning po.
Good morning, Ma'am Carla. Go ahead po.
Hi, ma'am. Narinig.
Yes po, ma'am, pero
Philippine
medyo
Data
choppy.
Corporation po.
Ma'am, try po tayo ulit. Opo, nawala po kayo, ma'am. Ma'am Carla. Sige po, try natin si Ma'am Carla after a few minutes siguro. Miss Irish, siguro pili po kayo ng susunod. Na iba. Nakamute po kayo, Ma'am Irish, ah.
Yes po. How about Mr. Noric Baez po?
Finish na po siya. Siya po yung last
Already
na
done, ma'am.
tinawag ko. Ako yung
I'm
siya
sorry
po yung
po.
next na tinawag ko.
Okay po, pasensya na po. How about Miss Aline Joy Baltazar po? From the AP?
Yes. Miss Aline, are you there?
Everyone po.
Good morning, Miss
Ma'am.
Aline.
Opo, ma'am. By the way, my name is Aline Joy Baltasar. I'm the Program Manager of Security Governance and Diplomacy Cluster of the Graduate School of the Development Academy of the Philippines. My distressor po is my dog. Andito po siya with live, para at least. So he's my distressor. But he also stresses me when it comes to the cost of his grooming, vitamins, etc. And the reason why I joined this training is because I have attended before, not only the initial one, but I have a course on this in my graduate studies. But it's been a long time, so I wanted to refresh my knowledge on CNS. Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to choose Ma'am Donna Rose from the UST, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. I am Donna Rose Ching from Department of Science and Technology 11. My favorite distressor during the pandemic is siguro yung ginagawa ng lahat, ang magluto at kumain. And then the objective for attending this training is for me to be refreshed. I once attended a DCP training in 2017. So parang for me to be updated, I wanted to attend this training naman. Thank you po. I'll be calling.
Ma'am Donna, excuse me
Yes
lang
po.
po. May I also just acknowledge din po yung tinype ni Ma'am Carla. I would just like to acknowledge kasi kanina nagkaroon ng si Ma'am Carla connectivity issues. So her introduction is I'm Carla Digdigan from the Philippine Guarantee Corporation. Ang pantanggal daw niya ng stress ay plantita siya sa mga halaman. And I want to learn more about PSCMS as our objective for attending. Go ahead, Ma'am Donna. Could you kindly choose your next po?
Si Miss Teresa Labaw.
Ma'am Teresa, nandyan po ba sila? Ma'am Teresa Labaw, nandyan po ba sila? Baka po nakamute kayo if you're trying to speak. Ma'am Teresa? Sige po, ma'am. Balikan natin si Ma'am Teresa later. Ma'am, pili kayo na iba ulit.
Si CSU Saidamin Bagolong. Sir
Yes.
Bagolong.
Yes, si Sir Bagolong. Are you there, Sir Bagolong?
Yes, ma'am, Ann. I'm here.
Hello! Nice to see you, sir, again.
Good morning. Assalamualaikum. I am Saidamin Bagolong from Cotabato State University. Even until now, I am fan of watching Empress Key. That's actually my pangtanggal stress, pension doc. So every 5 to 6 or 7 o'clock in the evening, yun ang lagi kong pinapanood. The reason why I decided to attend this training is because I'd like to learn more about BCMS. Although I already have an ideas about different ISOs, but I think this one is new to me. So I'd like to learn more. Now, especially that we are a university, I'd like to integrate where we can integrate BCMS in our institution and other important things in our institution. I'd like to call in Ma'am Loningning Aribay.
Hi, Ma'am Luningning, are you there po?
Yes po, ma'am.
Hi, ma'am. Sige po. Name, agency,
Good
favorite
morning,
stressor.
everyone. My name is Luningning Aribay from Mapay State College. I am the Quality Assurance Director. So, my favorite distressor is coming to school from Monday to Saturday. I'd rather want to stay in the school rather than to stay at home. Kasi pag nasa bahay ako, parang mas na-stress ako dahil sa nakikita ko mga trabaho. Kasi I cannot, mas na-stress ako ba kung wala akong ginagawa. No? And then, after coming from school, I want to visit my plants, of course. Kasi kaplantitas din ako, ma'am. That is my distressor. And my objective here is I want to be oriented with with the topic, because when I saw the invitation, I think si Ma'am Marian yata yun ang nag-invite sa akin. So I immediately logged in. So thank you so much, Ma'am Marian, for inviting me.
Si Ma'am Angie po actually yung nag-invite. Si Ma'am Angie po yung nag-post. Opo. Ma'am, could you kindly call on the next one that you would like to see them introduce themselves?
Si Ma'am Marian Mayo, here, kung ano yung distressor niya.
Tapos na po ako, ma'am. Pili na po kayo. Ako po yung nauna. Hello, ma'am? Ma'am Luningning.
Ma'am Maan?
Opo. Tapos na po ako. Next na po.
Tapos na, ma'am?
Opo, ako po yung una.
Sino pa ang hindi?
Sige, pili tayo. Si Ma'am Teresa Labaw ulit.
Si Ma'am Teresa Labaw?
Oo, kasi hindi po siya kanina. Ma'am Teresa,
ma'am.
nandiyan na po ba kayo?
May we hear from you, Ma'am Teresa?
Andiyan na ba si Ma'am Teresa? Ma'am Teresa, are you there? Opo. Ma'am, unmute po kayo. Ma'am, nakamute po kayo, ma'am. Ma'am Teresa? Sound check po tayo, ma'am. Sige, try niyo pong magsalita, Ma'am Teresa.
Yes, ma'am. Naririnig
Yes.
ako?
Yes po, ma'am. Go ahead po.
Okay. Bali, I'm Teresa Labaw of Donsol District Hospital. And my distressor during the pandemic is my job, since we were busy attending to the patients. And the reason I joined this meeting is to learn more about QMS, because we are candidate pala for ISO certification this June.
Wow, congrats po, ma'am.
So, sana pumasa.
Pagdadasal po natin yan, ma'am. Opo. Sige po, ma'am, pili kayo ng next na mag-introduce ng sarili nila. Meron po sa MSU Maguindanao, hindi pa po tapos. Meron pa po sa Field Guarantee, meron pang isa. Pili na lang po kayo. Tsaka si Ma'am Arceli, hindi pa rin po siya nakakapag-introduce. Pili na lang po kayo. Tsaka si Sir Geoffrey ay hindi pa rin ata tapos. Pili na lang po kayo isa, ma'am. Ma'am Teresa?
Yes, ma'am?
O, pili po kayong isa ng next mag-introduce po.
Mag-introduce.
Opo. Next po. Opo.
Participants.
Opo. Ang hindi nilang po natatawag is MSU Maguindanao, si Ma'am Angela Vargas. Isa pa pong sa Field Guarantee.
Tapos na. Sino ba?
Opo. Si Ma'am Arceli, hindi pa. Si Sir Geoffrey, hindi pa po.
Geoffrey Cerboles?
Opo, hindi pa. Sir Geoffrey, andyan po ba kayo?
Yes, good morning po sa lahat. And I'm Geoffrey Cerboles from DOE. And my pantanggal ng stress is bike. And then music, tsaka mag-tea. And then yung objective ko for attending is I want to see perspective of the maturity level, say by the public sector or private sector regarding business continuity, lalo na sa panahon ng disruptions and its IT value proposition. Yan lang, Mama Ann. Thank you.
Alright, thank you, sir. Pili po kayo ng next po na mag-introduce ng sarili nila. Sir Geoffrey.
Yun, from Pill Guarantee, yung hindi pa doon, si Ma'am, sino nga ba yan kanina? Si Ma'am, si Ma'am Abigail ba yan? Tapos na ba si Ma'am Abigail? O si Carla?
Si Ma'am Carla tapos na, si Ma'am Abigail hindi pa.
Ayan, si Ma'am Abigail.
Ma'am Abigail, nandyan po ba sila? Ma'am Abigail. Mic test po. Mukhang wala si Ma'am Abigail. Sige, pili po. Okay lang po ba ako na po magtawag ng next? Si MSU Maguindanao po. Hindi ko po makita yung name. Pasensya na. Si Ma'am Aliyah ba to? Hello po. Yung sa MSU Maguindanao. Ayun, si Ma'am Abigail. Go ahead, Ma'am Abigail. Ma'am, naka-mute po ata kayo. Wala pong sound lumalabas, Ma'am Abigail. Go ahead po. Wala pong sound, Ma'am. Try po tayo ulit. Ma'am Abigail. Sound check po.
Nagpupunas ng mga ano.
Ma'am Abigail. Hello, Ma'am Abigail. Mukhang si Ma'am Abigail, wala pa ulit. Sige po, yung sa MSU Maguindanao po.
Hello, good morning.
Ayun.
Yes, ma'am.
Sige po, nawawala kayo. Go ahead, ma'am.
This is Arcelina Raga from MSU Maguindanao.
Yes.
Yung favorite distressor during the pandemic and even up to now is watching K-drama. And then, yung objective ko for attending this is to expose myself to this concept of business continuity management system kasi parang bago ito sa akin. So, gusto kong matuto nito. Thank you.
Okay po. Sige po. Thank you po. Ma'am Araceli, kamusta po ang sound natin?
Okay lang
Wala
po
pa-
siya, ma'am. Okay lang po siya. Loud and
Okay.
clear naman po. Opo.
Okay. Sige po.
Thank
Ma'am,
you.
kayo din po ba yung isang MSU Maguindanao na
Sa core team. Opo, ma'am.
Sa core team kayo din po? Oo.
Opo, ma'am.
Ma'am Abigail, pasensya na po. Baka po you would like to type po sa chat box na lang yung inyong introduction. Oo. Nagkakaroon ng connectivity problem si ma'am. Sige po. Check natin yung chat box. Okay. Sige po. Okay lang po, Ma'am Abigail. Baka pwede niyo pong i-type na lang dito. Sige po. Alright. Did we miss anyone else po? Meron ba tayong na-miss? Miss Angie, would you like to introduce yourself po para to our participants? Ma'am Angie? So they would see you. Si Ma'am Angela Vargas po ay ating is my colleague and also our documenter for today. Miss Angie? Miss Angie?
Hello, Miss Maan. Trying to connect lang po.
Okay.
Alright, good morning everyone. Welcome to the training course natin, intro course on Business Continuity Management System. So, my favorite distressor during the pandemic is Netflix. Yan. Objective for attending, I'd like also to be more aware on how Business Continuity Management System would be applicable to ISO 9001 when it comes to managing risks Baka po kasi at the same time, how the ISO standard on business continuity can satisfy the requirement on the public sector continuity planning. So those are the two areas siguro that will be also discussed during the training course. So welcome everyone. So let's maintain the interaction between each other. Let's use the chat box, and if you want to voice out some of your insights, you may do so. Just inform Miss Maan po by raising your hand. And see you. I hope you have an enjoyable training course today. Thank you.
All right. Salamat po, Miss Andy. So, without further ado, let us continue po. Sige. Minimize ko lang to. Yung sa Zoom para makita niya yung aking screen. Sige, wait lang po. All right, so that you can see me. Sige. Kindly, don't forget our expectation. Sige po. I posted po sa chat box earlier yung ating expectation check. For those who have not been able to input their expectations, it is now 9:08. I will give you 5 minutes. Dalawa lang naman po yung tanong. I will lagay ko lang po dito sa chat box ulit. Doon po sa mga hindi pa nakakapaglagay ng expectation nila. Sige po. This is our expectation form. Also, please don't forget for our attendance po. Attendance form po. Lagay lang po natin dito. Wait lang po. Copy-paste ko na lang po ulit. Marami po kasing bagong dumating. So, I will give you na 5 minutes. So, it's 9:08. 9:12 po. Kindly look at the chat box to access our Jamboard. Kindly click on the link. So, expectation lang po is for the course and for our from our participants. From our speaker, I'm sorry. Kindly let me know if you are having any difficulty accessing the link. So while we're waiting for everyone to fill in, kindly access the link now so we can process your expectations po. We'd just like to read yung ating introduction ni Ma'am Abigail. Siya po ay si Ma'am Abigail de los Santos. Ang favorite distressor niya ay nagko-crochet, macrame, ng plant hanger and plantita. Ayan, marapit na rin po siya mag-open ng garden plants for sale. Ang objective po niya is to be familiar with the implementation of BCMS and how it can be conducted for documentation. Sige po. Yes, okay, sige. Sige yan. Si Ma'am Angie po ang mag-screen share ng ating Jamboard. Sige. Alright, marami na pala naglagay. Ayan, sige. Alright, so let's start at 9:12. Bigyan po natin ng oras yung mga bagong dating lang po at saka naglagay lang po ng ng kanilang mga inputs. Alright. For the attendance form, I will repost po dito sa chat box while waiting for our other participants to fill in and put their inputs for the expectations for our one-day introductory course on Business Continuity Management System. Yan, madami na po pala. And of course, we noticed that most of you are eager to learn on how we can continue public service delivery in times of disruption, hindi lang po pandemic. Siguro itong pandemic ay siya lang talaga yung nakapag-focus ng need for a continuity plan. Because for a long time, meron naman tayong disaster response na mga plans. However, for business continuity, parang hindi tayo lahat nakapag plan sa ganyan. So that's why we're giving this one-day introductory course. So one more minute for those who have not been able to give their inputs for the expectation. After 1 minute, kasi hanggang 9:12 lang po, I will be reading po ang ating expectations from the course and from the speaker. Sige po. All right. Sige. All right. Let me start. It's 9:12. So our expectations from the course. Thank you, Miss Angie, for arranging our the themes for the expectation. So marami po sa atin nagsasabi na they would like to learn to be how BCMS can be integrated with ISO 9001 QMS, because a lot of us coming from different agencies have been or are going through ISO certification or are already certified with their respective agencies. So integrate and into the planning risk management of the LDU, yes po. To gain knowledge, marami po sa atin gusto magkaroon ng additional knowledge on BCMS and QMS and how you can share it sa inyong mga educational institutions. Aside from learning 22301, you would like to learn information technology framework. Sige po, tignan po natin. And then familiarity for a step-by-step procedure. Yes po, meron po tayong included po yan kung paano po sa ating BCMS, how we can formulate a plan. Sige po. To be exposed to business continuity management system in this new normal. Yes po. Sir, ma'am, we shall be doing that po. That's why we're conducting the intro course po. Step-by-step procedure. Yes. We shall be addressing that po, and that is also included. So what do we expect from our speaker? To give us a big picture and of such task and a case example. Yun, Sir Charlie, let's us take note po that they would like to hear examples of a BCMS and how it worked for that agency, as well as sharing expertise and a lively discussion po that is interesting. I'm sure this will be an interesting discussion because this is a very timely introductory course, and we would like to, of course, hear your experiences. Kung ano po yung nangyari sa agency nyo and how you cope with the pandemic. We will give you materials po on relevant knowledge. Yes, we will be sharing po ang mga materials po that you can use for your organization. Simplified training of the ins and outs of BCMS. We will try to make it more easier to digest po. However, there will be, of course, some elements po na maybe a little technical, but our speaker would be assisting us with that. Yes, we will. This will be a very informative one-day introductory course po. All right. So yun po. We shall be going back po later for our expectations and see if they were met. Is there anyone else who would like to add po? Meron pa po ba or are we okay? Good to go? Sige. All right. So with our expectation check, sige po. I will share screen na po. Thank you, Miss Angie, for assisting me. Okay po. So, so far, we now have 20 participants. All right. We have 20 participants na po. Thank you. At nakahabol din po ang ating ibang participants. To continue, to give you an overview of what our course is, the DAP project team shall conduct a one-day online introductory course. This is to give you an awareness, our government agencies, and appreciation of the management standards to complement po yung inyo pong ISO 9001 QMS. In addition po, we would like to promote organizational resiliency through the use po of innovative tools such as, of course, giving you this one-day introductory courses, which and tools and techniques geared towards a smarter QMS. The objectives of this course is to give an overview, awareness, and appreciation of the international standard ISO 22301 series of 2019. And we would like to give you the requirements for the management system, as well as the key tools for business continuity, such as business impact analysis and the risk assessment. We would also like to show how the standard can be integrated into the certified quality management system of organizations. Give you a rundown on topics and the program of activities. So we shall be starting with an introduction on the BCMS definition po, family of standards, si implementation, benefits of implementation. We shall also be introducing you to key principles and terminologies, as well as a short briefer po again on the PDCA cycle, Plan, Do, Check, Act, risk-based and process-based thinking audits in the scope of BCMS. Afterwards, in which we shall be having a short break po for 15 minutes. And then we shall be having the first clause and a workshop 1 and 2 before lunchtime po. And then we shall be having our break. And then after the lunch break po, we shall be having a discussion on BCMS clauses 7 to 8. And then we shall be having a break again for 15 minutes. And then the last but not the least, na clauses from 9 to 10, which is also a continuation of workshop number 3. And then we shall also be presenting you the BCMS roadmap, or the Business Continuity Management System roadmap, and then for next steps. We shall also be having question and answer portion po after all the discussions. However, you can also still ask discussions, inquiries po through the chat box. And also, if you have any experiences that you would like to share that you think that would benefit our other participants, you are also welcome to do so po. Our expected outputs po is, of course, we will discuss the concepts, principles, and requirements of BCMS. You would be able to identify the key tools for business continuity, like the business impact analysis or the risk assessment, and learn business continuity strategies and what it includes as well, how to implement a BCMS. Yan po yung pinaka-importante. Yan po na matutunan natin kung ano ang mga business continuity strategies. Yan po yung pinaka-importante. Of course, we shall be employing lectures, and exercises, workshops, as well as learning evaluations, and group discussions and group presentations po. Kindly take note that for our reminders lang po for video conferencing, please mute your mic. If you're not speaking, kindly turn on your camera for attendance and participation monitoring purposes. If you need to do so, kindly take notes on a document or on a paper for reference. We appreciate you being engaged with us by sending your reactions or your questions or queries to the chat box. Kindly wait for the speaker to call on you before unmuting your mic. And if you get disconnected, please try to reconnect as soon as possible. Please take note that this virtual training will be recorded. Rest assured that the DAP fully recognizes the value of your personal and organization's information. Upon joining this training, you acknowledge and agree that your information may be used for the DAP documentation following legal and regulatory standards for data protection. I would also like to announce as well that we are streaming via YouTube, and we are also assisted by our colleague and staff, si Sir Pedrito Garcia. So shout out kay Sir Ped sa ating YouTube, and also to our YouTube participants. You are also welcome to join the Zoom link. Sir Peds will be sharing the link po with you if you would like to join our Zoom discussion. For the project team, to introduce our resource person is Sir Charlie Marquez, and yours truly, Mary Ann Mayo. I am the project manager, and Angela Vargas po, our course documenter, and my colleague and mentor. Google Classroom din tayo, which I've also sent po through your emails. If you have any difficulty accessing the Google Classroom, kindly send me an email and we shall be giving you access. All the materials will be uploaded for our Google Classroom. So for our workshops po, workshop 1 and 3, we shall be posting po on the chat box. So antabayanan nyo lang po sa chat box yung ating mga workshop links po. Our course evaluation and speaker evaluation, we do appreciate your feedback to better our processes so that we can give you a better courses, better service. Without much further ado, I would just like introduce Sir Charlie Marquez. Actually, siya ay Engineer Charlie Marquez. Siya po ay isang certified QMS auditor and a trained BCMS, RMS, and Lean Six Sigma practitioner. I'm sorry. Si RMS po, for those who are not familiar, stands for Risk Management System. He's also a regular training consultant and assessor for the DAP, and he has also assisted several ISO clients such as LGUs and SUCs and other government agencies. He is connected with the Department of Santo Tomas, and his portfolio includes more than 25 years of several senior management positions in the manufacturing industry. He's also a lay minister serving in the UST Campus Ministry and an active member of Pathways, a Catholic charismatic group under the Ligaya ng Panginoon. Without much further ado, I would like to introduce si Sir Charlie. Sir Charlie, I would like to give you the floor.
Akala ko break time na. Thank you. Nakita ko break time
Hindi
na.
pa po break time.
Thank
Okay.
you, Maan.
Alright,
Thank
go
you
ahead,
very
sir.
much.
You're
Good
welcome,
morning, everyone. Si ano lang yatang familiar sa akin dito, si Ma'am sa DOJ, PPA, because I think I assisted them in streamlining and risk management systems with DOJ, PPA. Tama po ba, Ma'am? But anyway, so let me share my screen so we can start the ball rolling. Ayan, can you hear me loud and clear? Pa-thumbs up naman if you can hear me loud and clear po.
Yes po, sir. Loud and clear po.
Ayan, all right. So let's start. No, I have seen the expectations. I hope we can meet all of them today. But I'll be honest with you if I cannot meet some of them. Pero na pasadahan ko, ini-screenshot ko actually, you will be surprised you will not be starting from scratch. Okay, that I guarantee. All right, so this is just an introductory course on 22-301-2019. And isang araw po siya, kaya medyo marami tayong papasadahan sa isang araw. All right, so upon completion of this course, I expect that the participants will be able to explain the purpose and intent of BCM. Okay? Ano nga ba yung BCM? What's the purpose? What's the intent? Why is it created? All right. Second, for you to be able to identify the requirements, at least the complete picture of what are the requirements of BCM. Is this something new? If we will go for certification, ito number 3, prepare a roadmap for your own certification. Gaano kalaki ba, Sir Charlie, yung bubunuin ulit namin? We already had a very challenging time with ISO 9001:2015. Is this something new again that we will be starting from scratch? We will see. We will see. All right. There. I'd like to start with this picture. Can you please tell me what do you see in the picture? Ano po ang nakikita natin? Pwede po kayong mag-unmute at this point so you can participate in the discussion, or you can type your answers in the chat box, and Maan since will be reading it for us. Kasi naka-full yung screen ko, I cannot see the chat box now. Okay? Anyone? What
Sir
do we see here? Yes.
Sir, okay, yun. Nakamute pala ako. Sir Charlie, sasabi ni Sir John from RITM, Fire Incident, si Ma'am from Ojongan, Disruptive Fire, si Ma'am Libertad from DOJ, Building being ravaged by fire. Sorry.
All right. Those are all correct. This is a factory building actually that is on fire, no? So na-disrupt yung operations nila kasi nasunog. Which happens also in the Philippines. You can hear in Valenzuela, in Bulacan, in Manila, factories getting burned, no? Okay, next please. Ayan. What about this?
Looks like the tsunami.
Yes, correct. Where is this, sir? Can you recognize this in?
somewhere in Sendai. Not really sure, sir.
Oh, very specific ka naman. Sa Japan talaga. Sendai
Yes, sir.
talaga. The
Okay.
others wouldn't know that it's Sendai, in Sendai, but it's in Japan. Kung ako yung sasagot, baka sabihin ko sa Japan lang. No? This is a tsunami in Japan. All right. Very good, sir. What about this? This is where I come from. No, you can see the pine trees, the pine cone. I was a college student before. What
Baguio,
is this?
Earthquake rubble in Baguio.
Yeah, the July 16, 1990 earthquake. Can you recognize this hotel?
It's the Hyatt Hotel, sir.
Yes, sir. It is the Hyatt Terraces Hotel. Kaya nagmukha siyang terraces ngayon. No, but yun, naging domino, no? It's really disruptive. Okay. Ayan, what about this disruptive event?
Cyber risk, sir.
Yes, it's a cyber attack. Kasi nakita ko kanina sa introduction, may mga taga-IT dito. By the way, the notion that the BCMS is only for IT people, mali po yun, because it should be the whole organization. This is just one of the disruptive events, but not totally BCMS. All right. What about this?
And pwede po kayo mag-unmute if you would like to answer. Or sa chat box po. COVID, sabi po ni Sir Joaquin.
Alright. Akala ko sasabihin, sir, si BTS naka-costume. May concert. So, na-disrupt yung aming trabaho. Nanood kami ng concert ng BTS. Alright. That's the pandemic that is going on now. It surprised me that a lot of companies were not able to prepare for this, but if you look at BCMS, it started in 2012, no, and then we have the new standard in 2019, so dapat nagawa na natin ito before. But anyway, here's the last picture. Ano po ito?
Lightning strike on the transformer, sir.
Which resulted to
Blackout.
what? Yeah, prolonged brownout, no? Prolonged power interruption, prolonged brownout is another disruptive event. Ayan, thank you. Ang gagaling nyo. So tapos unboxing, no? So now that you have guessed all of those are what we call disruptive events, no? Ang dami. But not only that, even strike, even other natural calamities you can think of. That is the main reason why this ISO new, it's not really new. We have the new standard, the second revision is in 2019, but this was actually originally created in 2012. Okay, so dalawa pa lang siya. So what is ISO 9000, ISO, sorry, ISO 22301-2019? Okay, it is a management system standard published by the ISO, no, International Organization for Standardization, that specify the requirements to plan, establish, implement, operate, monitor, ang dami niyang sinabi, no, review, maintain, and continually improve a documented management system. Okay, if you are reading all those things that are in red, it looks familiar to you. A documented management system. That is what you have been doing because we wanted to get our share for our PBB. So ito, marami tayong ginagawang ganito. But really, more of to protect against, reduce the likelihood of occurrence. Parang, sir, nakita rin namin yan. Yan yung risk management system namin. Correct, okay? And prepare for, respond to, and recover from disruptive events when they arise. Okay? That is a definition given by ISO. So, kinapi ko lang yan sa reference natin na makikita nyo sa likod. But that is what ISO is, that is how ISO defined the new standard which we call the Business Continuity Management System. Nandyan na po lahat-lahat ng elements niya. Okay? Maybe you can find other definitions, but this is the most comprehensive definition of them all. Okay? There is another definition provided which says this standard provides a best practice framework to support organizations to effectively manage the impact of a disruption to its normal operation. Kasi nga, normally, we do our business and then there is a fire, there is earthquake, well, there is tsunami, wala yata dito sa Pilipinas, no? But we have strikes, no, and other natural calamities, storm, power outage, o kaya walang connection sa internet. Okay, so this, according to the standard, this is the best framework that can help us among all the other standards. Okay, ayan. So these are the family of standards in ISO 22300, no? Like ISO 9001, they have also their vocabulary, okay? And then 22301, 2019, Security and Resilience BCMS requirements. By the way, this is where we are certified. Ito, guidance lang to because this is a vocabulary. But Sir Charlie, saan kami pwedeng magpapa-certify? It is to 22301-2019 where you can get third-party certification also. Okay? And then, if you want guidance on the use of ISO 22301, or if you want to prepare for audit, here's your guidance. You can buy this also, the 22313 2020 version. If you want to become an auditor, this is a very good guidance for you. And then principles and attributes, the same. These are still definition of terms that can help you in your 22301 journey. Also, the guidelines for business impact analysis, which is a major output of your ISO 22313, no? You can use this ISO 22317 as a good guidance. Like in ISO 9001, they did not specify ano kayang risk management analysis ang gagamitin. It was so generic, but you have ISO 3300, no? That can help you in your risk management system. So ganun din po dito, but you cannot be certified here. It's another standard, puro guideline po yan. All right? But in the Philippines, meron pong inisyo lately lang. Ito, Guide on Business Continuity Planning Amidst COVID-19, which the DTI BPS released. So I think I shared the link to Maan. You can download this or you can visit the site of DTI BPS because we will not discuss this in detail today because we just need to understand what are the requirements of the standard. But if you wanted a shortcut that you can apply in your own organizations now, I suggest you check this. Ito po yung makikita nyo. Guide on BCP amidst corona virus disease, because this is so specific, no, that it will address your immediate need regarding COVID-19. So this was designed for this pandemic. Okay? Ito po yon. However, meron pa pong isa. If you are from the government sector, you can also use the PSCP guidebook published by the NDRRMC and the in collaboration with DND and PDRF. No, ito po yung itsura niya. You can download that. It is full of templates that you can use as guide in preparing for your ISO 22301 journey also. May nagsabi yata kanina si Ma'am sa DOJ, they are the first to comply or to prepare, ito po maganda pong guidance na gagamitin nyo. Itong PSCP guidebook. Alright? Ayan. So, okay, so looks familiar, Charlie, ha? Looks familiar. Mukhang, after all, we will not be working on a new standard again. Ayan, so just to let you know that this is not something new in the Philippines. It already started in 2017. So pre-pandemic, you are already working on this, no? It was approved by the Office of the President, and through the Cabinet Secretary, they were already directing all government entities to formulate their own PSCP. Okay? So meron na po pala nung 2017 pa. However, it looks like we focused more on ISO 9001:2015, no? So yun yung naging priority natin. And then when this was approved in 2017, when this was approved in 2019, ito, at the 38th cabinet meeting held in 2019, they approved the directive. Kaya meron na po, ginawa nila ito. That is why they created the PSCP template for all government agencies. So lahat tayo required din pala gumawa nito. So I'm not sure why other agencies have not yet started the journey. Probably they are working first on their ISO 9001:2015 or QMS. But I assure you, if you did that well, no, dapat madali na lang yung gawin itong BCMS. All right? Ayan. So, concept of business continuity, its purpose is to enable an organization to effectively respond to a disruptive incident and to continue delivery of key products and services at a predefined level until the resumption of normal operations, no? Kaya lang sinasabi natin ngayong pandemic, what if, Charlie, this will not go away? How long do we have to deal with this new normal? But it looks to me that nag-anniversary na tayo ng March 13, last March, no? 13 yung nasa isip ko kasi that was the time that I came up to Baguio, and then 15 nag-lockdown ng Manila. Buti nakauwi ako 2 days prior to the lockdown. Otherwise naglakad ako paakyat ng Baguio. So ito po, no, the main concept is for it to enable organizations to effectively respond to disruptive incidents. However, it looks to me like none of even the largest private organizations, medyo na-shock talaga tayo sa pandemic na to. We did not expect that it's going to be worldwide yung impact, closure of a lot of businesses, unemployment of a lot of people, which is a perfect example of if we had this BCP. Kasi ang lagi nating prina-practice, sabi ni Man, I'm connected with UST also, ang mandate na lagi naming prina-practice was fire drill and earthquake drill. That's it. No? Fire drill, earthquake drill. Hindi naman natin na pag-prepare na, what if there is a COVID like this? We never practice that. Kaya even our own hospital, the doctors were not prepared for that kind. No? The facilities especially were not prepared for this kind. But of course, it's a learning experience for us. No? Ito ngayon yung learning experience natin na medyo nag-prepare tayo ongoing and continuous yung ating struggle dito. Ayan. So, ano daw ba, Charlie, yung benefits of getting ISO 22301:2019 certification? There is already a white paper conducted by Risk Quotient Consultancy Private Limited, no? Ginawa nila based on companies that did this seriously, No, Singapore, they did this seriously already before, prior to pandemic. And according to them, according to the research or the white paper, these are the benefits. One, to ensure continuity of business operations during disruptions. So I was thinking that's why probably merong mga countries na mas mabilis naka-recover compared to us because they took this seriously. Okay? Second, maintain the delivery of products and services under all circumstances. Under all circumstances, no? So hindi lang far, hindi lang, well, like Japan, if you will see, regular naman yung earthquake. How come they have a continuous business operations? They can continually provide service to their constituents because they have a very robust BCMS. Okay. Another benefit is to safeguard your organization's assets, turnovers, profits, and reputation. Enjoy the cost of reduced insurance premiums. Kasi pag may nangyari, mas tataas yung susunod na insurance na babayaran. Actually, I experienced this when I was with a manufacturing company. Ayaw na kami nung insurance firm, nag-back out sila. They wanted, pwedeng, sir, lipat na kayo kasi hindi natin na-expect tong mga nangyayari na to. Even that insurance firm was not prepared for it. Okay? And get a competitive edge in case of major industrial crisis. I was thinking, syempre, kung continuous yung operations mo, if you are a private firm, you have a competitive edge over the other competitors. Pero sa government, we are not competing anyway. No? So, okay lang po ito. And display your organization's commitment to your key stakeholders. The commitment is to provide continuous service, no, in spite of or despite of any disruptions that may come. Dapat walang stoppage. Kung meron man, how fast can you recover? That is covered in BCMS. Okay? Ayan. So, ito na po yung expectation nyo. Charlie, ano ba yung difference ng meron bang difference? Ito po. The QMS are implemented into the company's day-to-day operations. Ito po yung QMS natin. While BCMS systems are only fully brought into action when a disruption occurs. Okay? So maliwanag po ba yung disruption? Ito everyday yung quality management system kasi continuous yung provision of service and this is process-based. So day-to-day operation talaga. Pero a BCMS is a plan, no? It's a plan and only brought into action, you only activate your plan if a disruption occurs. Parang bakit pa ako kukuha ng insurance hindi naman pa ako mamamatay. Parang gano'n, no? That's why some people, they don't buy insurance. Parang, what for? No? I'm not worried about that. Kaya lang, parang bakit ka kukuha ng ng Medicare o Medicare insurance? Hindi naman ako magkakasakit. Ang tanong, what if? So better that you have a plan in place para hindi ka nagkukumahog if it happens, no? What we do not want to happen is for you to be surprised, and when that a disruption happens, you are caught off guard. Like yung nangyari. A perfect example is what we have now. Okay? So ito, wala tayong i-bring into action because in the first place, we never had the plan at all, no? Kaya okay, meeting, naghahabol tayo to come up with all of this because we were never prepared. Sabi natin, hindi mangyayari yan. Okay? That's why this happened now. Ayan. So it's better, again, the lesson learned, it's better to have a plan so that we will be ready when it happens. Ayan. So this means, itong BCMS, this means there needs to be greater emphasis on, number one, business continuity, BCP plans, no? Business continuity plan testing or drills, like what we are doing with fire drill, earthquake drill, no? Fire drills and earthquake drills. Bakit nauso yung fire drill and earthquake drill? That was triggered by the 1990 earthquake in in Baguio, in the whole of Luzon. Hindi, hanggang Nueva Ecija pala yung malakas, no? Kung wala yon, hindi tayo nag-earthquake drill. Meaning, we are not preparing for that. Pero ngayon nati-trigger because of the big one na sinasabi nila. Okay? Ayan. Another is emphasis on retaining and refreshing organizational capabilities to support business continuity. Okay? To support business continuity. Even if that happens, affected man yung organization natin, pero hindi 100%. Yung it will we can still continue our operations at a predefined capacity, of course, no? Hindi full capacity. And finally, one emphasis is periodic review of the system, its processes and rationale to ensure it remains aligned to a changing organization. So like ISO 9001, we continuously review also, no? Kaya merong requirement na annual audit and annual management review. So parehong-pareho po yan, gagawin din natin dito. Okay? Now, these are the 5 key principles of a business continuity. Number 1, responsibility. Who do you think is responsible for a BCP or a business continuity plan? Guys, anyone? Who do you think is responsible? Sabi ni Ma'am Libertad from DOJ, wala ngang preparations for very strong typhoons. Kaya nung Yolanda in 2013, nasyak kayong lahat. Tama po, ma'am. That's why we are learning as a country. We are learning together. Yung earthquake, hindi naman kami prepared din sa Baguio. Yung Yolanda, hindi rin kayo prepared. That is why now we are learning from our experience. Itong pandemic, we were not prepared also. Oh, may sagot po from DOE. It starts with the leader. It does not only start with the leader, sir, pero tama po kayo, no? I know, tama, sabi po, responsibility is within everyone within the organization. Okay, it starts with the leader. Within QMS, dami sagot With HR planning and management po. Nice answers. Okay? However, ang tamang sagot po ay top management. Okay? It is the responsibility of top management. Ayan. That's why, like QMS, it is at the center, no? If you recall your PDCA, nasa loob sila, no? Nasa gitna. Why? Okay? Hindi lang po dapat QMS initiative, set the initiative. No. It always starts from the top. Okay? The top management. Okay? They are solely responsible for this. Kaya lang parang ISO, magbubuo ulit tayo ng ating BCMS core team. Okay? But I will be charging the top management and the board of director to take the lead. Hindi po katulad sa ISO before, select ka ng QMR and then deload mo to your QMR. No. Kasi 'di ba, business continuity, you don't pass that to an operations guy, no? Dapat merong lahat ng decision, it must always come from the top. The operations people will only follow what the top people will ask them to do. Okay? So, hindi sa kanila yung plano na yan. It is like strategic planning. The top management will do the strategic plan, and then And then you chunk it down into an annual operational plan, and then each department or each division will check how they can contribute to the plans, to the objectives on an annual basis, and then they will see if they are in the right direction. Okay? We are talking here about whose responsibility it is. Is it? No? So it is top management's responsibility. Okay? Kung responsibility yung pinag-uusapan natin. Okay. Second, the objectives must be clear. All right? The objectives that is asked here, palagay nyo po, pareho po ba ito sa inyong OPCR o IPCR? Kasi Charlie, nakatatak sa amin yung ISO 9001:2015 ang ginagawa namin, yung objectives na yan. Basta kinokopya na lang namin yung copy-paste, yung IPCR o OPCR. But remember, this is now this is another standard. So hindi na po siya yung IPCR and OPCR, but you just need to tweak it, no? Iti-tweak nyo lang to make sure it has something to do with specifically, ayan, very good, sabi ni Ma'am Nori. No, because it has to be focused on the impact of disruption. I like the crowd, no? Ang hindi tinanong sa expectation setting kanina, your expectation about the course, your expectation about me, but we forgot to ask your expectation from other participants. Isa lang dapat yung expectation from the participants. No? They are actively participating, which you are now, very actively participating. So I love the group, very actively participating. Tama po yan, no? It is focused on the impact of disruption. So yun yung clear, dapat yung objectives natin about the continuity of the business. Okay? About the continuity of the business. Okay, the third principle here is about impact and risk evaluation. So yung impact na sinasabi po dito, this is referring to your business, no? Ano yung impact ng fire? Ano yung impact ng earthquake or any kind of disruption to the business? Ano yung impact niya? No? Itong disruption na to. What is its impact to our business? Will it warrant closure? No? Will it warrant malulugi tayo, mauubos? Will it warrant displacement of workers? No? Closure of one of your, kung private company to, closure of one of your sites. I'll give you an example. No? In Baguio, Jolly Town ang tawag sa amin kasi bawat kanto may Jollibee at bawat kanto may Chowking. No? However, out of the 4 Chowking outlets, nagsara yung 3, bumigay. Isa na lang yung natitirang Chowking sa Baguio ngayon. Kaya, ano yung impact? Well, the 3 franchises closed. What does that mean? That means no more jobs for all the employees in those 3 franchises or 3 locations. Ubos, sarado. So wala nang kabuhayan yung mga empleyado doon. Okay? Meron pong sinabi from DOJ, si Ma'am Libertad. And how to overcome each disruption. Yes, the objective po. Tama. And prevent the negative effects of disruption from happening again. Well, we cannot totally prevent kasi natural disasters cannot be prevented. But what we can prevent here is the impact, no? We cannot prevent also the impact, but what we can do is to mitigate. Mitigate lang po. How do we lessen? Okay? If we have multiple site locations, pwede bang i-transfer yung operation dito para hindi hindi disrupted? What about the employees? Can we transfer them? Ayan. No? Pwede ba silang ilipat lang? Kaso yung karamihan that happened this pandemic, wala talaga. Layoff yung result. No? Some companies had to closure warrants for, well, you need to let go of your people. Yun po yung pinakamasakit doon. And hindi lang yung BIA. Ang asawa ng BIA is risk evaluation. So yung ginamit nyong skills nyo in coming up with a risk management system, either you used FMEA or you used any other, you used the ISO 31000, magagamit nyo po yung mga ginamit, yung mga skills nyo doon. Because gagawa ulit kayo ng risk evaluation. Okay? And then, communication is the key. PM is the key, no? PM is the key. This is literally communicating to all your stakeholders that you have in place a business continuity plan. Okay? Una, sa loob ng tao kasi your internal, no? Your people, internal customers are your people. Kailangan malaman nila na safe ka dito sa company. Stay with us because even if there will be disruptions, nakaplano na yan. Ano yung gagawin? Ililipat namin kayo dito or we will provide you the communication means so that you can still work from home. Kasi syempre ang worry nila, sir, wala kaming pambili ng laptop. Wala ngang pampakonek ng ng internet. Wala kaming pang-subscribe ng 35 Mbps or 75 Mbps. We don't even have computers. Our children are using them in class. So how can we work? Ayan, you need to communicate because it is causing stress to your employees. How can they provide continued service if you do not communicate to them that, hey, don't worry, we have a very robust BCP. So if that happens, don't worry, we can still provide service. We can still afford to pay you. You will not go out of job. Okay? Ayan. Sabi po ni Ma'am from State University, Ma'am Irish, may I ask po if ideally, how frequent a BCP should be planned and evaluated? Annual po ba? Advance ka mag-isip, ma'am, ha, mamaya nasa key principles tayo. Pero if you cannot hold it, yes, minimum should be annual. Kasi may annual internal audit kayo. Annual internal audit, management review, etc. So to answer your question, siguro nag-ISO, nag-QMS na kayo at magpapa-certify kayo. Kaya alam mong annual din to. Pwede na pong isabay. Okay? And finally, the last principle here is what we call po na testing. No, bakit testing? Kasi bakit testing? Dito, if you recall, sabi natin ito, a BCS, no, business continuity system, are only brought into action when disruption occurs. So, how will we know if it's effective? Hindi katulad yan ng ISO na everyday. ISO, pareho namang ISO ito. Hindi ito katulad ng QMS na everyday is being tested, correct? Kasi yung processes nyo, meron kayong daily interaction with your client, so it is being tested minuto na open yung negosyo ninyo. But BCMS is not, BCMS is not because you don't experience disruptions every day or every minute na katulad ng QMS. So, the strategy there, the one key principle or the last key principle there is testing. What if this happens? What if this simulation? We need to do simulations palagi of not only fire, not only earthquake. Kasi yun lang yung nauso. But anything, any disruptive event that you can think of. Okay? Kaya lang, Sir Charlie, ang magandang tanong doon, pag nagtitesting tayo, ang magandang tanong po ay, Lahat po ba kasama sa testing katulad sa fire at saka sa earthquake? Ayan. So depende po. Kung cyber attack, dapat si IT lang ang kasama doon. Okay? Kaya merong create na separate na standard for them also. All right? So that's the good thing. Everyone is not affected. Only you need to, it is dependent on the kind of event, disruptive event that happens. All right? Ayan. Now, my time says here it's 10 o'clock. Maan, are we going to give them the break as indicated in the program? Or we will continue?
Maybe we can continue po muna, sir. Okay.
Sige.
Sige daw, ano po muna tayo. 15-minute break and then continue na po tayo. Sige pa. 15-minute
Okay.
break po muna. Sige, salamat. So it's 10 o'clock, 10:15 a.m. We shall go back po. You don't have to log out po.
All right. Sige.
Okay. Sige.
Salamat,
Thank you po.
man.
Okay, bye-bye.
kung sa mga hahanapon baga kung bako pa si Lisa. Di pa ako nakakuha ng mga ano. Siya nagpaparaat na. Di man lamang ito oriento na. O yan ang tabi ang haranapon.
1 minute na lang po. Sige. Sana ay magre-ready na tayo to come back to our session for today. We would like to request po sana for everyone, to all our participants, kindly edit your name to show your agency and then your name po. Because when we are going to have our workshop, we shall be grouping you po. So mas alam po namin ang optimum na pag-group po sa inyo. So we can have an effective workshop po. 3 po kasi yung workshops natin. Salamat po ng marami. Alright, in a few seconds, we will be going back po ulit. Sana po ay nakapagkape kayo, nakapag-stretching, or nabisita ang inyong mga halaman kung kayo po ay plantita or plantito.
All right.
Alright.
We are back. Nakapagkape po ba kayo or nagawa nyo ang inyong distressor? Ayan. Anyway, I went back to the question of ma'am. Yung tanong kanina is how often do you plan at saka review? Yung planning dapat one time lang yon sa umpisa. And then yung succeeding should already be review, no? Review of the plan if it's still updated, no? Kung updated pa siya, because when you do your exercises, you see some adjustments, but you don't continuous po yan annual. Anyway, so this is 22301 and the PDCA cycle. Does this look familiar to you? without the clauses lang. Pero do they look familiar to you? Ano pong clause itong interested parties na to? And then requirements and expectations. Clause
ng ISO, sir. Clause 4 ng
ISO. Clause 4 ng ISO. The same po yan sa the same po yan sa BCMS. It's still clause 4. Okay? It's still clause 4. But anyway, so nakakatawa, di ba? Lahat yan, parehong-pareho po. I will explain to you why these are all similar and looks familiar, no? But just look at the framework. Still, I didn't put the clauses. I'll explain it in the next slides, okay? But it still starts with the needs of interested parties. So you need to define initially who are your interested parties. Sino yung interested na magkaroon ng continued service? No, you need to define them. Are they government regulators? Are they our constituents? Yung customers ninyo, okay? Sino sila? So you start defining that. And then what are the BCMS requirements and expectations, no? An example of an expectation is for us to be able to provide continuous service kahit naka half in, half out tayo. And then based on those things, you now establish your BCMS. Kaya may planning tayo rito. Okay? And then all the plans that you create, you need to implement and operate your BCMS. But like I said, you integrate them in your day-to-day operation, pero yung mismong plano on BCMS has to be simulated, okay, yung through your exercises. And then you test ito, kaya meron po testing dito. Test, monitor, and review your BCMS. Ayan, nung tinesting natin, sige, you know what, other companies are even paying, nagpapakontest sila, no? They pay hackers. They call it hackathon. Sige nga, i-testing yung i-hack yung system namin. The champion will receive, parang ganyan, just to test it. So those are some of the programs, no? If you are in an IT company, that's what they do. They create, they sponsor hackathons, contest yan. Yung pinakamagaling na ma-hack yung system, may premyo pa. Sometimes they hire them. Okay? And then you maintain and improve because that is your PDCA cycle. And then you will check evaluation tayo. The needs of our interested parties, the bottom line is this is what we want, no? We will be able to meet them, and there should be a continuity of our operations. Okay? So yan, kamukhang kamukha, no? Parang after all, we are not going to start from scratch. So, but it's a deadly combination. Okay? So dito in the planning stage, what are we going to do in the planning stage, Charlie? Ayan, you need to understand again the context, understand the external context and the needs of your interested parties. So 4.1, 4.2, 4.3. Okay? And then identify risk and opportunities, same pa rin po sa clause 6 pa rin 'yan. Ito rin, establishment of objectives and resources required. Those are still part of your clause 6, planning stage. So meaning, the planning is from clauses 4 to 6. And then itong do, this is still hanggang clause 7 po ito kasi resources. Do is your clause 8 kasi that is where you, that is your operation. Okay? Implement what has been planned from a new business continuity management system down to small process changes. Kasi pag nagsasimulate kayo, makita nyo, ay, teka lang, yung unang ano pa lang, exercise or program, na-hack na kami, sir, na-penetrate, no? Kaya pa lang i-hack kami. So, now we need to change this one. Nag-absent o kaya may nangyari sa isang empleyado, nalaman namin may stoppage ng operation kasi siya lang ang nakakaalam, wala ng iba. That is very dangerous. So can you imagine the absence of one person led to stoppage in operation? So very minor process change, ha? You need to adjust. Okay? And then itong check natin is still hindi po ito clause 9 lang, no? Monitor and measure the effectiveness of the business continuity, pero yung testing nasa clause 8 po 'yon. Pero yung evaluation nasa clause 9 'yon. And still ito pareho pa ring clause 10. Take action where necessary based on monitoring, measurement, and other drivers. So from clause 9, you will still do your improvement. Kasi syempre, we need to act on the differences, no? Ayan. So same pa rin siya. Now, katulad ulit, no? You will see it is still process-based thinking and process-based audit. Why do we say process? Look at this, no? If this is your normal business, ano yung process flow? Hindi po ba kailangan alam natin yung process flow sa ISO 9 at sa QMS, no? For example, this is an example specifically for a company manufacturing medical device. Okay, medical device kunyari yung ginagawa. They supply to hospitals and other medical facilities. So una, their sales department will create, no, sales. So generate sales, magma-marketing sila. After that, they have gotten the commitment of clients. They proceed to manufacturing the equipment that have been ordered. And then they will install the equipment. After installation, they will provide continuous service for those equipments. So yan kunyari yung normal process flow niya. Okay? However, even if these are your core operations, meron kang support function na tinatawag. So the same, no? Our support functions, we have HR, IT, finance, regulatory, customer contact. Yung iba meron silang meron silang ina-outsource na call center. And then your facilities, you have your purchasing, ayan. And then biglang catastrophic business disruption event happens, okay? What is now our priority? Sabi po dito, our priority will become this, no? Servicing and supporting functions will now be prioritized. Okay? How do we know which one to prioritize, Charlie? This should have been based on your stakeholder needs, no? For example, patient critical equipment. Ano yung patient critical equipment ang uunahin nating gawin or i-manufacture, no? Katulad niyan, yung mga nagma-manufacture face mask, they came up with several kinds of face masks, and then yung mga disinfectant products, yun yung prioritize nila because that's what they need. Okay? So, before, during pre-pandemic, business as normal tayo, and then you will have to shift to dito po, prioritized business. Itong naka-orange, yan yung prioritize na natin. Okay? Forget about sales, no? Ano yung uunahin nila na meron? Because that sales and other things here will come. Pero, ang prioritize nila dito to ensure that the equipment that they have sold, yung I'm talking about the medical equipment na example, they will make sure servicing is their priority. Na dapat 100% yung capacity, 100% running yung equipment na yan. And in that case, ano yung priority na support function natin? Siyempre si IT, kasi kung IT-based yung equipment na yan. And then we have, well, finance, you cannot take that off kasi people, everybody in the organization still needs to receive their salaries, pay for, etc. No? And then, ito, importante na po ito. Get in touch with your clients. Get in touch with them to ensure them that don't worry, we got your back. Okay? Continuous pa rin ang operation natin. Although hi-ho kami ngayon, half in, half out, but we will still give you your, we will still provide you our services as committed. Okay? So you need to identify now sino yung mga i-activate ninyo 24/7. No? Kinukuha natin yung kanilang commitment. So hindi lahat normal ang operation. Okay? Like what we do in UST now, not all functions are there. Kunyari, yung mga laboratory custodians, we don't use them at all during this pandemic because we do simulation lab exercises. Kasi sinabi ko to, nakita ko bigla sa screen si Ma'am Irish, taga ano siya State University. So yung mga yon hindi sila priority ngayon, no? Pero si IT talagang priority siya ngayon dahil online ang classes, something like that. So that if you know these things, no, the other services pwede nyo silang i-assign to support if they can the other services also. Okay? Kung ano yung mga critical services. Yan yung process-based thinking natin. Kaya we need to know the end-to-end process. Lagi po nating sinasabi yon. Ano yung end-to-end process natin? Pag nag-value stream mapping kayo, you will see that from the customer placing an order to a customer receiving the service needed, yun po yung value stream map natin, the end-to-end process. We need to know each of those, no? Para alam natin saan dito yung critical for us to be able to provide continuous service. Okay? Ayan. So, ito po ang high-level structure. Kaya sabi nyo, Charlie, ano ba? Meron bang uniqueness? Tignan natin, ha? Teka lang. May question ba? May isang message doon?
Hindi po good morning lang si Ma'am
Alright.
Perlita, our Regional Director po ng DOJ PPA.
Oo.
Morning
Si
po,
Ma'am
Ma'am.
Perlita. Hi, Ma'am.
Opo.
You remember me? Okay, so tignan nyo po, no? Baka magtaka kayo, pare-pareho ba yung requirement? It is because of what we call the Annex SL, which consists of 10 core clauses. Ayan. Sir Charlie, akala namin itong 10 clauses na to kay ISO 9001:2015 lang. Hindi po. no? Hindi. There are 5 certification standards na magagamit nyo itong format na to. So, hindi rin lang dalawa. So, it's not only your QMS, ISO 9001:2015, pero saan pa namin, Sir Charlie, magagamit kung gusto namin gamitin ito na hindi na kami magpapakahirap? Una, you are doing this for your ISO 9001:2015, following this format. Okay? Second, we are gonna do it for your, kaya kayo nandito, you're gonna do it for your 22301, business continuity. Okay? Ngayon, ay Sir Charlie, gusto namin integrated na yung QMS namin, pati environment. Ayan, nandyan po. Meron lang siyang specific clauses na magkakaiba, pero the same yung format natin. All of these things you need to do, no? Papalit-palitan lang yung scope. Like ano yung scope ng BCMS, ano yung scope ng QMS, ano yung scope ng environment, and then ano yung scope ng security management, which is your IT. Pero pareho pa rin ulit, gagawin nyo pa rin ulit. So meaning, konting-konting tweak lang po yan, no? And also your 45,000, ISO 45,000. So 5 standards in one. Pareho yung format po nila. Para hindi naman kayo pinapahirapan ng ISO. Alright? Okay. So same format po ha. Pero there are items na magiging unique pagdating nyo sa part na yon, sa specific clause. Okay? So ito po yung high level structure natin. Now, so punta na tayo kaagad sa 1, scope. Ano po ba yung scope ng ISO 22301? It is intended to be applicable to all organizations or parts thereof. Pwede rin palang part. Okay, pwede po, no? Regardless of the type, size, and nature of the organization. Meaning, pwedeng public, pwedeng private organizations. Pwedeng multi-million-dollar corporation, pwedeng SME, hanggang micro. Pwede po yan. Okay? Pwedeng startup, pwedeng 30 years mature na organization. So, again, like ISO 9001:2015, it is created to become generic that it can be applicable to all types of organizations, government, non-government, private, no? So pwede pa rin po siya. Okay? So pwede ba kaming magpa-certify all multi-site? Yes, kunyari meron kayong sites Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao. Meron kaming agency-wide, Sir Charlie, DOJ, PPA, no? DOJ, PPA, Luzon, Visayas, yes, kung agency-wide. Paano kung NCR lang? Pwede pa rin po kung NCR lang, no? That's why, because this was so created, again, like ISO 9001, na hindi siya prescriptive. Kung ayaw nyong merong core quality management representative, kung ayaw nyo ng yung manual, pwede po, as long as you have the mandatory documented information. So, similar ulit siya. It is not so strict. Okay? Ayan. Okay po ba? That is the scope of your QMS. And then for the normative references, meron po siyang ito, yung ISO 22300 security and resilience vocabulary, which you can use, no? Some of the terms used in requirements detailed in here in this standard are explained further in your 22300. So kailangan pag bibili kayo, normally 'di ba yung ISO 9001:2015 natin, bumili tayo noon plus yung vocabulary. It helps because kung inaudit kayo, mas maganda na yung terminology ginagamit nyo is based from the standard para hindi na kayo tatanungin what is your unique definition of this. All right? So ibig sabihin, Sir Charlie, yung pinakita mo kanina na ginamit sa Pilipinas dito, ito, Public Service Continuity Planning Guidebook. kahit government siya, may pagkakaiba? No. They still referenced it to yung sinabi natin na vocabulary. Lahat po ng definitions dito that came from the standard was still referenced here. No, para pare-pareho. Kahit nasa government ka, hindi na sila gumawa ng mga bagong vocabulary. They picked it up from this, no? Kaya hindi na siya bago. Yun yung maganda po doon. Okay? Okay, clause 2. Ayan, by the way, I have a tip here. External auditors will expect you to have taken the information contained in 2200 into account in the development and implementation of your BCMS. Okay? So, re-reviewin nyo po yung mga terminologies na yon. You don't need to memorize, but what I'm saying is you use the terminologies there para hindi na tayo mag-i-introduce ng bago. Okay? And then, clause 3, definition of terms. No? Same. Makikita nyo po doon yan. There are 31 terms and definitions given in 22-301. However, yung mga ginamit dito ay naka-reference pa rin po dito sa vocabulary na ito. So, ginamit lang dito, pero naka-reference pa rin siya dito. Alright? Kasi this one is, there are so many terms here because it contains 277 yung vocabulary na yon. Okay? Para magamit pa rin natin. So that we will be consistent, we are aligned in what we're saying. Pag ino-audit tayo, we cannot say, ma'am, ano po yun? Parang hindi ko alam. There should be no excuse if you only used all of these terms. Alright? Ayan. And we will now define ano yung mga common terms, Sir Charlie. So these terms that I will be discussing are the most common na ginagamit sa BCMS lang. All the others, I leave it to the standard. You just go over it. No. First is you have your business continuity. It means the capability of your organization to continually deliver product or services at acceptable or predefined levels. No. Predefined level. Kasi pag may kunyari pandemic ngayon, Sir Charlie, 50% lang kami. Katulad ng isang client ko, no, the Philippine Army Cooperative. So, hindi sila full blast, 50% are working from home, 50% are on-site. So, kung merong naglo-loan, tapos yung pinaka-importanting tao, nagkataon siya yung work from home. But since the culture is, they are not cloud-based, kunyari, ang culture nila is nasa on-premise. On-premise ang lahat ng programs. Therefore, they can only provide 50% capacity or at most 3 times a week yung pwedeng mag-load. Sorry about that. Okay? So if you have there, another is the management. No? Management of your business continuity. Okay? Pwede pong daanan na lang natin lahat ito. Pasadahan lang, business continuity management, and then syempre, meron kayong business continuity plan. That's your documented procedure. Okay? That ito yung gagawin natin, yung business continuity plan, yan yung pinaka major output na hahanapin sa inyo when you plan to be certified. Another that you will be hearing every now and then is you talk about business impact analysis. Kasi po, both ISO 9001 at saka BCMS 22301, meron din, I think yun is risk management, no? Pero ito, merong business impact analysis kasi this is the core. No? Ano yung impact sa negosyo natin ngayon? Okay? Hahanapin po yan. It's a document. Meron bang template yan, Sir Charlie? Meron po. Okay, meron. And then, the criteria. Ito na yung mga membership. Saglit lang po. CY! crisis management team. It's a group of individual functionality responsible for directing the development and execution of the response and operational continuity. So ito yung walang tulugan kapag may bagyo, may pandemic, merong sakuna, no? Yung earthquake, itong mga crisis management team hindi na po natutulog ito. Okay, yan yung kunyari yung ating I forgot what do you call the team of Secretary Nograles. I think basta itong mga crisis management team natin. Gising na gising yung mga yan kapag may pandemic or any disruptive event. Okay? Sila yung nakatutok talaga dyan 24/7.
Charlie?
Alright. Yeah.
Excuse me po, meron po nagtatanong si Sir Noric Baez ng CAP. How can we determine if the predefined levels are acceptable po?
May computation po mamaya, sir.
Thank
Meron
you, sir.
po. Yes. All right. Disruption, ito mga definition lang natin. Uy, bago to, invocation, nakala ko yung invocation. Let's all stand for the invocation. Iba pala ito. Act of declaring, that's why you need to look at the terms kasi baka meron silang ibang definition and then we are using something else, no? Disruption, you know that, pero ito, act of declaring that an organization's BCM arrangements need to be put into effect. That's we now invoke, no? Ito yung sinasabi ni Sir sa tanong niya. Ano yung maximum tolerable period of disruption? 2 hours, 4 hours, 8 hours, 1 week, 2 weeks. Ayan, kino-compute niyo po yan. May konting computation pero simple lang naman. So this is in effect the time it would take for the adverse impacts which can arise as a result of not providing product or service, okay, to become unacceptable. Ano yung maximum time? Yan. We need to act immediately. In 2 hours, na-contain na yan. In 4 hours, naka-resume ng operations. In 8 hours, nag-ano na tayo. Nagro-root cause analysis na. Kasi tapos na nating in place yung contingency plan. Ayan. So, what is that time? Okay? And then, meron din kayong minimum business continuity objective or MBCO. The minimum level of services and or products that is acceptable to an organization. Parang basta tumuloy lang at saka naka-break even ka siguro when you talk about financial impact, no? And then ito, RPO, ito yung tinatanong ni Sir, nagko-compute din tayo dito, and RTO. Okay, the period of time following an incident with which a product or service is resumed. So anong oras, kailan tayo makaka-resume ng operations natin at a predefined level. So when we say predefined level, ganun yung sinabi nating half in, half out. So ang definition nyo, 50%. So because of pandemic, we can only operate at 50%. Diba? Pati yung mga hotels, ang capacity, pati yung mga buses, baka 30 to 40%. And then yung mga seminar rooms na pinaparent ngayon, in Baguio, we have that policy by our mayor, 50% of the capacity to maintain. Ayan, so ito yung mga objective ninyo that you need to discuss as a agency. Okay? So yun yung terms and definitions hanggang clause 3. So ibig sabihin, clauses 1, 2, 3 are not auditable. Okay, not auditable. Charlie, sounds familiar. ISO 9000 din yon. Hindi auditable ang clause 1, 2, 3. So ano lang yung ino-audit sa BCMS? Ito pa rin po. No? Ito siya. Ang ino-audit sa kanya ay, ayan, clauses 4 to 10. Okay, that's what we audit in BCMS. Clauses 4 to 10. Understanding 4.1, understanding the context, understanding the needs and expectations of interested parties. Parehong-pareho naman. Hindi po. Yung 4.3, ito na. Instead of scope of your QMS, is scope of your BCMS naman. Okay? So clause 4.4, instead of QMS, BCMS na yun ngayon yung nakalagay. Okay? And clause 5, part of your plan, the same po ito, leadership and commitment pa rin, no? Leadership and commitment. And then dito, instead of QMS policy, you come up now with your BC policy. Yun lang yung mga unique niya. And then, the roles and responsibilities, it's the same. But instead of roles and responsibilities of your QMS core team, this time, roles and responsibilities of your BCMS core team. Okay? Ang tanong, Sir Charlie, pwede bang yung ISO core team namin, sila na rin yung BCMS core team? You need to review the responsibilities. Yun bang skill na meron ka sa documentation sa QMS, kaya mo rin ba yung mga nasa earthquake, fire, or ano? Kung hindi, ibig sabihin hindi po. Kung wala kayong taga-IT before, baka ngayon dapat may taga-IT kayo. Something like that, no? Ayan. And then pareho pa rin po, 6.1 still addressing risk and opportunities. But now, risk and opportunities not only with respect to your processes, pero kasama siya, pero with respect to the impact, no? Ano yung gagawin natin ngayon? And then, dati IPCR or OPCR, but this time, business continuity objective. Kunyari, objective nyo, dapat in 2 hours, in 4 hours, in 1 week, si IT, ganito, naka-recover na siya. Pero itong HR, kahit ano naman yan, hindi naman kailangan 2 hours. Okay, pwede. O kaya, yung mga laboratory technician, lalong hindi critical yan. Pwedeng hindi sila mag-resume until mag-resume na yung normal classes. Kasi sa bahay namang ginagawa. Something like that, your objective. And then, meron pa ring 6.3 po planning of changes. So, kung merong changes, is it structured? How do you do it? No? Kailangan ba, Sir Charlie, babaguhin ulit yung documentation kung may mga changes dito? O kunyari, nag-transition kami from manual to automated. Kasi, nag-transition kami from automated to manual. Kasi tinamaan yung IT. Yeah, you need that. Those changes have to be documented again. Okay? And then, ito po, parehong-pareho. Resources, competence, awareness, so training, communication plan, pareho pa rin hanggang documented information. Pero sa operation, dito po yung may mga maraming bago. Ito po, katulad nito, business impact analysis. Pero yung risk assessment, hindi na po bago sa inyo. Okay? Business impact analysis and risk assessment. And then you have here your business continuity strategies and solutions. Okay? So kung yan yung mga business impact niya, Sir Charlie, ano yung aming strategy to mitigate that? Ano yung aming solution to prevent that or mitigate it? Okay? And then, ito po yung bago sa inyo, exercise programs. So you will now create, you identify ano yung event. And then, to prevent this, to prepare for this event, ano yung ating mga gagawin? Kaya meron kayong program. So, 1:1. Per event, kapag tsunami, ano yung program natin? Sai, can you answer lang. Kapag may event, ito yung program. Pag pandemic, ito yung gagawing program. Kapag fire, ito yung program, etc. Okay? And then, syempre, meron pa rin kayo itong 9.1, 9.2, audit, management review. So, hindi siya bago, no? Ginagawa pa rin natin. Ito, dalawa na nga lang. Dati, 10.1, 10.2, 10.3. Pero actually, pareho lang naman. Dalawa lang talaga. So, this is on a one-page summary, this is what you are going to do kapag kayo po ay gumawa ng nagbalak pagpa-certify sa inyong BCMS. So at this point, you will now have an idea ano yung magiging roadmap ninyo eventually. So these are the steps that you will be doing for you to become certified or at least compliant to the requirements of ISO 22301. Okay po? Ngayon, pag walang tanong, iisa-isahin na natin yan. Okay? Ano yung ibig sabihin? No questions so far? Kung wala, magpo-proceed na po tayo.
Sure, wala pa naman po.
All right, great.
Oo.
So, the same, when you identify issues, okay, ito pa rin yung focus natin. Internal issues muna tayo. Do we have issues with, well, first, let me define issue, ha? It becomes an issue if this is something that we are not meeting, no? So, saan, this is the guide kasi that you have your internal and external issues. But normally, the shortcut there is to check ano yung objectives natin last year, no? And then lahat ng hindi natin na-meet na targets, syempre problem yan, issue yan, okay? If someone requires it, either your supervisor, your boss, your CEO, your company, top management, if they require it and you are not able to meet it, then that is definitely an issue. Kapag circular yan, kapag memorandum yan, at sinabing ito yung gagamitin, kapag sinabi ng President, Executive Order ito yung gagawin natin, and you are not able to meet that, or you have a problem meeting, and those things are issues. Okay? Kapag sinabi, dapat 50% nakabalik yung tao nyo, 50% meron na kayong operation, but you are not able to do that, then that is an issue. Okay? Sabi dapat in a week's time, no, you are back to 50% capacity operation. Pero hindi nyo nagagawa. So those are all issues, no? Okay? Sir, may issue kami, kalahati lang. So dahil kalahati ang manpower, resources namin, we cannot even provide services at 50% capacity. Kasi half din lang yung tao. It does not mean na 50% yung tao, 50% din yung services. No. Sometimes isang tao, ang daming affected dyan. What about the culture? Do you have issue on your culture? Okay? So lahat po yan. And then, external issues, in the government, wala naman tayong competition. But there are some legislations and regulations like we cannot deliver to these parts of the Philippines no matter how we want to help because naka-lockdown sila. Kunyari sa Baguio, hindi kayo makakapasok kasi nag-lockdown yung mayor namin o kaya papasok man kayo, ang mahal-mahal ng triage. Talagang 3,500 ganyan. So legislations, regulations, those are external issues. So the same, no? The same, but these are more issues on not being able to provide continued service to your customers or stakeholders. Okay? So kahanapan po ng documentation yan, which you need to review and monitor on a regular basis. Okay? The second one, understanding the needs and expectations of itong IPs na to, ang ginawa natin the last time is we say relevant interested parties. Okay? So dito, who are interested parties? They are persons or organizations that can affect or be affected by or perceive itself to be affected by a decision or activity. Pareho pa rin. Okay? The same. So this could be your employees, your customers, distributors, end users of your products or services, the community, shareholder, etc. So pareho pa rin, no? Kaso dati wala tayong emphasis on insurers, ha. Dito makikita yung may insurer tayo. Okay? Ayan. May sample ka ba niyan, Charlie? Ito, for example, no? interested parties are customers. What do they need and expect from us? They expect the organization to be able to continue the provision of product and service, also in case of adverse conditions. Okay? Even in, dapat, hindi also nga eh. Even in adverse conditions, they expect that you can still provide quality service. So, kailangan kasama pa rin yung QMS nyo na quality service. Okay? Partners expect that the organization to be able to continue the project under development. Hindi dahil nag-pandemic, magpo-pull out ka na sa commitment mo. Kunyari, PPPC, Public-Private Partnership Center. No? They provide help for organizations who lack the funding to provide facilities for their respective organizations like LGUs. Okay? Ayan. So, dapat i-continue. Well, of course, our employees, ano yung, ito, very important employee. They expect to work in a safe environment and the organization to be able to continue operation also in case of incidents and to protect their safety and health. Number 1 po yan yung employees natin. Without them, we don't have an organization to run. Okay? So they are not simply employees, they are our partners. They are the life and blood of the business, no? They will help you out. Okay? Dito ngayon nakalagay na insurance companies na dati hindi natin masyadong pinapansin sa QMS. Expect the organization to have a good preparation and handle disruptive events if they are to happen so that losses will be minimal, okay, minimal or minimized. The community expect the activities of the organization not to affect them in a negative way, meaning yung mga the community siguro pag manufacturing plants or hospitals, where do you dispose your wastes? Okay? Ayan. Actually, hindi lang ito sa community. Kung minsan, di ba, we have what we call our corporate CSRs. Okay? And during this pandemic, because they need to reprioritize their budget, reallocation of budget. So yung pang CSR nila napunta muna ngayon sa pagtulong ng, well, CSR pa rin yun, donating to community, no? So importante pa rin yun. Okay? Shareholder, suppliers, the organization expect the organization to continue their existing business relations. Okay? Siyempre, yung supplier, talagang interested party yan. Pwede ba may bago kaming product ngayon? Pwede bang kami exclusive yung kukunin nyo, kunyari Food Panda or Grab or any supply chain, no, for the transportation. Okay? Ayan. So, regulatory. They expect you to conform to, for example, during this COVID, pag sinabing ECQ, pag sinabing walang walang birthday, dapat wala, no? Hindi pwedeng may exemption, no? Bakit yung isa birthday celebration? So this one, they expect you not to do that, okay? Especially if you are a public official. All right? Ayan. And then 4.3 scope. So meron din palang scope si BCMS like in our QMS. Okay? So the scope are activities or parts of the organization, product or service included in your BCMS. The scope shall be documented including any exclusions then. Okay? The scope can change in time. Pero dito yung scope natin, hindi siya katulad po ng QMS na na ang scope ay, sir, wala kaming planning and design. Design, kaya exempted kami sa 8.3. Yun po yung difference. Kasi dito, hindi naman siya process. Okay? Ayan. So, it's a business continuity system. So I will give you an example here. Okay? It talks about ano yung coverage. So yung real definition of scope. This public service continuity plan shall apply to the anong agency kayo, to the Development Academy of the Philippines and any person occupying their physical office at San Miguel Avenue, Pasig ba kayo? Pasig City, including contracted providers and guests. Ayan, ganyan po yung scope. Or, this public service continuity plan shall apply to the whole offices of the organization and any person occupying their physical addresses at DAP Pasig, DAP Tagaytay, and DAP, ano yung Tagalog na DAP location natin? DAP sa Mindanao.
DAP sa Mindanao, sir.
Tama. Tama ako. Including clients and service providers. Ayan. Okay. And then, ayan, kung private company, ito naman yung kanyang scope. Activities associated with the management and provision of, yan, activities associated. So, hindi lahat. With the management and provision of XXX products and services under agreement XYZ with this organization. Ayan, parang ganun po ang ating scope statement. Okay? So, ayan, may workshop tayo. Workshop. Form groups of 5. Maan will group you at random. No? 30 groups of 5. Kung 30, there will be 6 groups.
Right.
Select. Ito po, importante ha, kasi kung minsan bumibisita ako sa breakout room, tahimik lahat. Walang nagsasalita. Kasi ito yung na-miss nila. After forming a group of 5, you select your group leader. Importante yon. Anong gagawin, Sir Charlie, ng group leader? Unang trabaho ng group leader, pipili siya ng magdo-document, no? Mag-share nung template, siya yung mag-share nung template, siya yung magta-type sa template. Yun yung unang trabaho ng group leader. Second, the group leader will select who will present. Okay? Hindi dahil ikaw yung group leader, ikaw yung nagta-type, ikaw pa yung nag-present. One-man team. We will not do that here. Okay? The group leader will select the person who can document, preferably yung may access sa laptop or PC. Kasi I'm not sure, some of you might be using cellphone, it would be difficult. So, sino yung mag-volunteer na documenter, siya dapat yung may hawak ng laptop or PC para ma-download mo yung template. And then, sino yung magpe-present? So, hindi si group leader dahil siya yung pinakamaboka. No? Merong participation tayo, participation. Sinong magpe-present? And then, third duty of the leader, you facilitate the discussion. Okay, guys, itong gagawin natin. Okay. And then, member 1, anong masasabi mo? Member 2, member 3, member 4. Hindi sa'yo galing lahat ng idea just because you're leader. Dapat walang idea galing sa'yo. Ikaw yung nagpa-facilitate sa mga group members kung ano yung masasabi nila. Okay? Ayan po ha.
Sige.
And,
Sir Charlie, may we give a suggestion po? Okay lang po ba?
Of course, of course.
Sige po. Sige, napansin po kasi namin, thank you very much po. Ang dami na po nating participants. Actually, we are now 35. So, what we did actually earlier, we grouped everyone according to their sector, sir. Kasi marami po, RITM, marami po sila. 5 si RITM, si SUC po ay 6 sila. Si LGU po ay naging 2 na lang, nawala po yung 2. So, if si DOJ din po, marami rin sila. So, I think we thought that it would be to their best interest, sir. Siguro kung the same sector sila each para unified yung kanilang magiging policy, scope pala, scope statement po. Okay lang po ba, sir?
Yes, please.
Oo. Nawala lang po yung kay Phil guarantee. So, transfer ko na lang po siya dun sa room 5. Opo, lagay ko na lang po. So meron na po tayong mga meron na po tayong mga ah, breakout rooms na ready po. Tapos idadagdag ko na lang po yung iba na wala pa pong mga groups. So sir, 10 minutes lang po tama po ba?
Yes, para parang yung ginawa mo speed sharing.
Speed sharing lang po. Sige
Ito speed workshop.
Okay po, speed workshop. Sige. This breakout rooms will close automatically after 10 minutes, but it will set the countdown timer for 60 seconds. Makikita niyo naman po kung magsasara na siya prior to it being closed automatically. So I will open all the rooms. Pag wala pa pong mga assignments, i-assign ko po kayo. Don't worry po. We just need to know po kung ano lang pong organization kayo kasi hindi po namin alam dun sa iba. Nag-post po kami sa chat box ng link for the workshop. Kindly access it first before we open the room. So at least alam po natin kung sino po ang pwedeng mag-document kasi we understand that some of you are joining from your cell phones. Alright, so ready na po ba? I-assign ko na po. I will open all the rooms for 10 minutes. Alright? Okay, thank you po. Malinaw po ba? Wala po bang questions bago po tayo umalis? We shall be visiting po. Sige, check ko lang po yung chat box natin. Kung may mga tanong. Wala naman po ba?
Ma'am Mary Ann?
Yes po.
Ma'am, paano po yung assignment ng slides doon sa may template?
Okay. So the slides po, if you can see, there are 7 slides for each. So for group 1, first slide, group 2, for second slide, group 3, let's follow na lang po yung sa groupings ninyo. When I open all the rooms, you would know which room you are. So the room number would be the number of your group assignment. So for room number 1 po, si DOJ po, mga taga DOJ po. Si room number 2 po, LGU Nara. At saka Tugigaraw, na wala po yung isang LGU. Si room 3 po, lahat po ng SUC, ASC, CSU, DHVSU, saka lahat po ng MSU. Room 4 po are RITM. Sa room 5 po ay CAAP, DOE, DOST, RGC, JELA. Sa room 6 po ay dalawa po sa Phil Guarantee. Tapos sa room 7 po si Ma'am Beth, si Ma'am Eva, si Ma'am Align, si Ma'am Soledad at saka si Ma'am Teresa po. So I will open po all the rooms. So pa-access na lang po. So you will see all your group mates po. Salamat po. Meron pa po bang additional questions? Wala na po?
Hello po.
Yes po, sir.
From LGO Jongan po. Pwede
Yes
pa-add
po.
po sa LGO?
Yes po, sir. I will assign po. Medyo nawala lang po kasi kanina yung sa sige po, mag-assign. I-open ko lang po sir. I will transfer you po dun sa room. Okay lang po ba?
Okay po, thank you.
Okay, salamat po. It is now 11:10. We shall go back at 11:20. Salamat po. Sir Peds, magandang umaga. If there are any questions po regarding sa ating mga YouTube subscribers or viewers, you may type it po doon sa ating YouTube chat. And then our facilitator for YouTube, si Sir Peds Garcia po, will relay it to us po. Thank you.
Um,
Yes, Sir Charlie.
si Phil Guarantee, kakapasok lang ulit. Paki-assign siya. Saan
Actually,
group
sir,
kaya siya?
nandun na po siya sa room 6.
Hindi. Kakapasok niya ulit ngayon.
Papasok niya?
Nandito siya sa main room.
Okay. Kasi dun sa room, sir, sandali, paano ko ba gagawin?
So room 6, no? Assign ko na lang.
Sige, sir, pa-assign
Ayan.
po. Ayun,
Na-assign
oo.
ko na.
Okay, hindi ko si ma-assign. For some reason,
Okay
hindi
lang.
ko Ayan, okay. Dalawa nagdoble. Yan, nag-ano na sila, nag-assign na. Alright, sige, intay lang tayo. Time check, 11:13. For those who are watching from YouTube, so right now we are having the first workshop po. They are making the scope statement and they have been grouped according to their sectors po. Siguro po yung mga nasa YouTube, if you are seeing this right now, para po sa mga bagong dating, this is a workshop on how to formulate a scope statement for your organization. After this workshop, meron pa po tayong isa pang workshop. That will be the policy statement naman po, BCNS policy statement, which is also connected to this scope statement. Sir Charlie, 11:15, 5 minutes na lang po. Marami pa sa kanilang walang ano. Would you like to extend 5 more minutes if possible? O Sir, nakamute po kayo ha?
Hindi, sorry. Yung would you like to, sabi mo, napunta ako sa ano?
Sa kwarto?
Oo, kasi bibisitahin ko sana. Mukhang mag-extend ka nga kasi...
Sir, mukhang 11:15 kasi mukhang 5 more minutes. Sir Charlie, could you assist me to assign si Ma'am Carla Digbigan kasi nawala siya, kakapasok lang niya ulit.
Anong room ko siya ilalagay?
Dun po sa room 6.
6. Ayan, okay na.
For some reason, hindi ko siya ma-assign.
Oo. Teka lang. Alam mo, parang dalawa. Kasi meron siyang tinignan kong room 6, dalawang Phil Guarantee, Carla Digdigan.
Pati din po si Ma'am Abigail. Mukhang sa connection siguro nila, maybe they are, mukhang they're joining via cellphone and laptop po.
Oo, kasi dalawang Carla, dalawang Abigail.
Opo. Sige po, magbo-broadcast message lang po ako na mag-additional 5 minutes po tayo. So 11:25, they shall be returning po. Ano?
Miss Maan?
Yes po.
Would you like to check on them each one?
Sige po.
Pwedeng pumasok?
Sige. Sir, would you like to unassign? Sige.
I think nobody's working on slide 1 yet.
Hello, magandang, opo. Magandang tanghali po ulit. Oo. Tanong ko lang po, ma'am, yung sa DOJ po, dito po ba kayo? Yung sa groupings? Parang hindi ko po makita yung ano nila, yung yung DOJ.
Apat, ma'am. Parang apat kami.
Po. Pero dun po sa link na pinadala namin, nakita niyo po ba kung saan kayo maglalagay ng scope statement? Hindi ko po makita sa
nagawa
DOJ.
kami.
Nga po, ma'am, namin.
Nagawa kami yan sa amin.
Gumawa po kayo.
Gumawa na, kaya nag-cramp
Wala, hindi kami mga
last
techie.
few seconds.
Ma'am, kaya niyo po bang i-copy-paste dito sa lalagay ko sa chat?
Oh, yes.
Okay lang po ba? Opo. Dito po sa Google Docs. Okay lang po. Or pwede nyo naman din pong basahin if kung hindi nyo po siya malagay po dun sa Google Docs po. Or actually, ma'am, if you want, you can copy-paste po dito sa aming dito sa dito po yung Google Docs. Or you can copy-paste po dito. Ako na lang po magka-copy-paste for you. Dito po sa chat box.
Libertad ang ma'am, nag sa amin, ma'am. Nagsulat.
Okay po. Malalagay na lang po niya.
Okay, maganda man pag may Google form, all we have to do is to fill up na lang siguro.
Ay, Ma'am Pearl. Na-miss kita, Ma'am Pearl.
Yes, sir. Sorry. Ayan lang ulit tayo nakita. Sir, wala na ako sa NCR. Dito na ako sa Region 6.
Oh, Iloilo, ma'am.
Iloilo.
Anuin ko sana di ka makadto.
Oh. Kadto ka diri sa amon. Naka-MECQ ang Iloilo City ngayon until 31.
Oh, no. Nagpa-assign ka na dyan, ma'am, from NCR. Dyan ka na sa Iloilo.
Kasi this is my home.
Oh.
Home base at last.
Nice. And your family and relatives, I'm sure, are very happy to welcome you back.
Dumami biglang relatives ko. Lalo
Sabi nga nila, ma'am, babalik ka rin, di ba?
Okay. So maganda ito, Sir Charles, itong ating
Oo nga, ma'am.
continuity, really applicable, parang extension na rin ito ng ISO.
Oo, ma'am, konting tweak lang. May ISO na tayong
2015.
bago ulit.
Sige, presentation na ba ito?
Hintayin lang natin si Miss Maan, ma'am. Siya pong magtatawag sino ang unang magpe-present.
Na-miss ko yung instructions kasi biglang nag-deliver ng bagong table ko dito. I have to go up. So hindi
Okay
pa
lang, ma'am.
i-assemble pa.
Opo.
All day ba tayo, sir? Or
Yes, ma'am. Whole day po.
Whole day. Okay. Sige, thank you, sir. Silent.
Okay po. See you po. Game, man. Game na. Nakamute ka yata.
Ayun, nakamute na ako. Sorry. Oo. Sige po, first of all, reminder lang po, dun po sa mga names na hindi po naka-edit yung names nyo to reflect your agency, kindly edit it now po. Right-click nyo lang po yung inyong pangalan, tapos makikita nyo po doon, scroll down lang po kayo, rename po, and then add your agency and then your name. Salamat po ng madami. Alright, so habang hinihintay po natin si DOJ, mag-copy-paste po ng policy statement nila. Tatawag na lang po ako. So I will start with the last group. Sino ba yung ating last group? Group 7. Sino po ang assigned natin sa group 7? Ito po ay from the DAP. The DAP pala to. Sino po ang assigned sa DAP? Calling members po from the DAP po.
Yeah, i-volunturo na namin si Aline.
Volunturo daw, Miss Aline. Paano ba yan?
It's okay, ma'am. Ma'am, we are going to present now the output of Group 7 consisting of yours truly, Aline Joy Baltazar, Miss Evangeline Macariola, Miss Beth Stanislao, and we have one freelancer, ma'am, Miss Soledad Store. So basically, since there are 3 of us and there's only one freelance, we opted to take the DAP as a sample. So we all know that the DAP is an educational, government educational institution whose task or mandated by via executive order to promote interdisciplinary policy-oriented researches, education, training. Majority of our tasks are also placed on consultancy or publication on various fields, so covering local governance, public administration, primarily on the management, but we have expanded as well to other scopes like political, social sciences, and health. We also those things, rural development, and in my part, I focus on the security, so public security and welfare. So nonetheless, the AP is very broad. The AP covers very broad, but it encompasses a lot of other things, not only trainings, and now we also have the graduate studies that is done in the graduate school. So the AP is willing to sustain professional education, strategic partnership with other academic institutions, and our main interest is to create committed and responsive public and development managers. So we always advocate the promotion of national interest, and we would like to we always have this mandate na ang gusto namin ang learnings should have a ripple effect. Not only that it is being learned inside the classroom, it should have a ripple effect in the community. So basically, that's what constitutes the AP as an organization. So ang DAP-BCMS po, ano namin na it can provide a comprehensive and structured guideline for various departments within the organization if in case we are being subjected to an emergency or crisis situation, be it in form of an earthquake, or in case sa DAP-CC we have the Taal, may threat po doon tayo sa Taal, which happened like what happened last January 2020, and as well as we like this pandemic and other risk na pwede pong ma-come up doon sa assessment natin. You know, we have so many types of risks. Not only that, there are also what we call as the cyber risk. Lalo na some of our programs are being conducted online. So yun, nadagdag po yung tinatawag nating cyber risk. So DAP actually has a TWG on this, and the crafting of BCP. But we are also considering that the format of the BCP of DAP should be in alignment with the Public Service Continuity Plan, kasi yun ang pinapa-cover sa amin being part of the government. So migration to online classes, online transaction and processing, particularly for needs ng finance namin, ng budget, ng HR, etc., will be given emphasis in the DAP BCP in order to avoid disruption of processes. So primarily, ang target namin ngayon, in any case of emergency, I think ang pinaka-first option na dapat na-strengthen namin is our capabilities in terms ng online processing or online class implementation. So yun po sir, ang medyo tiny lang na scope muna na napag-usapan namin given the time kanina. Thank you po.
Thank you, Ma'am Aline. Grabe, yun lang pero sobra-sobra ang haba at tama naman, very very specific. So very good po. Normally tayong mga nasa education sector ay ito yung focus natin, online delivery of our services.
Sige.
Perfect. Thank you, ma'am. Bigyan natin sila, ma'am, ng virtual clap. Ayan.
Salamat po.
Virtual clap
tayo.
Virtual
Yes,
clap.
virtual clap. Okay? O kaya bigyan natin sila, ma'am, ng Mami Junisha clap. Yan,
ano nga yung Mami Junisha clap?
Ganito, Mami Junisha. 1, 2, 3. Very good, very good, very good. Sabi ni Mami Junisha.
Ayan. Sige, sir. After every presentation. Sir, shall I, okay na po kayo or shall I choose po?
Yeah. Perfect po.
Sige.
May konting lang yung if-in sa organization, but that's just typographical error siguro.
Sige
but
po.
content-wise, great. Excellent. All
Okay.
right, next.
Sige, I will do I will do it blindly. Group 3. Sino po si Group 3? Group 3? Sino po ang ating assigned speaker? Actually, I'm not seeing your presentation. So, blind po ang aking pag-choose. Group 3 po.
Si ano po, Ma'am I think Ma'am Luningning Aribay.
Okay. Sa SUCs po. Oo. Miss Angie, could you kindly forward the presentation to group 3? Ayun, group 3. So ating mga SUC, madami po ating state universities and colleges. Sino po ang ating assigned presenter po?
Si Ma'am Luningning Aribay.
Ma'am Luningning ng ASC, Apayao State College. Go ahead po, ma'am. All right, good morning.
So this is our output for under SUC, universities and colleges. We have the MSS copy state. So this plan shall apply to the full offices of the CSU, CSU Maguindanao, ASE, DA Batu City, Dato Odin Sinuat Maguindanao, Luna Apayao, Bacolor, Pampanga include clients and service providers. Here are the members. We have Sir Saida Minong by her Heria. Sorry for if I misspell your name. And then Luningning Aribay, yours truly, Ali Naraga, Alana Macalando, and of course, Iris de Quintanic. So thank you so much.
Go ahead, Sir Charlie po. Mukhang nawawala si ma'am.
Okay lang. Binabasa ko lang. Shall apply to, instead of whole, we can probably make it all offices na lang po. Okay, all offices of CSU, MSU Maguindanao, occupying their physical office at hanggang Pampanga, meron tayo, including their clients and service providers. All right. Okay po. Very good. Ayan. Sige.
Sige.
Bigyan. Thank you, ma'am. That's correct.
All right. So next group po ay group 2. Sino po ang nasa group 2?
Hello po, good morning from LGU Nara, Ujongan, and Tuguegarao City po.
Go ahead, sir.
Yung scope statement namin is the public service continuity plan shall apply to the whole offices and premises of LGU Ujongan. Example po namin LGU Ujongan and any person occupying their physical offices at municipal building of LGU Ujongan located at Barangay Tabing Dagat, Ujongan, Romblon, including the employees, clientele, service providers, and other stakeholders.
All right. So, very good. Tama din po yan. Or, if you like, kasi generic lang po yung nilagay ko, you can be as detailed as the one presented of the AP also. You can mention there first the mandate of your LGU, its mandate, before stating directly itong scope statement natin. Pwede rin po yun. Okay? But it is correct as it is. Thank you, sir.
All right, so let's jump to group 6. Sino po sa group 6? Group 6 po.
Hello, ma'am. Miss Carla will present po yung...
sa field guarantee po ito, mama, no?
Yes, ma'am. Miss Carla,
Okay.
please.
Miss Angie, pwede pong pa-forward sa group 6?
Hello po.
Wait lang po, ma'am, ha? I-ano lang
Sige
po
po.
natin yung presentation. Yan. Okay po, go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, I'm from Philippine Guard Corporation. My name is Carla. This public service continuity plan shall apply the whole offices of Philippine Guarantee Corporation and any person occupying the physical offices at 35 J Building, Senator Fayette Avenue, Makati, including client and service provider. Actually, meron kami ditong critical process Ang critical process po namin is backup and restoration. Meron kaming 3 destructive events. First, yung earthquake po na the big one, 7.2.
Mhm.
The other one po is yung prolonged flooding and yung
Prolong.
destructions of HGC building due to the
Right.
fire.
Right.
Bali
Okay.
po, anticipated, IT personnel will not able to report to the PGC building Makati office. Building may be damaged and unavailable. Consequences po. Data center infrastructure may be damaged and unavailable. Power, water, EC will not be available. Strategy po, establish cloud-based backup recovery system, find an alternative site due to work. Yung alternative site po namin is yung HLURB Quezon City or PhilXC Makati. Connect to virtual services and enable critical transactions po.
All right, ma'am.
Ayun
Correct.
lang po.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Great. Tama po lahat ng present so far. Maan? Next group, please.
Next group po tayo sa group 5 po. Para hindi mahirapan din si ma'am sa ano. Sa group 5 po, Angie, pwede po bang pa-forward? Naka-group,
Ito,
yan,
naka-group
group
5
5.
na.
Ayan
Okay naman.
Sir Geoffrey, may we hear your dulcet tones for presenting.
Yes, good morning. Yung ano po, yung tawag ito, yung aming scope will be on the finance department for financial management ng project continuity. And then this is of course related to that kind of service delivery for the and of course for its design, nila namin nasulat and planning and mga agreement and monitoring for say for example optimization ng IT services for that case po.
Sir, by the way, into the plenary, I'm sorry, you take ownership so it becomes first person. Hindi, wag na natin sabihin yung occupying their physical office. That was my point of view when I was the one talking, referring to your physical office. So you take ownership now so that you will see any person occupying our physical offices at physical office address like that. But you take ownership sa statement natin. Okay? Pero correct po siya in content. Yun lang po yung konting adjustment. Okay, thank you, sir.
All right, thank you po. Sige, yung next po natin is si Group 1 po, si Department DOJ po at PPA. DOJ PPA po. So isa po yung pinaka first po. Ayan. Parang nawala ata
delete. May nag-message nga si sir na delete niya.
Oo.
Sorry daw. Okay. Okay lang man. Kung na-delete ni sir unintentionally naman, we can move and then mamaya na lang i-present yung kanila.
Sige.
Basta yun po yung Yes, ma'am.
Parang nakikita ko yung nandito. Shall I read it for or anyone from the DOJ po? Kung may copy po kayo, you can read it po aloud. Kasi nakikita ko from my end yung sa workshop number 1.
Okay.
Sige po. Paano ba? Pwede bang ako mag-share, Ma'am
Yes,
Angie,
please.
para makita nila? Sige po.
Sige, better.
Oo. Para po Sige po. Ayan, nakikita niyo po ba?
Yes, yes.
Oo. Ba't kaya ganun iba-iba? Sana ibababa ko lang tong Ito.
Okay naman, kita naman. Maliwanag.
Ay, wait lang. Naiba naman. Okay.
Yan, okay.
Sige. Sige pa. Go ahead. Yan. Sige po ma'am, go ahead po. Sino po bang assign na mag-report for the DOJ po?
Si Ma'am Frances.
Go ahead po Ma'am Frances.
Hala. Okay. Ano ba siya?
Ito po ma'am, nasa screen. Pwede niyo pong basahin para hindi na po kayo mahirapan.
This business continuity plan shall apply to the Department of Justice, Parole and Probation Administration, Central Office, and at the Central Office and all regional offices and each offices and any person occupying our physical offices, including clients and relevant interested parties.
Ayan. Thank you.
May I suggest
you,
that
Ma'am
we change
Frances.
na lang, with your respect, we will change yung sabi kanina ni Sir Charlie, any person occupying. So we change that to NS field officers and all probation and parole officers assigned at the different field offices, including clients who are parolees, pardones, and probationers, and relevant interested parties. So, yun na lang siguro idagdag natin. Kasi sir, hindi ko kami kanina nakakuha kagad ng...
Yes, ma'am. Opo, mas specific po 'yon. Mas maganda po 'yan kasi generic lang yung example ko kanina. Okay, thank you Ma'am Pearl. Thank you RD Pearl. Tama po 'yon.
Opo.
Okay
So,
man, okay na
last
yata
but
tayo
not-
sa lahat. Ay, meron pa isa.
Last but not
Group
least po,
4.
si Group 4, si RITM. Sige po, sino po sa RITM?
Mr. Balansa po, ma'am.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay. So ito po yung naging scope statement po ng Group 4 consisting of Ms. Truly Eden Balansa, Mr. Fernando Calero Jr., Ms. Emma Lopez, Mr. Mercado Papusaw, and Mr. Jan Paul Felipe. This public service continuity plan shall apply to the whole of the Research Institute for Tropical Medicine and to any person occupying our physical offices and all the buildings located at 9002 Research Drive, within the corporate city and local city, including its clients and service providers.
All right. Ayan, RT.
Sige.
RTM, RITM. Okay,
Alright.
tama
Stop
po.
share na po ako. Okay na po
Okay.
tayo, sir. I think we have already
Yes.
presented.
Oo.
Opo.
Yun lang po yung mga ano natin. Tama po lahat yan. You just have to make them more specific. Okay, para hindi siya generic. Okay. Thanks. So let's proceed. We have 15 minutes or less. Ayan. So let's continue. Correct po lahat yung ating mga present, no? You can be more detailed if you want. Okay. Yan. So clause 5, it's still about leadership and commitment naman tayo. So similar to the QMS, leadership in this context means, hinighlight ko po active involvement in setting the direction of the BCMS. So we take note that they have to take the lead, not simply delegating it to the core team. Kailangan nandun pa sila, not just providing resources also, but they should be actively involved. All right? Why do we ask this from them? This is to ensure that there is a business continuity policy and objectives to promote the integration of your BC into your business processes kasi affected nga lahat. So, hindi masasayang yung mga ginawa nyong documentation in QMS because it will still be integrated in your business processes. Okay? Ayan. Another is that they will be the one to provide the resources. Like for example, simply approving your request to join a training that is providing you the time to be more capable, giving budget, no, for your BC activities, not BC na yung business continuity activities or programs. Kasi yung magra-run kayo ng mga exercise program, that is not free also. Like I said, pag nasa IT kayo, you will do hackathons just to check kung foolproof yung inyong IT system. That will not come cheap. It will be, you will be needing resources also. Okay? And then, ensure that the BCMS achieves its intended purpose. Okay? By continually monitoring through your management review kung na-achieve nga ng organization yung purpose. Okay? And then, support others to contribute to the BCMS. We are talking about your core team and everyone in the organization. No? And finally, to promote continual improvement. Ayan, maybe you can come up with quality improvement teams or the separate for private organizations. I have seen that they have their CITs, no, quality improvement teams. We can do that also. All right. And then next is you must come up with your business continuity policy. Na yung policy natin, it should be appropriate to the purpose of the organization. Mukhang kamukha, no? It should also provide the framework for setting business continuity objectives. Ayan, so kamukha pa rin niya. And then, ito yung tatlong commitment, or dalawa lang pala, sorry. Includes the commitment to satisfy applicable requirements, no? Applicable requirements, we are referring to the ISO requirement and also legal and contractual requirements. And also a commitment to satisfy for continual improvement. So parehong-pareho pa rin. And this policy shall also be communicated inside the organization. Meaning, pag nag-audit tayo, may random na tinanong na employee, Sir, ma'am, are you aware of your business continuity policy? Ayan, pag hindi, that means there is something wrong with our communication plan, okay, or communication. And finally, this business continuity policy, which is a mandatory document, must be available to interested parties as appropriate. So meaning, well, we can upload it in our website. We have a copy of that, either hard copy or soft copy, but it should be accessed anytime, anywhere. No, it should be written and signed off by top management. So normally it's the top management who crafts the quality policy and simply cascades it to everyone in the organization. So when we say cascade, not simply issue the memo, but ensure that they understand also the policy. A sample method of understanding by some clients in ISO 9001, they ask them to print it at the back of their ID or recite it during the flag ceremony if it's a private institution. Baka meron tayong public institution, sa mga private, they don't do the flag ceremony. Pero there should be meetings, no, where you make them aware and they understand it, no, through random review, random asking questions or informal conversations if they are aware of the policy. It does not mean you need to memorize it naman. Okay, so this is a very long example of a BC policy, no? In line with, ayan, yung public service continuity policy given down by anong executive order yan, the Development Academy of the Philippines, for example, acknowledges the need to establish, implement, and maintain appropriate procedures for managing the immediate consequences of disruptive events, incidents, with due regard to the welfare of the employees and guests, operational options for responding to incidents, prevention of further loss, mahaba, no? But they just want to be very, very specific. or unavailability of prioritized activities and recovery and resumption of mission essential functions. I would like to put emphasis po dito sa inyong policy dito sa mission essential functions, no? Kasi katulad nung sinabi ko, nasa classroom tayo, virtual, pag nasa academic institution ka, virtual classes, that means hindi naman mission essential yung mga ibang functions like the laboratory for conducting lab experiments, kung online naman, or meron kayong registrar's office na hindi pa naman mission essential sa pipiliin lang natin. Okay? The name of the agency commits to the attainment of the following. So again, you can list extensively your commitment, your objectives, no? Commit to safeguard human life, commit to enable effective decision making and communication during incidents, commit to reduce dependency on a specific critical function holder. Ito po yung sinasabi ko na isang tao lang yung nakakaalam kaya nag-stop yung operation. Hindi na kami makakausad. So, reduce the dependency on this specific critical function holder. Dapat meron tayong alternate, no? Alternate people or office or function who can do that. To increase organizational credibility by ensuring quick recovery from disruption and immediate resumption of critical services to the public, and this is for a public institution po or agency. And finally, ensure continual improvement. Lagi po nating nababanggit dapat itong pinakahuli, no? Commitment to meeting the requirement of the standard and other statutory and regulatory requirements, plus finally the commitment to ensure continual improvement, no? Ito, continual improvement. Yan po yung focus din natin. Okay? Another example. Ayan, ito yung shortcut version. We, the agency, guided by our mandate, our vision, mission, and core values, commit to deliver mission essential. Again, if you look at this, they are highlighting the mission essential functions even during disruptive circumstances. No, ang ganda. We shall embrace and sustain an effective public service continuity management system to ensure organizational resilience internally and externally. Ayan, ina-assure nila yung kanilang mga interested parties, employees and constituents. We shall achieve prompt recovery of our services, keeping in mind the welfare of our employees, again, protection of our resources, and the needs of our interested parties, specifically their stakeholders. And one last example, medyo mahaba po ito, kay NDRRMC. In consonance with the NDRRMC resolution, kasi sabi pwedeng banggitin yung legal basis. Ito po, cite applicable national and local plans, kaya ito yung sa kanya. In consonance with the NDRRMC, ito yung basis, no? And other decisions, decision points of the fourth meeting of the cabinet cluster, etc. Ito po yung kanyang policy, no? The agency recognizes the need to maintain a viable and effective continuity capability that would enable the continuation of public service in all hazardous environment, and across a spectrum of emergencies. The agency commits to the attainment of the following service continuity objectives. Ayan po, no? And yung to return to business as usual, ano po yan? May mga constraints nga lang. Resumption and recovery of mission essential muna. Mission essential muna dapat tayo. All right. At the shortest possible time. But of course, we are referring to the things that we can only control, ha? Kunyari, walang mabiling gamot or injection para sa COVID. So, Kaya mission essential services lang muna. Shortest possible time given the assumption that everything is within our control. But there are just some things that are beyond our control. So be careful with your commitment here. Okay. Because of that, just to test our understanding, after lunch, kasi 11:59 na, we will resume with another workshop. Ayan. You will go to your previous group, previously assigned group. Again, you select your new group leader, your new documenter, and a new presenter. And come up with a BCMS policy statement that is compliant to the requirement of this ISO standard. All right? And then we will give you another 10 minutes to do that, and you will have to present your output to the group. Okay? However, Maan, it is already 12 noon. So we will resume the workshop. Workshop
Oo.
number 2 po after our...
Oo. 12 noon. Sige po. All right. So we shall be having our lunch break po, 1 hour. Balik po tayo ng 1 o'clock. So sir, magre-resume sila ng anong oras?
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock. And then diretso na silang workshop? Or
Ipapa-workshop. Oo, yun na yung may samples naman sila ng mga business
So
continuity
sir, 10
policy.
minutes po ba or 15 minutes ang bibigay natin?
15 na lang. Medyo
15.
mahaba pala yung... Mas mahaba siya kaysa sa scope.
Sige.
Mas mahaba
Oo.
kaysa sa scope.
Oo. Sige po. Let's
Okay.
resume at 1:15. So by 1:15 kailangan meron na silang output. Tama po ba?
We resume at 1 o'clock and then you deploy them to their breakout rooms.
Sige.
And then we will present at 1:15. Okay.
Sige po. Alright. Sige, salamat po.
Happy lunch.
Ipopost ko
Happy
na lang.
lunch.
Opo, ipopost ko na lang po dito sa chat box yung ating workshop number 2 link po. And then
Alright.
we shall assign you po ulit doon sa mga dati nating grupo. Salamat po. Hello po sa lahat. Magandang tanghali po ulit. Kamusta po ang inyong lunch? Sige po. Para pampainit lang, mag-share po ako ng icebreaker lang po. Mag-icebreaker tayo kaunti. Panghimagas, kumbaga. Intellectual panghimagas. Sige po. I will share po ito. I'm not sure kung yung iba po ay nakita na ito, pero I will share po. Ano po ito? Ang tawag po dito ay guess the phrase from the pictures. Mag-share screen lang po ako. Just in case po sa mga gusto po na tignan ko ano po yung workshop natin, naglagay po ako ng workshop link sa chat box po. Sige po. Ito na po ang ating guess the phrase from the picture. Kita po ba ng lahat? Sige, example po muna ako dun sa number 1 na may word po na banana. Tapos nakahiwalay po, ban and ana. So ang word po dyan ay banana split. Pwede po kayong mag-unmute if you want to answer. Pwede po tayo mag-unmute. Or type in the chat box. Meron po
Ako i-answer yung 1 in a million, somewhere over the rainbow.
Yes po, tama po. Si Ma'am Frances. Sige po ma'am, go ahead. Kung sino po yung mga ibang gusto sumagot. Meron pa po tayong susunod dyan. Panghimagas po ito. Intellectual himagas. Sino yung mga ibang gustong mag-reply? Pwede naman po. Tingnan sa chat box. Inside job. Sabi ni Irish. Slow down. Asan si slow down?
Misunderstood.
Yes po, correct po ma'am. Half-baked, sabi ni Ma'am Donna. Si half-baked nandito sa gitna.
Small word.
Opo. Sorry, ayan. Sige, para makita niyo. Tignan natin ibang mga answers.
Double vision.
Saan po? Yes, correct po. Double vision. Tama po yung misunderstood. Si Ma'am Sol, sabi niya lazy afternoon. Yes, correct po.
Understand?
Saan po yung understand? Dali hanap. Tuna fish? Saan po yung fish? Yes, tuna fish. Totoo po. Tama po, correct. Tuna fish.
Yung misunderstood.
Yes po, correct po yun. Misunderstood. Opo.
Tapos na pantay.
Excuse me. Saan yung, yes. X, tapos tatlong Q, tapos me. Correct po, Sir John. Yung chair, ayun no, asan yung chair? Ito ay hint, ginagamit ng mga bata. Baby.
High chair.
High chair, correct po. One in a million, yes po. Tama rin po ang sagot nyo. Opo. Etong surrounded.
Teka, hindi ko siya makita.
Scrambled eggs. Yes, correct po. Scrambled eggs. Timetable. Hindi ko lang po sure kung timetable ito. Correct po, sir. Joaquin, surrounded by enemies.
Slow down.
Slow down. Yes po, correct. Somewhere over, yes po, correct din po kayo. Yes po. Kung face-to-face tayo, dami na nating prizes. Ito pong si nasa ilalim ng Somewhere Over the Rainbow.
Walking over ice.
Walking over...
Walking on ice.
Sige pa ma'am, push it further pa. Describe niyo yung word na ice.
Ice walker.
Correct po ma'am, Arceli, history repeats itself po. Walking on thin ice po ma'am.
On the ice.
Walking on thin ice. Si Ma'am Donna, yun din po ang sagot niya, walking on ice. Okay. Meron pa isa. Yung katabi ng ng surrounded by enemies.
Space Invaders.
Yes, correct po ma'am. Space Invaders. Sige po. Correct po, correct. Gusto niyo pa ba ng isa pa? Okay na kayo dito. Meron pa ako isa pa, ma'am. Word bingo. Well, it's 12:58, so we can do this again later if we still have time during our break. Sige po, 1 minute. Ayun, oo. Sige po. Request ko lang po sana doon sa mga participants natin, please edit your names kasi hindi po namin nalalaman kung kayo po ay from what agency. Miss Beth is Estanislao. Kayo po ba yan? Yung pumasok?
Yes po. Good afternoon.
Hello, Miss Beth. Gusto ko ikaw lang pala yan, Miss Beth. Palagay naman ng DAP, ma'am.
Sorry.
Miss Beth. Oo. Palagay naman ng Ma'am Beth. Oo. Ng inyong DAP colors. Yan. Sige, 12:59. Okay, I will end this ating icebreaker. Sige. Okay po. So maraming salamat po. Alauna na po. So as per instruction from our resource person, we shall be proceeding with our breakout rooms. However, meron pong mga nabawasan sa MSU po, parang may meeting sila, emergency meeting. So, oo. Magdadagdag lang po ako siguro ng mga i-assign din po kagaya po dun sa room 7. Sige po. Mag-assign lang po ako for DAP. Sige po. Okay. Ready na po ba yung sa mga Maybe if you could access po yung ating workshop 2. Na-access na po ba yung workshop 2 na link dun po sa chat box? Ipo-post ko po ulit. Sadali lang po. Para hindi kayo mahirapan. Repost ko lang po. Okay lang po. Oo. Kung may emergency po si MSU, sandali lang po hanapin natin si workshop 2 ulit. Ito po. So for our workshop 2, ito po ang ating tayo po ay nag-formulate ng scope. Ngayon naman ay policy naman. I will post it here. So before I into your breakout rooms, kindly access the document so we can check kung okay po kayo. Check ko lang po yung ating mga rooms kung nandiyan na po yung iba. Si Ma'am Donner, okay. Check ko lang po ulit. Sa room 1, si DOJ po. 3 na lang po ang natira. Okay. Nawala po yung iba. Tama po ba? Nabawasan po tayo, 28 na lang. Si LGU po, 2 na lang din po. Sa MSU, meron naman pong natirang ibang MSU. CSU po, sorry, SUC. Meron pa po tayong 5. Si RITM po, kompleto pa po. Sa room 5 po, si Ma'am RGC, nandyan pa po ba? Mukhang nawala po. At saka si Sir Joffrey. Sir Joffrey, are you present? Sige po, idadagdag ko na lang po. Ready na po ba kayo sa breakout rooms? Ibi-breakout room ko na po kayo. Alright. Sige po.
Ma'am, lumabas po ako kasi napunta ako sa group ng MSU po.
Okay. Sino po sila, ma'am? Sorry, pasensya na po. Sino po ba yung nagsasalita?
Dap po, ma'am. Alin, Dap.
Ay, Ma'am Aline. Sandali Sandali, si ASC. Sir Charlie, are you there? Pwede pong patulong nung paglagay po kay Ma'am Luningning dun sa sa room 3.
Alright, done.
Okay.
Si Ma'am Beth.
Si Ma'am
Anong
Beth.
room?
Okay, si Ma'am Beth, si Ma'am Aline ay group 7. Tsaka si Ma'am Eva.
7.
Opo.
Si Ma'am Eva, group 7.
Si Ma'am
din.
Eva, group 7 din. Si Ma'am Irish po ay group 7, group SUC po.
Anong SUC group? Room number,
Si
please.
CS room number 3 po.
3. Alright.
Opo. Tapos si Ma'am Abigail po ay of course room 6.
6.
Opo.
Okay. Si Ma'am
DOJ po
Love,
ay si Ma'am DOJ po ay group 1.
group 1. Okay. Si Aido Margaret.
Hindi po. Hindi po siya sasali sa
Wag
Si Ma'am
na
Aline
nating
na lang po
pasalihin.
palagay po sa group 7.
Hindi. Si Margaret na lang ang hindi naka-join. Na-join na lahat.
Meron pa sir, meron pa isa natira. GSPDM po.
Unassigned. Isa lang naman ang nakalagay sa nakikita ko. Si Margaret lang ang unassigned.
Kasi meron pong 5 participants po sa akin. Si Ma'am Aline po, hindi pa po siya nakalagay sa room 7.
Hindi. Sa unassigned si lang naka...
Talaga?
One
Kaya?
lang.
Ang gagawin mo lang po niyan, punta ka ng room na pinaglagyan mo sa akin, tapos i-transfer mo lang ako ng ibang rooms.
Okay, sige sir. Ma'am, sandali lang. Nasaan ba si Ma'am Aline?
Nandun po ako sa MSU kanina, ma'am. Yung grupo ng may MSU.
Si Sir Ivan.
Ayun, move ko na lang. Sandali. Room 7. Ayun. Okay na.
Ito si Sir Ojongan.
Si Sir Ivan sa LGU po, room 2.
Room 2. Ayan, assign na lahat. Okay
Opo,
na.
thank you. Right. So yung link po ay ating workshop number 2. Ito po ay gagawa ng policy statement. Sige po. Babalik tayo ng 1:15. Extend ko na lang po yung yung time. Asa kaya si Sir ano, oo. Si Ma'am sa MSU.
Ayan,
Si Ma'am Arceli.
Arceli.
Opo, sa room 3 na lang po siya. Sige po, tingnan natin yung kanilang output, sir.
Ma'am, naka-stop yung video ko. Hindi ako maka-start.
Ano po yon?
Hindi ako maka-start ng video ko because the host has stopped it.
Sandali lang po ma'am. Baka po na pindot. Sandali lang
You
po.
cannot start your video because the host has stopped it.
Okay. Baka po na pindot. Ito po ma'am. Okay na po.
Okay, sige.
Ako, ask to start video po. Opo. Pasensya na po.
Thank you.
Ewan ko ba kung bakit nagkaganon.
Thank you.
Opo.
Sige. Okay. So, dito na sa...
Sige po.
Yung PowerPoint.
Opo. Assign po namin kayo dun sa sa DOJ po. Sir Charlie, pa-assist naman po ulit. Pasensya na.
Okay, thank you.
Nawala si Sir Charlie.
Sige.
Wait lang po, Sir Ma'am ha.
Group 1 ba kami? Ano bang group namin?
Group 1 po, opo. Sandali lang po. Sir Charlie, si Sir Geoffrey po, DOE, dun po siya sa room 5. Si Ma'am Abigail, pabalik na lang po siya ulit dun sa room 6.
Walang naka-unassign. Assign naman lahat.
Meron pong natitira dito si Ma'am Abigail sa field guarantee.
Hindi ko nakikita kasi assigned lahat dito sa screen ko.
Paano kaya ito idadagdag si Ma'am?
Baka itanggal tapos
Ayun, okay na.
ibalik. Okay.
Nawala siya ulit eh. Siguro nagkaroon siya ng problema sa. Ayun,
Nagda-drop.
okay na siya. Opo. Sige, 2 minutes na lang. Extend ko na lang. One minute na titira. Mag-extend ako, sir. Okay lang? 5 more minutes?
Yes, please.
Okay. Sige pa. Sige po. Para po dun sa mga ating YouTube viewers, we are doing workshop 3 po. Sorry, workshop 2, and we are formulating a policy statement on business continuity. I hope po para dun sa mga YouTube viewers natin, meron po tayong nakakasunod pa po sila, and maybe you can also do it from your own end po, yung ating pong pag-formulate ng policy statement. Sige. Mukhang formulate na sila ng policy statements. I can see some groups have already finished, but we are extending po 5 more minutes. So it's 1:13, siguro 2 more minutes, no? Alright, sige. Check natin yung progress nila. Sir Charlie, could you assist me with checking their progress? Kasi baka mamaya biglang mag-close all rooms to, magbalikan sila lahat.
Merong hindi naka-assign. Si Ma'am Sada, saan siya?
Sa MSU po yan.
Anong room yun?
Kakapasok lang po. MSU ay room 3.
Room 3, ayan.
Opo.
Sige.
Tapos sila Ma'am Eva, bigla silang na lumabas. Tsaka yung nasa DAP po, hindi sila naka-join sa room 7.
I-click lang yung join kasi naka-assign.
Oo.
Uy, naka-join kami sa group 7.
Talaga po, ma'am? Wala po
Naka-join
nakalagay.
Oo.
Naka-join ba kayo? Tapos
Hindi
naka-mask?
kasi hindi makita yung si Aline kasi nagta-type eh. Nilagay niya doon sa group chat. Nilagay niya sa group chat.
Okay. So nag-access na lang po kayo remotely, ma'am. Okay.
Yeah.
Sige po. Okay. Hello?
To safeguard human life is applicable rin sa atin. Number 2, to enable effective decision-making and communication during incidents. Siguro, para baguhin kaya natin. To enable effective
Sige. Alright po. Nandito na po ba ang ibang, nagsarado na po kasi automatically yung ating 28 participants na po
28
tayo.
na, okay
Oo.
na.
Sige po. Check ko lang po yung nandito sa sa chat box kasi yung sa MS sa po, yung pong sa MSU. Ma'am, tanong ko lang po, itong MSU Maguindanao, nakahiwalay po ba siya doon sa group ninyo? O ito na po yung sa group 3?
Bali, ma'am, nag-usap na kami ni Sir Bagulong. Bali, yan na yung sample namin for MSU Maguindanao.
Okay. Sige po.
Opo.
Assist ko na lang po kayo. Sandali. Tignan natin dun sa slide. So, group 3. Ma'am, may nakalagay naman po. Sandali.
Nilipat ko na po. Doon.
Nilipat niyo na. Okay, salamat po,
from the
sir.
chatbox to group 3.
Oo. Check
Thank
ko
you,
lang
sir.
po.
Thank you. Opo,
Salamat
thank you.
po. So, si group 1 po ay naging RITM. Tama po ba? Okay. So, si group 2 po ay LGU. Tama po ba?
Yes
Ang
po.
nakikita ko?
Yes po,
Okay
yes
po.
po.
Okay. Tapos si group 3 ay si SUCs. Tama po ba?
Opo.
Okay. Si group 4 po ay si sila ma'am, si DOE, si Kaap, tsaka si Ma'am Donna, DOST. Tama po ba?
Ma'am, actually, we're supposed to be group 5, but
Oo nga po, nagka-rumble-rumble na po.
yeah.
Opo. Tapos si Field Guarantee ay group 5. Okay lang po. Basta po ang importante, meron po tayong output po for this workshop. Okay na po. Sige po, okay lang. Si group 6 po ay naging si DOJ. Sige po. Tapos group 7, DAP. Sige po, kompleto po tayo. Medyo nagkaroon lang ng karambola dun sa groupings, pero that's okay. Importante po ay dito ay meron tayong outputs. Sige po. Sir Charlie?
Yes, please continue with group 1. Nandyan naman na
Sige,
nakapresent.
oo, magsunod-sunod na po tayo. So start with group 1 and then after group 1, sir, if you would like to say a few comments, and then after ni Sir Charlie, and then the next group po, and then the next group. Okay, go ahead po for group 1, si RITM. Who would be your group reporter po or presenter?
Ako po, ma'am.
Sige po.
Okay, kay Sir John.
Opo. Sir John po.
Sir John po.
I-highlight natin si Sir John. Asan si Sir John? Highlight natin si Sir. Sige.
Oh, nawala po.
Nawala. Yan.
So ito po yung BCMS policy statement ng Group 1 ng RITM. So in coherence with Republic Act number 10121 series of 2010 as embodied in the National Disaster Response Plan and the Department of Health's National Safety Index, the Research Institute for Tropical Medicine acknowledges the need to establish, implement, and maintain appropriate procedures for managing the immediate consequences of disruptive incidents with due regard to the welfare of employees, patients, clients, and guests. Operational options for responding to incidents, prevention for further loss, or inavailability of prioritized activities and recovery and resumption of mission essential functions. The Research Institute for Tropical Medicine commits to the attainment of the following public continuity objectives. First is to safeguard human life. Second, to enable effective decision-making and communication during incidents, to reduce dependency on the specific critical function holder, to increase organizational credibility by ensuring quick recovery from disruptions, and immediate resumption of critical services to the public and other stakeholders, and to ensure continual improvement of the organization through public service continuity management.
Ayan. Thanks Sir JP. Okay naman po lahat. Wala akong makitang dapat i-improve. Okay, ang ganda kasi you were able to mention kung anong legal basis, no? The Republic Act 10121 at saka yung Department of Health. And also the objectives are correct for me. Okay, thank you sir.
Thank you po. Thank you po.
Palakpakan.
Sir,
Group
paano
2.
kay Ma'am Aling Janisha?
1, 2, 3. Very good, very good, very good.
Okay, next group po. Si Group 2 po, sino po ang presenter ni Group 2?
Hello, si Sir Julius po.
Yes,
Hello,
good
Sir
afternoon.
Julius.
Hello
Good
po.
afternoon.
Julius po from Tuguegarao City. So this is our policy statement, and this was anchored to relevant laws and our city's mission and core. So we, the local government units of Tuguegarao City, guided by our mandate pursuant to RA 10121, which is the Philippine Disaster Restoration Management Act, and other related laws and policies and city's vision. Yan, inankla namin sa aming vision para align siya. Mission and core values fulfill to uphold the principles of DRM and CCA. We included the climate change adaptation kasi yung impact ng DRM. So to ensure continuous delivery of quality services, and we included here during emergencies, not only in the disruptive circumstances. So include namin emergencies. So the office or the LGU commits to the attainment of the following public service continuity strategy objectives. Yung pinakaunang priority natin, it's the public safety, to uphold the humanitarian safety. Next, in terms of emergencies and disruptive circumstances, it is necessary to have an effective communication. And also, this effective communication, magbibigay siya ng critical and inclusive decision-making. Not only in decision-making, not only the leaders or the officials, which this includes the stakeholders who manage the emergencies. 3, to ensure strong and continuous organizational independency through public service continuity management. 4, to provide timely emergency response during the emergencies. And number 5, yung isang aim ng ating service continuity plan, in which increase organizational leadership and governance by ensuring quick and prompt recovery and immediate resumption of basic critical services for the public. So, yan po yung aming policy statement at our group.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sir John. Sir Julius, sorry. To enable strong continuous, no? I'm looking for the keywords of commitment and continual. So, nandito naman po lahat ng elements. Kasi kunyari ako yung nag-audit nito, I will look for the words commitment and also the government legal basis and also the continual provision of service. Okay naman po lahat, sir. Thank you, Sir Julius. Okay, Miss Maan, palakpak na tayo. Group 3 naman po.
Sir, magpalakpak na lang tayo after all na lang ng ano.
Yes,
para sa
Hindi, virtual clap lang ako.
Sige po. Alright,
Ayan.
next group po. Group 3. May we hear from Group 3 po?
Pakibaba na yung slide sa Group 3. Naka-Group 2 pa rin.
Miss Angie, pa-forward po nung Group 2. Yan. Thank you. Sino po ang ating reporter? Sa ano po ito? SUC. Sino po ang magre-report?
Mambay Aljano.
Yes,
Mambay. Sige po. Go ahead, Mambay.
So we have a draft here from the MSC Maguindanao. We, the MSC Maguindanao, CSU, ASC officials and employees guided by our mandate, vision, mission, and core values, commit to deliver mission essential functions even during disruptive circumstances. We shall embrace and sustain an effective learning continuity management system to ensure organizational resilience internally and externally. MSU Maguindanao, CSU, ASC commits to the attainment of the following learning continuity objectives. Number one, to safeguard human life. Second, to enable effective decision-making and communication during incidents and or disruptions. Number three, to reduce dependency on a specific critical function holder, followed by to increase on our organizational credibility by ensuring quick recovery from disruption and immediate resumption of critical services to our students and stakeholders. And last but not the least is to ensure continual improvement in organization through learning
Learning
continuity
continuity.
management.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Mambay. Very nice. So, nandun po lahat, no? Importante, yung mga number 1 na yan, human life talaga kasi that's what we want, no? Okay. Employees mandate. So, your legal basis is the mandate of the CSU. Okay. Thank you. Next, please, group 4.
Yes, sir. So I'll be presenting po yung aming policy statement for Group 4. So in line with the National Air Navigation Plan, the Civil Aviation Authority of the Philippines, CAAP, establish, implement, and maintain appropriate procedures for managing the immediate consequences of disruptive incidents with due regard to the employees and guests, options for responding to incidents, prevention of further loss or unavailability of activities, and recovery resumption of mission critical services. Okay. If you would notice, I've written the word po nung yung critical kasi po sa CAAP, we're more on mission critical applications. So that's why I find it appropriate to make use of the word critical.
Critical. All
CAAP
right,
commits. Yes, sir. So allow me to continue, sir. CAAP commits to the attainment of the following public service continuity objectives. Number 1, to deliver safe air navigation and air traffic control services. 2, to ensure activity and operational recovery of redundant systems used in communication, navigation, surveillance, and air traffic management. And 3, to provide frontline services for the aviation stakeholders. That would be one more thing, sir. For idea what is the National Air Navigation Plan, allow me to mention lang po yung hierarchy ng mga plans. Kasi po sa civil aviation, there's what we call the Global Air Navigation Plan. So worldwide po yung scope na yon. Regional. So since ang Philippines po belongs to the APAC, Asia Pacific region, so our National Air Navigation is aligned to that, to those plans. So yun na po, sir. Thank you.
All right, sir. National Air Navigation Plan. So kaya pala yung in line with the National Air Navigation Plan ang minention ni Sir Noric, hindi yung international, sir? Sa
Yes, sir.
APAC dito,
Correct
in
po.
line
Yes,
with.
sir.
All right. Okay, sir. I don't see anything wrong. Critical support functions also. Tama. Also your critical support functions. Do not forget about the not just the frontliners but also the critical support. Okay, thank you, sir. Group 5, please.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Sir Charlie.
Ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Pasensya na po. Pwede pong palakas po ng boses natin. Medyo mahina po kasi.
Sorry, ma'am. Ito po, ma'am. Hello?
Yes, much better. Go ahead po.
Ayan. Good afternoon, everyone. Again, I am Abigail De Los Santos from Philippine Guarantee Corporation. And meron po kami ditong draft. Basahin ko lang po. I'm sorry. We, the Philippine Guarantee Corporation, guided by our mandate, vision improve private sector participation in addressing the nation's housing, agriculture, guarantee, and small business needs through variable to mobilize resources for housing, agriculture, guarantee, and small business and core values. To commit, deliver mission, essential function even during disruptive circumstances. We shall embrace and sustain an effective public service continuity management system to ensure organizational resilience internally and externally. And in actual po, we have already BCMS policy manual pero hindi lang po namin mabuklat ni Miss Carla yung record namin.
And sustain an
Ayun
effective
po. So, gumawa na lang po kami ng draft namin dalawa. Pero in record po, we have already a document BCMS policy po.
Okay po, ma'am. I-align nyo lang kung baka mas mahaba yun, ma'am, no? Hindi nyo lang dala yung kopya.
Opo,
Pero
hindi
okay lang naman po.
mabuklat.
Okay lang po. Pwede naman po ito. Thank you, ma'am. PPA. Ayan. PPA na po.
Magpe-present for DOJ PPA po. Yes po, nakikita po namin, ma'am. Opo. Si policy statement po, nandun po sa group 6, opo. Hello, ma'am? Anyone from the DOJ po?
Ako na lang po magbabasa, ma'am.
Sige po, go ahead,
Sige,
ma'am.
ma'am, Fran.
The Parole and Probation Administration created under PD 968 as amended by RA 10707 mandated to conserve and or redeem prisoners and offenders who are under the parole and probation systems in order to ensure continuity of probation and parole functions during period of disruptions such as when there are national emergencies and environmental disasters. Commit to 1. Ensure protection of lives and maintain safeguard to promote peace and social order at all times. 2, to respond to the needs of relevant interested parties, including clients, victim representatives, community, and other stakeholders. And 3, to ensure the continuity of rehabilitation/intervention program by utilizing innovative interventions.
Ma'am, kulang po yan. Hindi po yan yung latest. Ma'am, paki-refresh lang po siguro, ma'am, kasi hindi po yan yung pinaka,
yung final? Okay.
Opo. Hindi nasa kanila siguro, Ma'am Franz, hindi nila agad. Mga 6 na po yung atin.
Wow, na-update na, ma'am, kagad. Yun yung example ng continually improve.
Yan na po,
Ayan,
Ma'am Franz. Mas marami ka po.
Continually improving.
Opo, continually improving. Nandyan naman, may nadagdag kagad.
O yung ano na lang po, yung commitment
yung 4,
na lang po
5,
namin.
6 na lang, Ma'am Fran. Yes po.
Okay. Sa commitment na lang po ako, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
To ensure protection of lives and maintain welfare among personnel and clients alike. 2, to enable effective and efficient critical human intervention. 3, to maintain effective lines of communication and cascading of decisions and specific responses. 4, to promote peace and social order at all times. 5, to respond to the needs of relevant interested parties, including clients, victims, victim representatives, community, and other stakeholders. 6, to immediately restore services and ensure continuity of, hindi ko na pumabasa, masyadong mababa.
Rehabilitation.
Continuity.
Hindi ko na po siya mabasa sa screen ko, ma'am.
Yan na, ma'am.
Okay. Continuity Rehabilitation Intervention Program. Yan na po. By utilizing innovative intervention in the event of disruptions. Yun.
Ensure continuity of
Very good. Okay.
Si ma'am pwedeng announcer sa MTRCB, yung patnubay ng magulang.
Akala ko sa maalaala mo kaya.
Pwede rin.
Nice, nice. Galing. Nandun, ma'am. Continuity of Rehabilitation Intervention Program. Dapat hindi po mag-i-stop yan talaga. Okay, thank you for all your commitments. And finally, Group 7. Group 7 po.
Si DAP po. Sino po kaya ang presenter ng ating DAP?
Yan, pa-page down na.
Ma'am, ako na lang po at ulit.
Sige po.
Okay, ma'am.
Opo. Sir, this is our policy statement. We have discussed earlier sa meeting namin po that we only look into the DAP function as a whole kasi hindi naman po kami gumagawa ng public service na katulad ng ibang line agencies na literally meron silang stakeholders in the ground. So ang target po namin, 2 grupo lang, internal para sa processing at yung estudyante na direct lang po namin. That's why we crafted this po. To meet the academic business objective and ensure continuity of the operation, the DAP shall adapt and follow well-defined listed plans and procedures, build redundancy in teams and infrastructure, and manage a quick and efficient transition to the backup management for business systems and services. This looks into yung sinasabi ko po kanina na 2 grupo lang ng target namin, which is the internal and the client. Sir, within the DAP po kasi, per department, we have our own chunk of policy. So meron lang nagko-kolekta sa taas, yun ang parang technical working group ng business continuity plan. So that explains the first part. So the DAP BCMS policy reiterates the commitment of DAP towards delivering the fastest transition and highest quality of service through online and backup arrangement, ensuring that the students, clients, academic activities, and internal administrative services do not suffer in any way. The plan shall be available to all center of the DAP. Currently, the DAP adopted the bottom-to-top scheme wherein they collected individual BCPs coming from different center. Tapos sinasubmit siya, pinapresent namin siya, ang sinasubmit sa TWG. Then later the TWG will craft the official DAP BCP, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Yung policy, no? So wala pa tayo existing policy as of now.
Wala pa, ma'am. Oh, sir, sorry. But ongoing sila, sir, because we have presented our chunk nung last 2 weeks ago, I think. So I think they will develop something na or on broader scope. That's why, sir, ang focus lang muna namin dito because we have not totally identified all the stakeholder. 2 grupo lang muna. The client, student, and the internal.
All right po. Because eventually, there should only be one policy for the entire agency. Tama po yan, ma'am. Kaya lang, okay, wala naman akong makitang mali rito. I'm just looking for the commitment. So, nandun naman pala sa loob yon. DAP BCMS reiterates the commitment of DAP. Okay? So, nandyan naman po yung mga commitment natin. And then, the commitment to continual improvement, maybe that would be good because they will be looking for that also. Okay, ma'am. Yun lang po. Thank you very much. Palakpakan ulit. Ayan, virtual clap. Ayan, sige. Ayan, thank you. Thank you. Sige, galing. Any questions? Because we will now proceed to, where is that? Ayan. Ayan, clause 5 pa lang tayo ah. Ayan, roles and responsibilities, no? And authority. As mentioned this morning, the roles and responsibilities for BC shall be established, assigned, and communicated within the organization. Therefore, what we are trying to say is we still need, even if it is top management who needs to initiate or take the lead role, again, we will need to form, no? To form or first assign people. Assign people who will take the lead, who will take charge of our BMS. Second, create or define their roles and responsibilities. Ano yung kanilang duties and responsibilities in addition to their normal function. Because again, you don't need to hire additional people for this. The existing people, yan na yung employees natin. Kayo na rin po yung gagawa nito. Okay? Why do we need to do that? To ensure that the BCMS conforms to the requirement of the standard. Kasi nga po, may minimum requirements si standard. Okay? And to ensure the reporting on the performance of the BCMS to top management, which you will be doing during the management review. Okay? Yun po yun. Kasi may mga issues tayo, may mga needs and expectations of the interested parties, and then meron tayong performance review. All of those must be reported during your MR. Okay? Ayan. Tapos dapat ano rin po ha, aside from the core team, you need to develop an internal auditors team again. A team of internal auditors for this purpose. All right? Ayan po. That is the roles and responsibilities. And then it says there, make sure that it is communicated to the organization para hindi nabibigla na, sino yung nag-audit sa atin ng BCMS, they know that this is the core team who will be visiting your offices to check yung testing nila yung mga programs ninyo, exercise programs, if they are in place, hindi kayo nagugulat. Okay? Ayan. And then, tip lang po ito, no? Evidencing leadership to an auditor. If the auditor will say, kasi parang ang hirap, there is not much documentation in clause 5. Ang clause 5 kasi puro ensure yung mga terms nila, no? So, ma'am, ang question dito pag nag-audit, how do you provide evidences of leadership pag in-audit kayo ng auditor? Okay? Etong binigay ko na to is just a tip for your top management. An auditor will typically test leadership commitment by interviewing one or more members of your top management and assessing their level of involvement. Okay? We want to make sure na sila po ay actively involved. Okay? In participation in the number 1, in the evaluation of risks and opportunities. Okay, that is one way that they can show their leadership. Second, in the establishment and communication of your policies. So dapat nandun sila yung signatory, sila yung nagsasabi kung ano yung policy related to BCMS. Okay? And then setting and communication of your functional objectives, okay, related to BCM. And people are aware how they can contribute to that and what are the consequences if they will not help in achieving the objective. Okay. Also, their participation in the review and communication of system performance. Well, that is during your performance review or management review. And finally, ensure that they will be allocating appropriate resources. Una, resources are both manpower, supplies, financial needs for running the programs, okay, exercise programs. Also, accountabilities. Dapat po magtatalaga tayo ng tao. Normally, ang accountability naman natin sa mga team leaders or division heads or department heads, no? But of course, top management will be responsible for them. Okay? Because we know responsibility and authority will go together. Another tip here is before the external audit, you need to identify who will sit down during the audit, pero mas maganda kung lahat sila. Okay? And then you brief them on the possible questions and the possible answers also. Okay? Kasi kung minsan masyadong busy ang ating mga top management. All right? Nothing beats preparation. Kaya sabi dito, prepare them for the interview with a dry run through, no, of the questions that are likely to be asked. Sanay na sanay kayo dyan sa ISO 9000. Okay? Now, in clause 6, the same. We will again create opportunities, risk and opportunities matrix. Okay? Gagawa din po ulit tayo ng risk and opportunities matrix. Why? No? This is to give assurance that the BCMS can achieve its intended outcome. Yung intended outcome natin is we provide the same quality service in 2 hours time. We can resume in 4 hours time. Ayan, kasi kunyari online ngayon, no? Dapat yung mga internet providers, yan yung kanilang ginagawa. Meron silang risk and opportunity matrix saying, sir, kapag nag-downtime in 2 hours, we can restore the internet connection because yan na yung parang natin ngayon, culture. We cannot live without internet talaga. Okay? Prevent or reduce. Prevention sometimes is very, very difficult, but reduce the undesired effects is possible. Okay? Sa teaching, ang ginagawa po namin, kasi normally like this, we call this session synchronous session to prevent or reduce the undesired effect of not being able to continue with the lecture. Kunyari, ongoing na ganito. Ngayon lang tayo nagre-record and then paano kung biglang nawala yung internet, wala na, na-delay na tayo. So what we also do, although extra effort siya, kaso kailangan gawin, maybe you can adapt that also. Yung mga nasa teaching po sa government hindi yata. We do pre-recorded sessions. No, we just prepare. So we pre-record it already in case kunyari nagsisynchronous tayong ganito wala biglang may brownout o kaya may nag-ayos ng yung internet natin na bunggo yung poste, meron pa ring okay lang. Basta may kuryente, no? We send ahead of time the lecture materials to our students para they can still read through it and then kung may problem sila, we answer them through text, ganun po. Okay? Anyway, what is important here is we note that our ROAP risk and opportunity matrix here must be in relation to your business continuity. No? Paano sila how can they still receive the quality service that you used to provide? Okay? Kahit merong emergency o kaya merong disruptions. All right? Ayan. Well, examples of, in addition to process risks, here are some examples also. The risk of not having top management support, yung ang hirap yata gawa niyan. Sir, gusto namin ng bonggang-bonggang exercise program na ganito because it would really help. However, there is no top management support. Well, that ends everything in the first place, no? We don't need to go into, we don't even need to think about certification anymore if top management will not support you by allocating people, by allocating other type of resources, especially financial. Kasi gagamit talaga tayo ng financial resource dito. No, because you need to pay, of course, the certifying body. You need to send people to training, and that is not also free. Okay? The risk of having an organizational culture that completely disregards BCMS or only implementing BCMS to satisfy a major customer. Ayan, mali from the start, mali yung intention, no? I think the intention of this nabanggit natin doon sa purpose nung kanina is to be able to provide service right away, no? To make it quick yung recovery or the continuance of your service. And ano naman po yung opportunities natin? On the brighter side, ISO 9000 certification to the standard can be used for marketing purposes. Siyempre, kung ako yung client, especially if it's a private transaction, I would want to partner with a company who will tell me, who will commit or promise to me, regardless of the disruption, they can continue providing service. Syempre, doon tayo pupunta. If you say, Converge says, I can do this. Kahit ano, sir, meron kaming, pag nakat yung line sa Baguio, we can use reroute. Kaya wala pong disruption. We can reroute to Ilocos or to La Union, something like that. No, I will automatically shift to that kind of provider. Okay? Ayan. Second, it could lead to better cooperation between and among different departments within the organization. Kasi kung minsan, kanya-kanya, but of course, probably with this effort, it is an opportunity for them to get along. No? Kasi especially our services or departments are interrelated. Ayan po. Ayan. And then, business continuity objectives and planning to achieve them. No, this is similar to coming up with ang tawag natin sa ISO 9001 is quality objectives, no? Kung merong quality objectives doon that are equivalent to your IPCR or OPCR, ito po ay different because it has something to do with your commitment naman to kunyari tinesting ko, nag-down yung program, will you be able to provide service right away in how many hours? Yan yung mga klase ng objective natin, no? What about the integrity of the data? Baka pag may nangyari, hindi na natin ma-restore. Oo, tumuloy yung service natin, pero paano yung mga na-save na data natin? Will it still be intact? Ano? So paano natin how do we promise to do that? Okay? And as with any other objectives, it must be measurable. Okay? Measurable using the SMART acronym, no, for our objective. Okay? The objective shall consider applicable requirements. Applicable requirements, we are referring to statutory, regulatory requirements without violating them, of course. No, we do not overcommit and underdeliver. Okay, and these objectives must or shall, kasi mandatory pag shall, be communicated to everyone involved. Okay, hindi yung pag meron tayo in-audit na staff, ma'am, hindi ko po alam yan. Si boss lang po ang may alam. Nako, that means it was not communicated to all of you. So when we say the entire organization, from the CEO down to all the positions within the organization. And again, like any other objective, it must be monitored, updated as appropriate. No? Monitored meaning during if you have weekly, if you have monthly meetings in the department, minomonitor po natin yon. So hahanapin, how do you monitor your quality objectives, ma'am? Una, nakapost po sa ano yan, bulletin board namin, nakaprint. Meron kaming matrix ng objectives. Okay? May example yata tayo dito, no? Ito, parang ganito. So the business continuity objectives and planning to achieve them, ito po yung mga content, no? The detail for each objective are the following. What will be done? Ito siya. Siyempre, yung objective nyo muna. Resources required, responsibilities, and when will it be completed and how the achievement will be evaluated. Paano nyo ina-evaluate yung KPI? So for example, we have here, the objective is the reaction time to any incident on our network shall be under 3 hours from notice. Wow! It's a tall order, but of course, ito yung objective natin. With respect to the network, any kind of incident with respect to their network, no, yung uptime at saka downtime ng internet connection. Okay? Sabi dito, for us to be able to do this, ano yung kanilang actions, no? Action plan ang tawag naman natin kay ISO 9001. Ano yung action plan? Sabi nila, they will subcontract the intervention for areas 1, area 2, and area 5. So na-identify nila kung anong connections yon or areas. And then, they will relocate teams 3 and 4. No? I-relocate nila sila. Kaninong responsibility? Normally, the head of office, kaya nakalagay dyan, operations manager. Pero kung merong connection yan sa ibang department, kunyari payment yan, transaction, so lagi pong operations plus yan, IT. Ayan. O kaya procurement. So, ang responsible person, wag pong ilagay office ha. Kasi normally ang nilalagay ng iba, kaninong responsibility yan? Sa OARM, Office of Audit and Risk Management. Wag po. Kasi especially if in the office, there are a lot of people there. Do not do that. Kasi baka magkakaturuan sila. Unless, if we say in our definition or in our procedure, we say that when I say office, that means automatically it is the office head who is responsible. Pag ganun po, okay lang. Pero kung hindi naman ganon, you need to indicate who is the process owner. Okay? Sino ang gagawa? Sino ang responsible for achieving this objective? Okay? This person will make sure, no, that the actions will be in place so that they will be able to achieve their target objective. Okay? So, i-indicate po dito kung pwedeng pangalan, pangalan. Kung hindi naman pangalan, position nung tao na yon. Para whoever is in that position, we know that siya yung accountable dito. Okay? For accountability purposes. And then, these actions are not free. Maybe there are financial resources needed. If not financial, materials. So we indicate that in our template also. All right? And then, when are we going to complete yung action na yan? Kailan natin gagawin? Or ano ang normally duration or time frame, no? For us to be able to implement that action. Ayan. Pagkatapos yan, nawala yung column dito, nakat, sorry, nakat. Pero how are you going to review and monitor those objectives? No? Para i-indicate nyo yun during our quarterly performance evaluation, during your semestral, kung dalawa, or annual performance review or management review. Doon lang. So, if you will ask me, Sir Charlie, ano dapat yung minimum? Isa lang ba? I don't agree with one kasi mabubulaga ka na lang kung end of the year. Wala ka nang magagawa. If it happened and you were not able to achieve it, you can no longer adjust your strategy. Barang nangyari, hindi pala natin na-achieve yung objective. Why? Because it's only at the end of the year that you knew about it during the report. So I suggest minimum 2 po dapat. In case you are not meeting your objectives after your semestral, you call it, I think, mid-year planning, no? Mid-year planning or mid-year review, you can still change your strategy. No? Sa budget, pwede pa silang mag-catch up plan also pag magre-reallocate. Ayan. So that's it for the objectives, no? Business continuity objectives. Any questions with the business continuity objectives? All right. Kung wala, wala daw man, no? Wala naman ako nakikitang nagta-type. So please allow me to proceed again. Okay? The same, nakita nyo po yung 6.3, ano? This 6.3, If there are changes, I think we mentioned that earlier this morning. If there are changes to your BCMS, it should be conducted in a planned manner and should take into consideration what is the purpose of the change and its potential consequences, the integrity of the BCMS, the availability of resources, and the reallocation of responsibilities. So yung existing change management plan ninyo, kung meron na doon sa QMS, wag nyo na pong baguhin, dagdagan nyo na lang ng BCMS. But if you look at the content, pareho lang naman po eh. Purpose of the change, no? Probably you just add their box. What change are we talking about? Anyway, the contents are the same. Itik nyo na lang. Is this a BCMS for QMS or change for BCMS? So dadagdagan lang po yung choice sa boxes na yon. Okay po? Ayan, all right. So that is now your clause 6. Okay, clause 6. Ayan, with regards to the resources, okay, ito po yung we make sure no to implement and maintain an effective BCMS. An organization needs to identify and provide the supporting resources required to operate, maintain, and continually improve it. So ano ba yung resources, no? The resources that we are talking about need to be capable if we are talking about equipment or infrastructure, no? Capable ba yung building natin to hold operations o masyado siyang maliit? Hindi kasya ang nag half in half out tayo, naka ECQ. Ayan. Okay, o kaya are the resources competent if we are talking about manpower, no? If we are talking about manpower, kailangan competent sila. And if we are talking about materials, no? Supplies, are they sufficient? Do we have enough vaccines to to inject to the whole Filipinos, to the whole country? Ayun, konti. Ako nga, wala pa ring bakuna. No, nasa third batch. The last batch are those people without any comorbidity. Okay? So these are your resources. So you need to check on this, the integrity of the building, the office, the competence of your people, no? Normally, ang iniisip lang po natin, tao kasi palagi, ha? Pero when we say resources, kailangan din po yung supplies at saka yung capability ng system, ng process, yan, ng infrastructure in short. Okay? Ayan. Kung naglagay tayo ng sangkatutak na checkpoint, nako, baka lahat na ng kapulisan at kasundaluhan nandun na po sa checkpoint for COVID. Wala na pong nagme-maintain ng peace and order. So, dapat capable po yung infrastructure natin. That's what we are trying to say here. All right? Sa resources. And then, yung awareness, alam na po natin yung ginagawa natin. Yung awareness with regards to your BCMS, ayan, may mga info drive tayo. Info drive or caravans to inform our, especially our people, no? Please do sacrifice some time. Pag government, madali lang yan because we conduct flag ceremonies. So you just inform them, the head of office informing them about it. Plus, do not forget, please, the evidence of documentation that you are making it, ha? Minutes of the meeting, pictures, memorandum, circulars, etc. To make sure that people are aware, but please go over awareness. Go over that, go beyond that, and also make them understand. They are aware, plus they understand your why you have why you are doing your BCMS. Okay po? Ayan no. Talks, toolbox talks, supplier agreements, employee briefings and updates. it will not take too much of your time. You need to inform them about it. Kasi kanina nakita ko sa policies na nilagay nyo, number 1 ninyo is to save lives. So if they don't know about these actions, these protocols, no, delikado po yan. Okay, delikado po yan. Ayan. And then, ito, communication. To enable the processes in your BCMS to work effectively, an organization shall establish what needs to be communicated, when it needs to be communicated, to whom. Hindi po ito yung the communication of BCMS, iba po yung nilalagbook natin. The logbook that we are talking about or using, yun po yung day-to-day operations ninyo. May na-receive na letter, may na-receive. So, anong oras, sino yung nag-receive? It's different. Okay? Ito po, nandito po sa tip yung sinasabi ko. If your communication requirements are well-defined in your processes, policies, and procedures, of course, then you do not need to do anymore to satisfy this requirement. So, although meron na kayo, in place na pala siya, very effective naman, then okay na. Sabi naman dito, you don't need to create a separate communications policy only for BCMS. Sufficient na yung existing communication policies ninyo or communication process. Alright? Ayan. Kung ang ISO napakadami, yung 9001 napakadaming documented information. Sa clause 7, ito yung difference pala by the way. I think doon hindi natin sinabi, no? Pero ang clue natin doon, must be retained and maintained as documented information automatic. Ganun din po ito. Sinabi there are 14 mandatory documented information. Ayan po. Daanan natin. The list of legal, regulatory, and other requirements. Ito yung mga binanggit nyo kanina in compliance with our mandate, mission, vision, purpose, in compliance with executive order or administrative order. Ayan, yun po. Ito yung number 1. Ano sila? In clause 4.2.2 of BCMS, i-enumerate po ano yung mga legal, statutory, and other requirements that you need to comply with. Okay? Importante po yan. Second is the scope. Ginawa nyo na yan kanina. No? At least natapos nyo yan. Third is the business continuity policy. Meron na rin kayo, nagawa nyo na. So okay na. Ang gagawin nyo na lang pagbalik nyo sa respective offices is number 4. We did not do this as an exercise kasi kulang yung oras natin pag technical guidance na yung gagawin natin pag ganon. No? The business continuity objectives, mandatory documented information din yan. Competencies of personnel. Competencies of personnel. So you need to select people who are qualified. Ano yung mga qualifications? Okay? Before assigning them in their respective assignments, dapat may mga qualification. Kapag sa BCMS, dapat trained sila sa foundation, sa documentation requirements, sa auditing, no, internal auditor course, okay? Ayan, if you are talking about the competencies of people in the BCMS, okay? Hindi po pwedeng yung competence, kunyari Sir Charlie internal auditor na kami, tatapos na namin internal auditor course pero ISO 9001. Magkaiba po ito if you are talking about that kind of competence. Okay? Ayan. Kunyari tinanong, ma'am, marunong ka bang magbigay ng first aid? Kailangan mo ng dapat meron silang training on how to provide first aid in case of emergency. No? Ayan. Business continuity plan and procedures. Ayan, yung parang documented information natin. work instructions, and at saka syempre yung plano mismo. Okay? Documented communication with interested parties. How did you upload? How did they know about it? Meron ba kayo sa website ninyo? O kaya direct communication na hindi website? May pina-receive ba kayong documents? Alright? Records of important information about the disruption, actions taken, and decisions made. Ayan, so hahanapin itong mga samples po na ito. No? And then number 9, data and results of monitoring and measurement. Like for example, quarterly meetings. Meron ba kayong minutes of the meeting? Meron ba kayong what do you call this? Yung pinapa-receive, receiving copy ng minutes na approve, mga ganon, no? Pina-receive nyo sa mga constituents ninyo. And then, number 10, do you also have an audit program? Kasi nga, mag-i-internal audit. Ito, 11. Internal audit. So, similar to ISO 9001, no? Nag-i-internal audit tayo. Results of your MR. Okay? Pwede nyo na pong pagsabayin sa MR ninyo para one time. QMS plus BCMS. One time na yung management review. It doesn't have to be separate anymore. Anyway, pareho rin naman yung clauses na ginagamit natin. And then, the nature of non-conformities and actions taken. So, kunyari, one conformity, you said in 2 hours. O kaya may cyber attack. No? Anong non-conformity doon, sir? Eh, sabi nyo, in 3 hours, katulad sa objective kanina, no? 3 hours, you are already able to restore power, restore internet connection in. Pero based on record, you are beyond that, no? That's a non-conformity. Anong ginawa nyo? 1 week bago nakabalik. Ayan. So, we need to see ano yung mga agreements or concessions made. Okay? And finally, sabi dito sa number 14, no? Results of corrective action. Kung meron kayong ginawang corrective action. Corrective actions are, we do these actions to prevent the problem from recurring. Okay? Now, before I proceed to the next documented information, Sir Charlie, can engineers, safety officers, and emergency responders be part of the audit team for the BMS? Sir, the answer is they are the perfect people to be members of your audit team. Combination of, ha? Combination of. Wag puro engineers. Kasi pag sinabing engineer, meron tayong 7 classification. May IE, ang specialization processes, electrical, mechanical, electronics and communications, ayan po, chemical. So, okay po yan. Your safety officers, pag attend nyo sila nung 8-hour mandatory or your 40 hours from DOLE na OSHA, pwede po sila. And your emergency responders, pwede din po. Kasi technically, sir, alam na nila yung ginagawa nila sa technical aspect. Kaya advantage yan, Sir JP. Okay? Si Sir Nordic naman, how are the qualifications of the internal auditors treated by the standard? How are they treated? Let me digest that. No? How are they treated by the standard? How do you mean? Ang intindi ko sa question, how are they treated? What do you mean, sir? Paano dinidefine?
Sorry, sir. Let me just exit my other meeting. Sandali, sir.
Sige. Oo, multitasking talaga ang generation natin ngayon, sir. Ang hirap, no?
Sorry about that, sir. My question was actually about is the standard really much have that of a concern on looking into the qualifications of the internal quality? I mean, internal auditors who be auditing the BCM?
Well, of course, yes. Similar to ISO 9001, tinitignan namin. Kunyari, in-audit ko. Si Sir Noric, ano po yung qualification na ano? Titignan lang, ipo-pull out lang naman sir yung 2001 file to ensure, no, to ensure na yung nag-audit qualified siya, no? Emergency responder siya pero he doesn't even know how to give first aid. So how can that person be qualified to be part of the team? Okay? So kailangan nakalagay naman po before you select the members of your core team, ito yung parang JD lang sir. Ito yung job
Yes, sir. Yes,
description nila. Ito rin yung minimum qualifications or requirements. Must
Yes, sir.
have 2 years experience. So stricto rin po si standard.
Okay,
Otherwise,
sir.
Opo, it's going to be a major non-conformity. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome, sir. Ayan. And then, okay, so thank you very much for your beautiful questions. Isa pa rito ay, anong sabi dito? Kung merong mandatory, meron ding non-mandatory but commonly used documents and records. Okay? Hindi siya hahanapin, hindi siya kailangang naka-document. Kaya lang, madalas ginagamit natin. So better yet, well, it's better to be safe than sorry. Since 16 lang naman ito, 14 lang, so 30 documents in total, might as well, kung meron kayong tinatawag na quality manual, idugtong nyo na rin po ito sa BCMS manual ninyo. Okay? Procedure for identification of applicable legal and regulatory requirements. Ayan. Normally, how did you obtain? Yan. Ano po yung proseso natin? Second, implementation plan for achieving your business continuity objectives. Meron ba, well, yung ginawa sample natin kanina, no? Meron naman tayong matrix. Actually, that should suffice yung matrix natin na yon. Just make sure that they are being followed kasi merong plan doon, di ba? Merong plan when yung application, make sure that you are implementing them. Kunyari, sinabi mo, dapat meron kaming we will be running 2 fire drills this month. Kailan yon? Normally during summer in the fire prevention month and then during this time, ganon. So they will look at your plan which is already integrated in the matrix. Okay? And then ito po yung competence. Nauna kasi yung tanong ni Sir kanina dito. Ayan. Training and awareness plan, nandito po sa clause 7.2 and 7.3. Hindi nga kasi siya mandatory document, pero dapat meron pa rin kayong plano on how will you train people on the documentation of BCMS. How will you train them to run all the exercises that you mentioned in your plan? Okay? How will you make everyone aware of our BCMS journey? Okay? Ayan. Tapos, meron din tayong procedure for control of documented information. Pwede nyo na pong itong number 4, kamukha na yun nung sa ISO nyo, pwede na yan, yung procedure for the control of documented information, kapareho niya na po yan. Kaya hindi nyo na, papalitan nyo na lang yung heading na hindi ito yung ISO 9001. Papalitan nyo siyang for BCMS purpose. Okay? And there are a lot more here, no? Contracts or SLAs with suppliers, evidences of the contracts. Process for business impact analysis and risk assessment. Tignan nyo po dito hinahanap itong mga policy, pero katulad ng risk management system, hindi kayo finorce dito to come up with that. Kaya lang, it's very important kasi dito commonly used pero hindi naman mandatory. Yung procedure for BIA and risk assessment. So hindi siya prescriptive na dapat meron kayong documented information. Pero pag tinanong naman kayo, how do you do it? Wala kayong business impact analysis. Wala rin kayong risk assessment. It is better kasi you owe it to your constituencies to have one. So it's still better to have, no? And then on paper or any document that you can show as proof of the results of your business impact analysis, matrix lang po 'yan. So maganda po yung sa Public Service Continuity Plan, meron pong format doon, no? Meron na tayong sample doon. You can use that. Okay? What else? The results of your risk assessment. So dapat may row up kayo. Okay? Ang nadagdag, yung strategies and solution for your BIA kasama na dapat sa inyong format. That should not be a separate document, no? Kasama na sa BIA ninyo 'yan at saka sa risk assessment. Okay? And then incident scenarios. Ito yung kasama nito. Ito magkakasama ito 10, 11, 12, no? Ano yung mga scenario, exercise and testing plan, and post-exercise reports. Post-exercise report, okay? Yung mga scenario. Just to share with you, meron akong, I'm also a project management consultant for the Cooperative of the Philippine Army. And we are creating now a CAS system, computerized accounting system for the whole Philippines kasi Philippine-wide yung operation nila. We got another consultant na accountant kasi computerized accounting system to do exactly this. Ito lang yung ginagawa ng consultant namin doon, no? Ako yung sa overall, and then we have this accounting consultant just to create incident scenarios to make sure na walang leak, walang problem na may encounter and compliant sa gustong mangyari ng BIR, pero ano yung mga pwedeng scenarios, the different scenarios that could probably happen. So we got a separate consultant for that. So hahanapin po ito. Ano yung mga possible incidents para hindi ma-hack yung system natin? Ayan, kaya dyan pumapasok yung, sir, may hackathon kami. No, yung mga scenarios na yan. But they should all be under one document, no? Under one document, yung mga exercise programs. Ito yun, no? Anong exercises, and within those exercises, meron kayong sisingit na scenario, and then we have your testing plan, and then of course, you have your post-exercise reports. Sanay na po dyan yung mga kasama sa fire drill at saka earthquake drill. Meron pong template already for exercise, post-exercise reports, no? Ilan yung, was it well executed within the defined time frame, percentage of the people attending or joining the exercises, mga ganun po. And you have the results of your post-incident, no? Review. Okay? Kasi puro ganito po dahil like I said, BCMS is only if it happens. So kung walang nangyayari, puro tayo simulation activity lang. But the plan is already in place. Okay? And then your methods for monitoring, measurement, analysis, and evaluation. Nandun yung, sir, paano nyo minomonitor? Di ba yung column natin, needs and expectations of interested parties, o kaya internal and external issues. How do you monitor and review? We add the column for monitoring and review. Monthly meeting, quarterly, semi-annual, parang ganon. How do you measure? No? And then, meron po bang, sir, meron pong nag-gather ng data. Okay, but what about analysis and evaluation? Who does that? Do you have a statistician or an engineer who can interpret the results of your measurement? No? May graphs, may konting statistical analysis, not just frequency distribution. All right. Meron bang gumamit ng hypothesis testing? Okay. And ito po, procedure for internal audit. Pwede nyo nang gayahin yung procedure sa internal audit ng inyong QMS. Okay? Including the procedure for corrective action. Ayan, so konti lang ha. Kaya lang, iba-ibang training po yan. Kailangan ng extensive training on how to create risk assessment. Kaya may separate standard, ISO 31000. Business impact analysis, you have a separate standard again for that purpose. Okay? Ayan. Any questions with number 7? Tapos ang ating planning. Planning po yung mahaba, no? It's composed of 4 major clauses and some sub-clauses. Any questions so far?
Wala naman po silang question, sir. Ay, meron po, sir, isa. Nasagot niyo na po ba to? The standard po is somehow related to 45,001?
Yes. Doon sa unang pinakita nating picture, magkakamukha sila. Okay? Pare-pareho po yan. 5 ang tutuhogin nung pag nag-QMS ka na, IMS ang tawag natin, no? Integrated Management System. May environment ka, may security, may QMS, may BCMS, at saka ang ating 45,000. Okay? Kabit-kabit na po yan. Konting kembot, certify ka na ulit sa isa. Okay. Sige. So let's proceed with clause 8. No? Ito yung medyo mas mahaba, pero tignan natin. Merong nakalagay pa dito. Yes, sir. Tama po, Sir JP. Okay. The purpose of conducting a business impact analysis is to enable an organization to identify its business continuity requirements. Ha? Pero gusto ko pong i-emphasize dito, not just the requirements, no, but also ano yung i-prioritize natin. Ayan. Business continuity requirements and what are we going to prioritize. Okay? So, how is the process for creating a BIA? Hindi po ganun ka-extensive dito, ha? Pagbabasahin nyo yung standard, hindi siya ganun ka-extensive because there is a separate standard detailing, no? Detailing paano ginagawa, ano yung methodology. Similar to your risk assessment. In the ISO 9001 standard, hindi naman niya minention na gamitin mong guidance yung 31,000. No, it was never mentioned there. It's only in Annex XL. So kung nagko-question kayo before, ma'am, bakit nakalagay sa clause 4 yan, nakalagay sa clause 6, no, na may risk analysis, pero hindi niya naman sinasabi na kung paano gagawin. Ganun din po si BIA. Hindi niya rin sinasabi paano yung detalye. So you need to undergo another day or 2 for this business impact analysis kasi separate standard siya. Dito, generic din lang ulit yung approach. Okay? But anyway, it says here, no, the process is you define the impact types. Impact types and criteria relevant to the organization's context, no? Ano yung impact sa organization for this specific event? Event ay may sunog, may disruption, no? Ano yung saan merong impact? Is it sa operations? Is it on financial? Is it on connectivity? So ano yung mga impact types na yon? Well, I will share a few examples later. Okay? Second, identify and prioritize key activities and the products and services required to achieve them. Ayan. So kailangan natin mag-identify na. Ano yung uunahin nating, kunyari, pandemic ito? Ano yung i-activate natin na unang mga sections? Siyempre si HR kasi siya yung magtatawag ng tao. Siyempre si IT hindi umaalis kasi yung mga data ninyo baka mawala, no? Yung mga operations people. Anong support operations ang kailangan nyo dyan? Pag pandemic, yung support na clinic, hindi pwedeng wala yan. Okay? Baka nagdagdag pa nga kayo ng doktor. Dahil dati you only have nurse, now you have to hire a doctor in-house. Okay? Third, assess the impact over time from the disruption to the activities. No? You need to do this. Ano yung impact? Sir, ano na? We need to lay off some of the people because hindi na kaya. Ubus na ang kaban ng bayan. Marami pong naka-work from home kasi na-quarantine sila. Oh, you need to assess the impact. Okay? Kailangan ng mag-work from home kasi sir, hindi na sila pinapayagang bumiyahe. So those are the impact that you need to understand. Okay? Fourth, identify the point in time when the non-resumption of these activities would have a detrimental impact on the organization, no? So kung hindi natin nabangon kaagad, hindi na recover, ano po yung MTPD natin? Okay, MTPD, minimum time to nandito 'yon. Okay? We will discuss that later, no? Minimum time to recover. Mga ayan, MTPD. What's the maximum, sorry. What's the maximum tolerable period of disruption? Ayan. Okay? And then identify the time when resumption of these activities are to resume at an acceptable level. Yung acceptable, yun yung sinasabi natin kaninang predefined level of service, which you need to communicate to your clients. Ma'am, dati po, same day delivery, ngayon magiging 5 days because, ayan, people need to know, no? People need to know. Pati yung mga delivery ngayon, dati same day delivery, but we always tell them, ma'am, hindi po. Sa bandang Tarlac, meron pong ECQ doon, ang hirap natin makalusot. So gagawin na po nating 3 days ngayon. So what is the time for resumption? No? Kino-compute ng camp. Well, actually, you don't compute. Lagyan mo lang ng value and then you decide on what is acceptable to the organization. And you communicate because it should be realistic. It should be realistic. And what is realistic to you, that is what you communicate to your stakeholders. Kunyari, the process of hearing doon sa DOJ PPA, sir, yung intervention na ganito, dapat dati 1 week lang, kaya kaso ngayon, dahil pandemic, walang taong makakabiyahe, inaabot na kami ng 2 months, 3 months, no? You need to identify what's the acceptable RTO. And then, of course, identify the resources needed to support the prioritized activities. Okay? Tao ba yan? Supply ba yan? O kaya infrastructure? O yung mga vehicles na ginagamit dito, mga service, unahin natin, gagawin natin silang delivery vehicle muna. Kasi ang mga tao hindi naman muna bumabiyahe. Okay? Yung mga supply na yan, dito muna sila ilalagay. Yung mga tao na yan, dito muna yung focus nila. So all of this must be indicated in your BIA. Okay? And determine the internal and external dependencies required to support the activities. So kaya sabi ko kanina, the entire value stream, it is very important because that is where you will find out ano yung interdependency ng ating mga offices. Sino-sino yung dapat kasama, no? Parang may IATF ka. Sino yung mga kasama sa IATF mo? Lahat ba kailangan kasama? Hindi naman lahat kailangan, no? You just select sino yung ano yung dependencies na yan. Okay. So ganun po, no? Oh, here is a sample of your BIA. Kunyari, event. Ito po minimum lang po ito na sample natin. You can make it more complicated depending on the complexity of your organization, depending on the size of your organization and nature. Kunyari, there is a fire in our data center. Ayan, so si data center lang, no, sa computer area. Ano yung business activity affected? All activities in the data center. Okay? What is the potential operational loss? Inability to function normally. Okay? Ano yung potential financial loss? $3,000 to $4,000 revenue loss per hour. But for the exercise, you don't need to quantify this. No, it would be difficult. You have to have your finance officer beside you para the finance officer will be the one to put the kung hindi po kayo taga-finance, wag nyo pong i-fill out itong potential financial loss. Hindi nyo po alam yan. Okay? Pero the minimum time to recover the operation, ayan, kapag ikaw yung IT officer, you would know, no? Kasi kung ganitong may sunog, ito yung ginagawa namin, naka-backup kami, ina-activate namin. Ang backup namin hindi in-house, it's in New York, yung data, may mga farm doon, no? Data farms, okay? Nandun sila. Ayan, so 3 to 4 hours. Ito yung tinitesting natin sa exercise, ha? Kunyari, hindi naman fire, pero merong nag-hack. You try. Can you please try to recover within 3 hours? Okay? Ayan. Or loss of a specialized staff o tao po, no? Nag-resign siya or nawala. Hindi naman sinabi dito na death. Okay? The business activity affected is the activity that required the specialized staff. Okay? Yung tao na yon. Siya lang kasi sir yung nakakaalam, no? Kunyari yung prinoprotektahan yung chemical sa paggawa ng soft drinks, Coke kunyari, nawala na yung yung tao na yon. How are you going to formulate new Coke formula? Okay? Reduce ability to function normally. Financial loss, wala naman kasi meron naman kaming backup. Okay? Backup. Pero not as efficient probably as that person. So anyway, sir, pag nakuha niya na yung momentum niya, in 1 to 2 hours, naka-recover na po kami. So see, this is from one very difficult situation to one very simple situation. Okay, ano yung impact nito? One difficult, one simple. Alright? Ayan, meron po ba kayong question sa BIA? Matrix lang din po siya na ganito. Okay? Minimum lang kasi may mga column pa tayo dyan na dapat. Sir, may kulang kasi dito. Hindi ko nakikita yung who will be in charge, ano yung ating solution na gagawin. Kasi mamaya pa po yung strategies and solutions, no? Pero paano yung accountability, ano yung gagawin, ayan, for us to be able to address this. Mahaba po yung matrix nito, pero this will already be a very good start for us. Okay? All right. So any questions? Any questions, Ma'am
Maan.
Maan. Any questions,
Oras de peligro na sir,
Maan?
2:40 na kasi. So far wala po, pero i-repeat na lang din po natin kung may mga concerns sila or clarifications.
Oo, kung wala, ito na yung ating huling workshop for the day, but that does not mean we are ending here.
Right, sige.
So this is one workshop. Go to your previous groups. Select a new group leader. So kung tatatlo, nag-rotate na dapat yan. Nag-rotate niya. A new documenter and a new presenter. Create a sample BIA, no? The first part of the BIA, which should look something like this. You can omit the potential financial loss because you don't know that. But you can add there the accountability if you want to. Okay? All right. Sige.
Sir, thinking forward lang po ako, 15 minutes po ba ibibigay natin sa kanila ulit para ma-adjust ko yung rooms?
Ma'am, 2 na. So, pwede nang hanggang
10
3
minutes.
kasi 2, anong oras mo na, Ma'am?
41 po sa akin.
241, o yan, may bonus silang 4 minutes kung 15 minutes ang ibibigay natin. O pero kung kaya ng 10, why not?
Sige
Okay?
po, opo. Kaya ko lang po tinatanong kasi I need to adjust po yung rooms kasi automatic magsasara na naman sila by after 10
Alright.
minutes. Okay, sige 10 minutes na lang sir tapos ako na lang
Sige.
mag-extend if need.
Okay.
Okay,
Alright.
sige po.
Thank you.
Before I start po yung ating rooms ulit, I will copy paste po dito yung ating template ulit. Sige po. Access lang po muna bago ko buksan. Just to make sure yan po yung ating workshop 3. Yan. Oh. Nawala lang po si Miss Angie at malakas daw ang ulan sa kanilang kanayunan.
Sa sobrang lakas, umabot hanggang dito sa bundok, umuulan dito sa Baguio.
Sige po, meron po tayong mga nawalang attendees, so wala na pong nandun sa room 6. Meron pong mga nawala po na Sige po, I will open all the rooms na po. So 2:43 in 10 minutes po, let us all accomplish the form po. If you have any questions, naglagay na rin po ako ng group numbers doon sa ating rooms. Okay, thank you. See you po. Sir Charlie, pwede pong, sige ako nilang mag-a-assign doon sa sandali, paano ko ba ito i-assign ulit? Wala akong assign function kasi doon sa field guarantee. Si Sir Charlie ay nawala. Sir Ivan, are you there po? Ayun, okay. Ma'am Carla, tsaka Ma'am Abigail, meron po ba kayong dito sa room 6? Parang nawala po kayo doon as assigned. Kindly join po sa room 6. Hello, ma'am. Ma'am Carla, Ma'am Abigail.
Hello, Ma'am Mary Ann. How to join
Yes po.
sa room 6?
Ano po?
How to join, ma'am?
I-click niyo lang po yung join, ma'am. Wala po ba kayong na-receive na Kasi po nakalagay po sa sige, assign ko na lang po. Wait lang po. Ayun pala. Assign. Yan. Okay na po, ma'am. Sige po. Para po dun sa ating mga YouTube viewers po, we are doing workshop number 3 na po. This is the formulation of a business impact assessment po. Ma'am Carla, wait lang po. Assign ko po kayo. Ito po. Yan po sa ma'am. So for now, naka-breakout rooms lang po sila. Babalik po sila after 4 minutes na actually.
Betchay, wala pa pala yung iba.
Oo nga.
Napapakalan tayo. Ano?
Eh
Gawa
di
pa
tuloy
tayo.
natin dito. Eto kasi si Maan eh, tinakot tayo eh. Saan na ba? O sige, mag-isip pa tayo ng isa pa. Ano pa ba, Miss Eva? Ayan. Yung ano, Miss
Salita
Eva.
ako ng salita, naka-mute pala ako. Yung parang regular risk natin yun eh. In the middle of implementation, biglang nag-resign yung ano natin.
Ah, talaga?
Yes po.
Oh, ayan na. Balik na ba dapat kami o hindi pa?
Hindi ba nandito na tayo?
Hindi, ibig sabihin yung oo nga. Eh kasi si Maan
kasi-
nagsasalita eh.
Hindi kasi dapat pala, hindi pa pala tayo dapat bumalik. Loss of specialized staff?
Oo.
Specialized po ba? Or,
Oo, kasi parang related to sa business continuity plan. So it's, ano yan, yung degree ng ano niya is, ano to, parang higher than the usual sa ano QMS, di ba?
Sir Charlie, sorry ma'am, excuse me po. Sir Charlie, shall I bring them back na po?
Sorry. Ikaw Maan, kasi 256 naman na.
Okay nga, sige. I will close all the rooms na po. Sige po. Sige, closing in 45 seconds. Ayan, nagbabalikan na po sila. Sige po, hintayin na lang natin sila. Sir, how many clauses do we still have left? Dalawa na lang ano? Clause 9 and 10? Okay. And then the roadmap.
Oo, maikli na lang yan. Siguro 30 minutes.
Yes po. Sige, hintayin natin sila. Okay. Are they back? 19? Ayan, nagbabalikan na po sila. 24, 25. Sige po. Tignan natin kung meron pa. Mukhang wala naman na. Sige. Alright. Ako na lang po mag-share ng screen.
Alright.
Sige. Let's do it na lang again, sir. Start
Yes,
tayo from
please.
group 1. Sige po.
Okay.
Sino po sa group 1? Group 1 po.
Ay, hello ma'am. Naririnig na po ba?
Yes po, opo.
Mr. Balansa po ito. So ito po ma'am yung aming business impact analysis for group 1. First,
Sir, pasensya na po sir. Medyo okay lang po ba? Medyo paklaro lang po ng kaunti yung boses. Medyo muffled po kasi. Pasensya na. Sige po. Try po natin ulit, sir.
tanggal lang ako ng mask.
Nasa office ba kayo, sir? O, sige po. Okay po.
For our first event, meron po kaming chemical spill on laboratory. So for the business activity affected, all activities in the concerned laboratory is affected. Kasi siyempre, dapat ma-evacuate yung area na yun dahil nandun sa may chemical spill. So potential operational loss, it is the inability of the lab personnel to perform other routine tests na ginagawa sa specific laboratory. For the financial loss, hindi kami sigurado kung magkano ang mawawala doon sa laboratory doon sa may exams na gagawin nila. Then minimum time needed to recover operations, 3 to 4 hours. Ito namang chemical, ma'am, hindi naman siya yung ganun ka-hazardous na
Okay.
chemical. And then second, event namin, we have water interruption in the main building. So sa RATM po, sa main building, mostly naka-house yung mga laboratories namin. At the same time, the hospital services and yung aming mga. So business activity affected are the laboratory and hospital services. So potential operational loss, dahil nga walang water supply, it is the inability to perform of the personnel assigned safely and in a given time. For example, kung doon po sa may hospital area, hindi basta-basta na makakapagawa ng procedure yung nurses kasi nga po coming from one patient going to another patient, they need to perform hand washing. So
Okay.
medyo compromise po yung infection control practices. So minimum time needed to recover operations, we put it mga 12 hours kasi hindi rin namin masabi kasi kung ang water interruption ay ang dahil busted pipes or yung motor mismo ng reservoir yung ano. So dapat then we give it a 12 hours na time, needed time to recover para sa patient. Kasi si RITM, wala po kami direct connection sa Maynila. Kaya talagang deep well po kami. So nakadepende
Deep
kami po sa
well.
may pipes namin at saka sa may makina na panghigit ng water.
All right, sir.
Okay, sige. Sir Charlie?
Okay. Yung ano lang, sir, yung sa chemical, medyo generic kasi sa akin kasi you need to specify. Pero although in-explain nyo kanina sa akin na, sinabi nyo kanina na hindi naman siya hazardous. So maybe if you intend to use chemical spill, you need to indicate also what kind of chemical spillage para magkaiba po kasi yung gagawin yung plan of action kapag hazardous chemical siya or hindi. So, easy-separate natin siya. You make it more specific lang po yung kung anong chemical.
Noted naman po, sir, noted. Because
Alright.
doon naman po sa may chemical spill po kasi nagbabase rin kami sa may MSDS ng chemicals sa may compound.
Okay. Kung meron yon, sir, very good po yon. Oo. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Alright. Sige. Isa pong palakpak. Virtual class?
Yeah,
Sige.
virtual. Virtual class.
Sige. Alright. Sir, kung wala na po kayong comment, sir, shall we move to the
Yes,
group
please.
2? Opo,
Group
sige.
2.
Group 2 po tayo. Sandali, ibababa ko lang to. Yan, para makita. Adjust lang natin yung spacing nila, ma'am. Para makita yung ayaw.
Kita naman.
Kita ba? Sige po. Sino po sa group 2?
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, go ahead, sir. Sa LGU pala. Go ahead, sir. Sige po.
Group 2 LGU po. For Group 2 po, ang napili naming event ay fire in the market at saka yung COVID-19. So for fire in the marketplace or in the market, so business affected, business activity affected, local economic disruption, food security, source of income. So potential operation loss, food security, job displacement, loss of life, injury, damage to property. So potential financial loss, revenue stream or loss of investment for the LGU, and minimum time needed to recover would take 2 weeks. Investigation and realignment of funds for the reconstruction of the baka talipapa lang. Within 2 weeks talipapa lang.
Akala ko. Ang bilis, sir.
Talipapa lang po yun.
Yes.
For COVID-19 infection in the workplace, so business activity affected, frontline service affected, disruption on social services, revenue collection. So potential operation loss, potential loss of life, inability to function and provide services, and potential financial loss is revenue stream or no collection since COVID, and minimum time to recover 3 weeks since 14 days recovery yung ginamit namin. Basihan. That's it for group.
Okay, kasi 3 weeks yung Okay. Sige sir, infection in the workplace. Kung merong nag-positive, ano, so 14 days tayo. All right. Okay, thank you.
Sige po, next po. Oo, next po. Sino po for group 3? Ang ating group 3 ay... Yes, go ahead, sir.
Okay, good afternoon. So this is our output for group 3. So we have 2 events. One is on unstable internet connectivity. So the business activity affected would be all activities which will require internet connection. Then the potential operational loss would be reduction or reduced ability to transact online. And then minimum time needed to recover operation is within 3 hours. And the second event is on computer hacking for the student information management. This is located doon sa registrar's office. No? So ang business activity affected ay all activities and data found in the student information management. Potential operational loss would be inability to function the SIM, and then minimum time needed to recover operation is 2 hours.
Minimum time. Okay. Kasi MTPO, yan yung MTPO ninyo. All right, sir. Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay. Sige po. Sir Charlie, kung wala na po kayong comment, next.
Wala, okay naman.
Okay. Ito, madami. Group 4. Group 4 po. Anyone from group 4? Sige, si group 4 po ay sa RITM. Tama ba? RITM? Or karambola po tayo ulit?
Tapos na yung RATM,
Oo.
sila yung nauna.
Oo. Sino po sa group 4? May we ask po? You may unmute yourselves po if you would like, if you're ready to report.
OJPPA, Ma'am Sol, please, atin yan.
Alright, go ahead, ma'am.
Sorry, ako na. Akala ko group ano. Okay, ang liit. Can I have it large?
Lakihan
Okay,
ko
for
po,
the
ma'am.
event, we have loss of system or data. It can be digital and physical. So as to the business activity affected, as to digital security breach on the CMIS or PIS, or it is corrupted or not operational. So potential operational loss, the central office will reduce access to regional offices, operations systems, and report of accomplishments. So as to potential financial loss, we are not so sure yet, so we leave it blank. So as to minimum time needed to recover operations within 24 hours from discovery. As to physical loss of system and data, the business activity affected will be clients' case folders, court documents, logbooks, and etc. are either stolen, lost, destroyed, ravaged by fire, has become wet by tsunami or storm. As to potential operational loss, the regional offices and the field offices will lose access to essential or pertinent documents needed to submit reports to the courts or the regional offices. Still the same, we have blank for the potential financial loss, and still the same, within 24 hours from discovery. So the minimum time needed to recover operations. And for the second event, loss of people due to resignation, death, or retirement of probation and parole officers. For the activity affected, of course, I think, though it's blank, I think it's the mandate, which is the investigation, the supervision, and the rehabilitation activities of the field offices. And for potential operational loss and ability to continue normal operations due to this event. Then I cannot see minimum time needed to recover operations within 7 days from discovery of loss in case of unexpected or sudden loss. Okay, this is the output of Group 4 from the DOJ PPA family.
Thank you.
Alright. Thank you po, Sir Charlie.
Oo, I am thinking of the first two events. I think that is not an event. That is a result. No, that should be transferred to column 3. So titingnan muna natin, ma'am, the event would be the cause. Bakit nagkaroon kayo ng loss of systems data? Nagkaroon ba ng sunog o kaya na-hack yung system nyo resulting to the loss of systems or data? Or na virus, yun, that would result to that. O kaya may nang delete, ayan, so na-hack yung system. So the third one is correct, but the first and second, you need to transfer that. Opo, meron pong nag-cause because opo, that is more of a result than an event. Okay po?
Thank you, sir.
Okay,
Thank you.
ma'am. Sige po.
Alright. Thank you, Sir Charlie.
Yes, next please.
Okay, next please. Group 5. Anyone from Group 5, you may unmute your microphone for the reporter.
Yes. For our business impact analysis, we have this event, web server cybersecurity, which is, I think, a very hot topic and very relevant at this point. And then pandemic. So for the business activity that will be affected by that cybersecurity attack, it will be the web-based services for GSMS, DNS site monitoring, yung mga monitoring system. And then, of course, you will have your loss in the data, the RAM data. And yung potential financial losses is airline billing revenue.
Wow,
Yes.
malaki yan.
Yes,
Malaki.
it's huge. I think it's yeah. For at this point, yung cyber attack area na siya relevant. Malaki yung losses talaga sa cyber attack sa financial.
Yes.
Okay. And then sa pandemic din, na event namin for very common sa mga bureaus is those activities that involves planning, financials, procurements, and mga replacements ng mga either from maintenance or from R&Ds and high-tech research. Those activities will be actively be affected if some of those critical functions like those who have a know-hows will say immediately retire without a succession plan or transferring the know-hows. Yes, without building up your critical support function. And of course, those activities will also say, I don't want to get so big like the first event. Penalties lang siya. And then if we can recover those operations for say 1 month, I don't know exactly the time, but since those are activities naman na routine or I don't know, may involves yung criticality. I just give 1 month para medyo mahaba-haba muna. Just by experience sa pandemic and then needed to recover operations just looking back sa pandemic na nangyayari ngayon. Yes, sir. Yan pa.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Okay naman na siya lahat, man, except yung sinabi naman ni sir, the 1 month probably kung may financial implications and penalties, normally management would suggest you try to minimize the penalty by speeding, making it faster yung pag-recover natin.
Opo.
Okay?
Sige pa. All right. Last two groups from Group 6.
Hi po. Good afternoon po. Carla po.
Ma'am Carla, go ahead.
Business impact analysis, event, earthquake, business activity affected. All activities in the building premises, potential operational loss, collapsed building, and unable data center infrastructure may be damaged and unavailable. Yung sa potential financial loss po, for specific sa financial identify with specific amount po, yung financial po namin yung makakalagay po kung ano po yung specific amount, or
Yes,
for collections, loss of collections and loss of investment po. Minimum time needed to recover operation. Target 3 hours. Time capacity is 5 hours po. Prolonged flooding. All activities in the building premises po. Road to and from the PGC building are not passable. Same lang po yun dun sa potential financial loss po. Minimum recovery time po is 10 hours. Actions of PGC building due to fire. All activities in the building premises. As potential operational loss, data center and infrastructure are heavily damaged and unavailable po. Target, minimum time needed to recover operation. Target po is 3 hours.
Wow. Mabilis, ma'am, yung 3 hours, ha? Pag due to fire.
Pero meron po dito is parang parang is maximum recover time is 10 hours po. Same as sa
That's just the
planning po.
minimum. Opo.
Minimum, oo.
Kasi yung data center naman ang bumabaha talaga dyan sa location nyo, ma'am?
Medyo po sa Makati kasi ito meron po
Okay.
Opo, sa Makati yung nila, Office ng Field Guarantee.
Kaya pala, binabaha pa lang Makati.
May pala po.
Akala ko sa Espanya lang sa Lacson.
Sir, ibang usapan naman yan, sir.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Sige. Last but not the least, the DAP team po.
Ako na lang po.
Sige, ma'am. Go, Ma'am Aline.
Okay. Ma'am, thank you. We have identified 2 events, if in case so we have identified the DAP IT system crash. It includes PMIS, it's financial project monitoring po namin yan. DTS naman is document tracking po, and we have other like DMS, etc. Or in case of occurrence of cybersecurity issues, and also the case of nag-awalang isang specialized staff. So sa unang event po namin, ang business affected dyan ay project implementation. So for example po, yung sa PMIS, that is the project monitoring po namin na andun lahat. It's the FinPlan that holds the financial plan of the program. So doon pa lang malaking problem na siya. DTS is document transaction system. So pag nawalan po ng access kami or might be na mayroong cybersecurity issues dyan, maraming makikita na document na not for the eyes of everyone. Also sir, sa cybersecurity issues namin, since grad school has a security partner, client po namin ng Armed Forces, and we are bounded na lahat ng document nila should be held in very strict na So pagka halimbawang na-expose po yon, syempre compromised data po yung effect nun. Operational loss po namin, siniparit namin ay part na yan at sa parte ng estudyante, So sa delay sa program implementation, affected po both client and estudyante. Pero sa rework po, when we say rework, we look into the internal. So si admin, si finance, kukuhanin nila lahat yun kasi loss of data yun, na-compromise ang data. So babalikan nila ulit ng mano-mano ang lahat ng mga nai-input nila. Then all of this, sir, pagka nagkaroon kasi ng cybersecurity issues, it can lead to potential client, legal issues with client, particularly those dealing with security sector. So there is a policy naman po na if in case meron kaming na-detect of any kind na something sa security, sa online, na like may ang DAP mail ba namin may anomaly or whatever, kailangan kaming mag-report within 24 hours. So that is one precautionary measure naman namin. Ang potential financial loss po dito is definitely in millions, lalo na if it can lead to the delay ng billing and collection or it can lead to potential client disengagement, definitely in millions po ang losses niya. Minimum time needed to recover operations 15 days to 1 month. Depende po sa klase ng event na nangyari, sa severity ng event. So may factor din po yung severity. If it is just a simple crash, nag-crash lang naman na kaya naman ni COSIN or ni MIS na tugunan in a day or two, okay lang yon. Pero if in case if it's a very concerning cybersecurity issue, baka po magtagal. Pero ang policy naman po, it should be reported po immediately within 24 hours para magkaroon ng initial investigation na kaagad. And there should be an information dissemination to all concerned parties, particularly sa client namin na maapektuhan ng compromised data. And another event po namin is a wall of specialized staff. Okay lang po kasi yung nag-resign at okay lang din po yung nagpaalam properly for a leave. Kasi pwede mong lagyan ng relyebo yan. Pero paano pag bigla siyang nag-awol? So hindi siya walang paalam lang, biglang nawala. So,
Magpapaalam po si Maan, ma'am. Magpapaalam po yan, hindi po mag-aawol.
Biglang mawala lang, sir. what if my case, lalo na sir sa cases po ng NPP, that's why we have these cases. Kasi yung mga non-plantilla personnel po namin, they have no, ang tawag dun sa amin, may parang close doon na no employee-employee relationship. So pag bigla niyang may sipang, wala na, finish na, alis na ako. So might be magkakaroon kami ng cases ng award. So business activity affected po natin is LMP program implementation. Lalo na po yung mga may daily na classes, malaking gulo po yun. And activities that in need ng special staff na yun. So like say po, itong si special staff, meron siyang special project na siya lang din ang may alam. Lalo na sir, pag siya lang din dun mag-isa, yun, that's a potential very serious situation. So, ang potential operational loss po natin is delay, of course, in the program implementation. Kasi we are looking into the scenario po na what if mag-isa ka lang, tapos biglang iniwan mo yung program, nandun ng mga estudyante, nag-aantay sila ng Zoom link or opening ng Zoom, tapos bilang walang nag-open ng Zoom, ikaw lang ang may alam nun. So, ano gagawin? So, something like that. So, that's a potential operational loss. Ang financial loss, of course, is in millions again. Kasi po, pag nagkaroon ng ganong case na walang immediate na solution, magkakaroon po tayo ng issue. Not only sa ang potential MOA issues natin is what client eh. Kasi pwede kang balikan. Maaring may tanggalin na bayad sa'yo or maaring talagang i-implicate ka for that particular non-implementation. Diba? Parang may lapses sa part ng DAT. Sa COA naman, because it's non-conformity, sir, marirecord siya na non-conformity. So yun, it can lead to a greater problem pa, no? Lalo na pag may financial na effect siya doon. So it can be in millions as well. Kaya nilalagay na lang po namin dyan na in million. Time needed to recover, safe sa amin yung 15 days to 1 month because normally ganun naman ang processing because prior a certain action or a certain solution, there's always an investigation. So may kahit short span investigation para malaman ang scope and severity of the event that happened. So that's our business impact analysis, sir, for Group 7. Thank you po.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Very detailed siya. Ano lang, if we will make now the real BIA, I would suggest kahit isang event and you have multiple impacts, ihiwa-hiwalay so that you might be thinking na yung 15 to 1 month, baka applicable sa isang impact, pero sa major impact, hindi po pwedeng 15 days, baka dapat hours lang. So especially yung cybersecurity. So I would suggest you provide separate rows for each impact. No? Kasi iba-iba rin po yung gagawin ninyong solution for each possible impact. Okay? Kahit iisang event lang po yon. So, isalansan natin para makita natin na, ito, hindi naman kailangan 15 days yan. Dapat ito, mabilis lang kasi malaki yung implication. For those that will require minimal financial losses o kaya walang financial loss, okay lang na medyo matagal, pero kaya nilagay natin na minimum. No? So, 15 days might be too long for you or 1 month might be too long if we are talking about financial losses. So, isalansan nyo na lang po yon. Okay. Yan. Thank you, Maan. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay,
so, let us continue. All right. So, here we go. So, konti na lang po ito. Ayan. Ito yung other format. If you want, meron pong ganito tayong format, business impact analysis, pag isa-isa, no? So ibig sabihin, dami niyong gagawin na ganito. You can redo this by using just an Excel format para nandun na lahat, no? Kasi ito, critical function, sinong BIA owner, probably you can do this, you can use this template if you are asking each concerned or process owner to come up with their respective BIAs, and you will just collate it later on into a one sheet, no? Isang file lang. Okay? Kaya nandito po yung mga anong function yan, sino yung owner, anong assessment date, anong review date natin. And then critical function priority, kaya assessment date, tinitignan natin if it's gonna happen, anong date natin, ito yung mga simulation exercises natin. Okay, what will we require for recovery? Ayan po, no? Ganyan po yung isang template. Now, may sinabi tayo kanina na MTPD. Ano ba yung MTPD? That is the maximum tolerable period of disruption. So, beyond that, nako, it will warrant closure already, or it will warrant huge financial losses, no? Kaya dapat ano yung maximum pinag-uusapan natin. And then, yung mga nilagay nyo kanina, those are what you call your RTOs, yung column, the minimum time na nilagay nyo are your columns, no? RTOs, no? The time frame for resuming prioritized activities. Okay, but I think yung mga binanggit natin, puro priority activities po natin yon. And then you also have your minimum business continuity objective. That is the minimum level of service that is acceptable to the organization. Anong service level? Anong capacity natin? Okay? Kung sinabi niyong, Sir Charlie, kailangan full force o kaya continue 100% ang delivery ng classes online. Ayun, yun ang minimum nyo, 100% talaga. Okay. So, how do you determine the maximum tolerable period of disruption at saka yung RTO or recovery time objective? Normally, we use something like this, no? Questionnaire. Parang questionnaire po ito. We have a sample qualitative questions and you have your sample quantitative questions. When you say quantitative, talagang pera naman yung pinag-uusapan eh. So, and then you have here your Likert scale for your ano yung impact to our business kasi nga business impact analysis. So is it marginal impact, no? Or acceptable impact? Pag marginal, Sir Charlie, wala po siyang financial implication. Pero kung acceptable, 1,000, 2,000, 5,000, acceptable pa yan. Pero pagdating na sa 30,000, 20,000, or 10,000, ay nako, high impact or catastrophic na po yan. Okay, so that is your Likert scale. And then this one, this is your, these columns are your period of recovery. No, this is your period of recovery or RTO, recovery time. Okay, ito naman yung recovery time nyo. So for example, how will your clients react to a disruption, no? Ano yung kanyang assessment, no? Siguro acceptable impact in 2 hours, no? Acceptable pa rin hanggang 2 hours, pero 4 hours acceptable pa rin siya, pero pag 8 hours na yan, medyo malaki na yung impact, no? Nag-aalburuto na sila, tumatawag na lahat ng client, no? Talagang yung telepono umuusok na. At kapag inabot ka ng 2 araw, 24 days, catastrophic na impact, no? People will be withdrawing their accounts, okay, shifting to another provider, etc. Okay? What will be the impact to our other activities? So with respect to the different products you are producing or with respect to the different services you are providing, no? 2 hours, marginal impact lang. So okay pa po. After 4 hours, ayan, medyo acceptable pa rin sa kanila. 8 hours, acceptable. Pero sir, 1 week, hindi na nila, hindi na acceptable. No? So yung kanina, nilagay nyo, some place there 1 month, you need to check kung ito hahabaan pa natin. 1 month ba? No, itong 1 week gagawin nating 15 days, 2 weeks, or gagawin nating 4 weeks, no? So depende kung dapat ang kulang doon, idadagdag po natin kung ano yung assessment scale natin, no? That's one thing that we will be adding to your business impact analysis. And then kaya sanabi natin, it's important that you have to include in your team the finance people. Sometimes ito yung matinding basihan natin eh. How much will the legal and contractual penalties cost? Siyempre, meron kayong threshold. The threshold in the amount, it's only finance who can answer that, no? Millions, okay pa, pero ilang multiples in millions, okay? Baka naman, pag nasa hundreds of millions yan, doon lang naman pala yung high nyo at catastrophic. Baka meron kayong tolerance level, pag mga less than 50 million, okay pa yan, tolerable. No? If it's a multinational firm, which they lost some firms by the hundreds of millions or billions, no? Pero buhay pa rin sila. Kaya probably depende yung impact. Okay? How much will repair expenses be? Kaya nagulat kami ni Maan kanina na yung kanina ano lang, okay pa rin kasi nasunog kayo pero chill ka lang, nasunugan tayo. So 5 hours kaso hindi pa nagre-resume yung operation. So you need to check how expensive, no, yung damages. Sabi ni Sir, yung market namin hindi naman building. Talipa pa or nipahat. So mga ano lang yon, dahon-dahon. Pwede yon. Okay, kaya ganun din. But quicker is better. Faster recovery is better. That's our objective here po ha. Hindi patagalan pero pabilisan. Okay? How much revenue are you losing? Ayan, you look at the tolerance or threshold of your organization. Okay? Yan po yung, there's no specific formula here, but you need to, this is somewhat qualitative, no? Pero meron naman siyang rubrics dito. So you need to discuss that together with your team. Okay? Pag inabot ba ng 24 hours, okay na ba tayo? So how will you find out? You have to meet with them. Okay? Lalo na yung mga client ninyo. Baka sabihin nila, Sir, 2 hours, ano na yan eh, wala na. Depende sa nature ng event, of course. Right? Ayan. And finally, chapter 8, we also need to determine the recovery point objective. Okay, recovery point objective. For example, no? By the way, ano yung RPO? It's the maximum amount of data that the company can afford to lose. No, like the last presenter, they mentioned, Sir, i-rework po lahat iyan. Ayan. Yan po yung ano yung RPO ninyo. Kasi kung lahat i-rework, dapat konti lang. Kaya mabilisan dapat kayo, ma'am. Kunyari sa software, ito yung kanina sabi nyo, sa software, no? Kunyari, 2 hours na yung nakalipas. 4 hours na yung nakalipas. 8 hours na yung nakalipas. Mauubos na yung data. Okay pa ba sa inyo? Probably pag hinintay nyo hanggang 15 hours or 15 days, 1 month, wala na talaga kayong ma-recover at all. So, hindi natin kailangang hintayin ang 15 days or 1 month. You might need to reconsider yung nilagay ninyong dates doon. That is why, ang suggestion ko kanina was to put several rows in one event because hindi magiging pareho po yung RPO ninyo per event, no? Hindi yan magiging pareho. Okay, kunyari si software 2, Sir, 4 hours maximum. Hanggang 4 hours maximum dapat naka-recover na kami. Itong itong database, no? Nakalagay dito, catastrophic agad yung impact kaya hindi niya dito niya nilagay na 1 hour lang siya or immediately How immediate is immediate? Probably this is your bordering 1 hour. Kailangan naka-recover. Otherwise, we will lose every data that we have and it's very difficult. Wala na. Ang laki ng impact niyan, no? Madidemanda tayo, we will have to reconstruct, ang daming gastos yan, aalis yung mga client, loss of income. Kung wala ng client, edi wala na ring silbi yung mga workers dyan, we need to lay them off, ay ang laki ng implication. Okay? Ganun po. Ito medyo paper-based company, so wala naman siyang masyadong problem, kaya kahit medyo matagal lang yung kanyang RPO. So you need to identify that also your recovery point objective. Okay? So, after that, so nung nagawa natin itong mga ginawa natin dito, no? Ito 'yon. Like I said, there is a additional column to this, no? Ano yung additional column na ilalagay natin per event, per event, Charlie? And then per impact, kung saan yung mga activities na impacted dito. So ito po yung idadagdag natin. Ano yung strategies natin and solutions that we want to use for each event. Okay? So the selection of an organization's strategy and solution shall be based on your ability to meet the requirements to continue and recover prioritized activities at a predetermined capacity and agreed time frame. No? Yung time frame nabanggit na natin kanina. Yun yung RPO, Recovery Point Objective. So how fast, how quick can you go back to your operations? Can you recover? Okay? And then, anong capacity? Sir, konti. Ang tao namin, iisa ang nakaka-report araw-araw. Kasi wala pang computer yung iba. Something like that, no? And then, those solutions and strategies should reduce the likelihood and the period of disruption. If you cannot, no, prevent the disruption, the best thing you would want to do is reduce the period of disruption. Sir, wala namang may gustong bumagyo at mag-flood. Kaya lang, how can you reduce the period of disruption? That's why you will have to strategize and come up with solutions, no? And that will also depend on the organization's risk appetite, no? And finally, ano yung ating costs and benefits? Sir, kasi pag nag-work from home lahat, kailangan yung company ang magpo-provide ng kanilang laptop, and then we will pay their internet connection, no? Katulad nung pamangkin ko, nasa isang call center siya, binabayaran ng company yung subscription, 2,500 per month. Isinet upan sila ng computer sa bahay. Ayan. So these are not cheap, no? Imagine all your people are deployed in their respective houses. You will have to pay for all their bills, no? Internet related bills. Okay? So hindi po what's your cost appetite, no? Or risk appetite, and ganon. And then here are some of the sample strategy solutions, no, or strategies. You relocate. Siyempre, alam nyo nang baha dyan, lipat na kayo sa ibang portion ng Makati o kung saan hindi nababaha. Lipat kayo dito sa Baguio, hindi po nababaha ang bundok. Kung nabaha, ibig sabihin lubog na ang buong Pilipinas niyan. Okay? And then, reallocation, resource relocation, no, resources. Katulad ni Ma'am kanina, from NCR, lilipat na natin si Ma'am sa Iloilo, uuwi na yan. Okay, so relocation. O kaya we do some temporary workarounds, no? What can we do about it? Or, well, buying insurance is really very important to support our business. I-charge natin sa kanila yung mga losses natin in the meantime. Okay? And then you need to recover reputation management, no? Building your reputation. Instead, gawa kayo ng madaming CSRs, okay, para ma-recover nyo yung reputation na tinatawag natin. Okay? And finally, the last sample of a strategy here is contracting specialized services. Katulad nung binanggit ko kanina, doon sa project na ginagawa namin, we contracted the expertise of a financial consultant na ito yung to find out all the possible scenarios na magkakamali yung finance officer sa pag-encode ng data, lahat ng scenarios na nire-reject at pinipenalize ni BIR. Ayan, you can do this initially. And then you can be on your own once you think you are ready for this. All right? Ayan. Pero itong mga to, separate ba ang paggawa nito? Hindi po. Yan po ay anchored dito sa mga events na ginawa ninyo kanina. No? Anchored pa rin siya dito. So for each event and for each potential activity affected, meron po kayong naka one-on-one na strategy and solution. Actually, dadagdag nyo pa dyan yung concerned process owner or department head. And then, kailan nyo gagawin? Magkano yung resources na kailangan? Lahat po yan dinadagdag natin doon. No? Ayan. Ayan. So, another is that what we call the incident report structure. Requirement po din po ito ni Clause 8. No? Incident response structure or what we call the IRS. IRS sa US ibang ibig sabihin, ano? Tayo incident response structure. That is responsible to provide an effective response in case of an accident. So ito po 'yon, assessment kunyari, naka-anchor pa rin po doon sa hiniwa-hiwalay lang natin. Okay? Assess the nature and extent of the disruption and its potential impact. So nagawa na yan natin kanina, no? Measure the potential impact against thresholds to determine if a formal response is initiated. Yan yung sinasabi ko. Saan ba ang threshold nyo? Sir, 1,000, 2,000, ano lang yan, negligible lang po sa amin. Paano pag 100 million? Meron na po kaming i-activate initiate the response, activate the plan, mobilize the teams, and make resources available. Ayan, that is the time you activate when your assessment is already passing the threshold. So kunyari po yung mga dam, no? Pag bumabagyo, napupuno sila, may threshold lang yung dam, yung capacity niya. Pag nakita nila yung critical level, nagre-release na sila ng tubig. Yun na yung sinasabing you initiate your response, no? Ang response natin, oops, wala nang dadaan dyan, nasasakyan. Otherwise, lulubog sila. O kaya, nako po, magbusina na, sabihan na yung mga tao that they need, kailangang lumikas. Kasi ito na yung emergency level natin. Dahil pag pumutok yung bulkan, kailangan wala na pong tao. Yun ating mga ina-activate. Okay? And then action is establish priority, monitor the effect of the effect of your disruption. Ano yung impact sa atin? Command and control the response, kaya meron tayong tinatawag na command center, di ba? Sila kasi yung mag-i-initiate at mag-activate. And communicate, never forget to communicate with your interested parties. Kasi pag nagreklamo, ma'am, bakit ang bagal ng operation ganito? 3 months na, 6 months na, wala pa ring ayan. So, you need to communicate, sir, ma'am, na-delay po kasi naka-work from home yung person in charge. Okay? Ayan. The incident response structure may include, ito yung sinabi nyo kanina na, sir, pwede ba yung mga member ng emergency team, member ng IT and recovery team, at saka si facilities, security, of course, yes, no? Your kasi ito na yung action yung kanina yung plan. So in case this event will happen, no? The event that you are fearing, the big one, o kaya fire, the loss of, in case those things happen, sino yung IRS natin, no? Sino yung included sa IRS? Sinong mga teams yan? So these teams must be activated. Kaya dapat lagi silang nagpa-practice. Okay, nagpa-practice, nagbi-meeting. Okay, and tandaan nyo, ayan, nakalagay po dito, each position must have a backup. Katulad nung kanina, example nyo, what if in the middle of the project, no, your expert will suddenly disappear for some reason that we cannot prevent or we cannot even imagine. Anong gagawin natin? Kaya dapat hindi pwedeng, if plan A fails, you must always have a backup plan. Okay? And if all else fails, ayan. So ano pa yung backup natin? Dapat plan A to plan Z. Alright? Ayan. Idudugtong natin ngayon itong tatlo na to. Kukunin mo yan, idudugtong mo sa apat kanina na rows or apat na columns. Okay? Ayan yung IRS. Okay. And of course, the business continuity plan, sabi nga sa section 7 kanina, it has to be documented. All right? Ang documentation, nandun yung purpose, scope, objective, nandun din yung role and responsibility of the team who will implement the plan, kasi yan yung in-appoint ng management, di ba? What are the actions to implement the solutions? Nakalagay din, isang column yan, isang column. Ito yung accountability, so nandun. Contain information required to activate, operate, coordinate, and communicate the team's actions. No, that should be included in your comms plan also. Meron kayong comms plan within the BCP. And identify the resources required. Ayan, do I need a two-way radio? Do I need extra cell phone that is open yung number, naka-publish, tapos wala palang load, ano? So, what are the resources required? Okay? Including reporting requirements. Ayan. So, the members of this team, they should report to the command center. They need to check into the command center every hour. No? Every hour. Okay? Round the clock, 24/7. And then, of course, there should be a process of what you call standing down. No? When to give in. Ayun. Okay? And finally, ito na yung pinaka-importante. Creative dapat tayo dito. Implement and maintain an exercise program, no? Or program of exercising and testing meant to validate the effectiveness of your strategy. Okay? Dapat meron po tayo nito. Bakit po kailangan ng exercise program? Number 1, to confirm people understand their roles in case the incident happens. Yung mga inassign natin dito, emergency team, alam nyo ba yung gagawin ninyo? IT and recovery team, information technology and communications team, do you know your roles? Okay? FM, facilities management, do you know your roles? Okay? Sa security, no, baka lahat nagtakbuhan kasi earthquake, hindi nila alam, di ba ikaw dapat yung nag-facilitate ng flow, tapos ay may naiwan doon, bakit? Wala pa lang yung naka-assign na dapat nag-check ng per building o per room kung may naiwan pa. Hindi siya nag-check, nakikitraffic siya doon. Okay, so you need to, anong sabi dito? Asan na yung program natin? Confirm if people understand their roles and responsibilities. Ha? Kaya dapat na iisa puso nila yan. And check if technical systems work as intended. Siyempre, kung ano, kaya nga Nagsa-simulate tayo dito sa program exercises na to. And another is to confirm that the company can operate from an alternative location. No, just in case, no? Tinitesting natin 'yan. Yung iba nga, kunyari, meron silang anong action plan ang ginawa nyo to combat the prolonged brownouts. We bought a very big generator that can last us for 40 days without current, no? Ayan. So kaya lang nakakalimutan bumili ng gasolina. So o kaya doon sa alternative location, pwede bang gumana yan, no? Meron pa silang backup, yun pala hindi gumagana. So doon natin matitesting yan. And of course, to verify if the recovery time objective are achievable. Nagpeg kayo ng 2 hours, 1 hour, kaya nyo nga ba? Tignan natin kung kaya nyo nga. 2 hours, 4 hours, hindi pala, 8 hours pala yung kailangan. Okay? That is the objective of your exercise programs, no? There are 2 types of exercise programs. It could be no specific frequency at planned intervals and whenever there are significant changes. Okay? And post-exercise reports shall be produced with recommendations improvement. So after you conduct the exercises, no? Sir Charlie, ang hirap yata mag-isip ng yung katulad ng risk management, ang hirap mag-isip. BIA, ang hirap mag-isip. Wag po kayong mag-alala sa exercises, no? Merong 22,398 to guide you on the different types of exercises given a deep specific event. Okay? So marami po. And then ang category niyan ay discussion-based or classroom-based, and the other is operations-based. Ito yung actual, no? Kung minsan nagmi-meeting kayo, simulation inside the classroom lang. Brainstorming. Yung isa naman, earthquake drill, sasabihin lang nung teacher kasi, kunyari, merong earthquake, what are you going to do? The kids will go under the chair, under the table. Pero hindi sila lumabas. Okay? Or, pwedeng fire. Hindi ka pwedeng hindi lalabas kung fire. You need to go get out of the building. So, operations, no? On-the-job training, theoretical training. Okay? Theory, on the job. On the job po ito. Actual. Okay? Ayan. Yun po. Like I said, nothing to worry. You have guidelines here that you can check for your exercise programs. All right? And we have
Sir Charlie, nawala po yung sound nyo. Sir Charlie?
guarantee. Can you hear me po?
Okay na po.
Ay, sabi ko ikaw lang. Ay, unstable. Nag-unstable yung Tanggalin ko lang muna tong video ko. Ay, yung stop video. Baka makatulong.
Sige po, yung si presentation na lang muna.
Okay. Ayan. Anyway, evaluation, no? The organization shall evaluate, no? Parang ISO 9000. The organization shall evaluate the business impact analysis, the risk assessment, the BC strategies, no? BC strategies and solutions plans, procedures to ensure that they are suitable and adequate and effective. So, I think ang familiar tayo, ano ba yung natin? Ini-evaluate. Karamihang ini-evaluate sa ISO yung yung anong tawag doon? Meron tayong questionnaire. Customer satisfaction. Ito hindi po evaluation of the performance, no? Evaluate the strategy if it works, evaluation of the procedure if it works, no? Ayan, kung gumagana lahat. And then What about your business continuity arrangement with your suppliers or subcontractors? Intact pa rin ba? O walang iwanan? Okay? And of course, legal compliance, no? And how will we know all of this? Here are the methods that I have listed. You can do internal audits, you can do self-assessment, and you can do self-compliance audits. Okay? Yung na-mention ng DAP, client nyo rin, yung mga sundalo, no? Yung isang ano namin, yung Philippine Army Cooperative, they created their own OARM, Office of Audit and Risk Management, who regularly, yan lang yung trabaho nila, no? They schedule very frequent audits, especially financial audit, kasi pera yung pinag-uusapan, ang buhay ng cooperative, pera. So they do internal financial audits. Okay? You can do self-assessment kung process audit and QMS audit or management systems, no? You can do that. Kayo yata si COA nag-audit din sila, surprise, no? Surprise audits. You can do that po. Okay? And ano pang meron sa 9? Ayan, yung KPIs, no? What do we monitor? What do we monitor? What do we measure? What do we analyze and evaluate? Number 1, yung mga KPIs ninyo, which is your OPCR and IPCR, no? At sari-sari yung ating minomonitor dito. Extent to which your objectives are met, no? With regards to the BCP objectives, ha? BCP objectives yan. Okay? Number of employees, for example, no? The number of employees who have received training in BCMS documentation, training on BCMS risk management, on internal auditors training in BCMS, okay? Percentage of suppliers with adequate BC arrangements, kasi paano kung hindi ka nga affected pero yung supplier mo siya naman yung affected, meron ka bang alternative supplier? Ayan, parang ganon. Do you have a BC arrangement with them? Sir, ito lang yung may credit line kami, yung iba wala na. So you must have your alternatives. And then number of non-conformities identified during the audit, no? Kasi internal audit 'yan eh. And then the levels of compliance with the legal and regulatory requirements. How are you complying with the requirements? Okay? So please note that the data obtained through monitoring shall be analyzed. Normally kasama sa training ng internal auditor, yung analysis. How do you evaluate and analyze a BCP? Kasama na po sa training natin yon. Okay? And like ISO 9001, all your documented information shall be retained as evidences with respect to the mandatory documented information required. There are 14 of them. Okay? So we will keep, kasi itong 9, clause 9, it belongs to the mandatory documents that needs to be retained. All right? Ayan po. Ayan, internal audit na tayo. So malapit na po tayong matapos. Okay? Yung internal audit, conduct internal audits of the BCMS at planned intervals. Okay? Kung maraming section yan, ang ginagawa natin sa audit plan or audit calendar, we normally schedule one department per one office per month, kasi syempre extra work lang naman ito, no? At least one per month or one per quarter. You spread it in 1 year, no? Hindi one time lahat yan. So normally, if it's extracurricular to you, it should be spread out in 1 year. Katulad nung schedule nyo sa ISO. Pero kung meron na kayong existing ISO, I suggest you integrate the audit, no? Meron naman tayong tawag doon ang tawag natin doon ay combined audit, no? That is allowed. Combined audit, both QMS and BCMS, pagsabayin yan, combined audit ang tawag natin doon. Okay? The internal audit program, the planning of internal audits for a certain period of time. Ayan, no, usually once a year we conduct internal audit. Usually once a year dapat. And you audit each department at least once also per year, depending on the criticality of the section or unit. Okay? Pero kung yung mga ICT department, IT department, at saka finance, I would audit that more frequently kung ako. Okay? And then, auditors shall have the required competence. We talked about this. Anong klaseng competence? Siyempre, auditor in relation to BCP. So, yung sabi kanina ni Sir, additional or nice to have yon. They are already a member of, no? They are already a member of different teams. Anong teams yung binanggit natin kanina? Nandito, no? Response team, no? Emergency response team, ITNC recovery team, facility management team. That would be good because they are technical experts ang tawag natin sa kanila. Okay, pero still they need to undergo the process of joining your BCM team trainings, okay, BCM trainings, okay, so that they will get the required competence. They shall be independent from activities that they audit. No, you cannot audit your own section. Yun lang naman yung sinasabi natin. And auditors can be from inside or outside the organization. Pero kung internal audit, siyempre taga-loob yan. Otherwise, you call it second party audit na po yun. No? Second party audit pag tagalabas. Alright? And pag certification, sila yung third party auditor naman natin. Ayan. Now, yung ISO 19011, ito naman yung guideline for auditing this standard. So meron din kayong audit na guideline. Paano mag-audit, but ituturo po sa inyo yon during your training. Okay? Ayan. And then, once a year, minimum, sir, for combined audit po, the internal auditors must be trained. Dapat, if you do combined audit, cross-trained po yung ano nyo. Katulad nung sinasabi nating I'm an IMS consultant, integrated management consultant, meaning I am trained in all, so I can certify you or I can audit you in the 5, yung 5 kanina na yon, no? Security, cyber security, management system or resilience, and then integrated is ISO, environmental. Ayun po, if you are trained there, then you can, no? Otherwise, pag nag-combined audit pero wala kang auditor na magaling sa pareho, magsasama kayo. So meron kang auditor sa QMS, meron ka pang auditor sa BCMS. Plus, you will need a third person, a technical expert, okay? Or subject matter expert. Katulad ng UST before, yung mga auditor na meron sa aming third-party certifying body, puro technical, puro industry practitioners yung auditor nila. So kumuha sila ng consultant na technical expert, hindi man siya yung nag-audit, no? Direct auditor. Pag may question sila, tapos may sinagot kami, kinoconsult yung consultant nila or yung technical expert kung tama nga yung sinagot namin. So you can do that. Okay? Okay. Okay, Donna? Ayan. And then, ito po yung, the same lang po ito, no? During the management review, Top management shall review the BMS at planned intervals to ensure it is suitable, adequate, and effective. So, ganun na rin sa pag-MR ninyo. Huwag na kayong mag-create ng separate MR for this kung meron kayong BCMS in place at saka QMS in place. Idagdag nyo na lang sa agenda. Pareho namang dadaanan nyo lahat ng clauses na yan. Magkakaiba lang yung requirement. Okay? Kasi gagastos siya ng oras and the time of management sometimes is they are very difficult to catch, to attend meetings, no? To bring them in one room, very difficult. So you might as well combine also your MR. Okay? I-combine nyo na rin yung MR ninyo. All right. Ayan. And finally, organizations are to investigate non-conformities. But you can only do this kapag tapos na kayong mag-internal audit, ha? Matitenga po kayo sa hanggang clause 8 lang sigurong matatapos nyo kung hindi pa kayo nagkakandak ng internal audit. You will not be able to proceed with clause 9 and 10 kapag hindi pa buo yung inyong internal audit team. But, kunyari, tapos na kami, sir. Meron na kaming training. Nag-internal audit kami. Nakapag-document kami. Ayan. So, ready na tayo, ibig sabihin. Okay? You can use the same non-conformity and corrective action forms that you were using. Papalitan nyo lang yung ibang elements doon to fit your BCMS. Okay? Any corrective actions identified to address non-conformities are to be implemented with undue delay, without undue delay. The corrective action implemented is to be reviewed to determine its effectiveness. And how will you know if it's effective or not? Kapag hindi nag-recur for consistent dapat for the next 3 months, for the next 6 months, 1 year, hindi na nagre-recur, that is the only way you can say it's effective. Okay? So you keep on, the key is to keep on testing it. Keep on testing. At paulit-ulit, ay nako, hindi effective siya. All right. And of course, there is always a better way of doing things. Therefore, ito po, there should always be continual improvement, no? Identify and implement suitable opportunities for improvement. Like now, we never experienced pandemic before. Well, we did, but not this scale, large scale na countrywide, ano? So we are learning. So once we can recover from here, the next generations, no, documented na lahat ito, yung mga apo natin, okay, sila na yung susunod, maybe if it will happen again, but sana hindi na, okay? But if in case it happens again, meron na tayong lessons learned. So you keep them, okay? So ayun po, ha? Ayun po. Now, okay, so tapos na tayo sa 10 clauses. Any questions? Maan?
Sir? Mukhang wala naman po. Opo,
Okay,
na-address
so-
niyo na naman yung last question ni ma'am.
Alright, so ito na po yung certification na tayo. Okay? So BCMS is a certification of the BMS is applicable for all organizations, no? After they obtained a successful audit, third-party audit po. Katulad ng QMS, valid po siya for 3 years, pero merong yearly na anong tawag natin doon? Nakalimutan ko na. Yung audit, surveillance. Oo, meron siyang annual surveillance pero good for 3 years. Parehong-pareho, di ba? Now, if you still want, no, pag naghahabol kayo, pero I doubt if you're naghahabol, no? The deadline for the transition from 2012 to 2019 kasi is already on October 31. This coming October.
Pero kung ako, wag nyo na pong madaliin, no? Wag nyong madaliin. Kasi iba na yung standard kasi gusto nyo pa bang ma-audit sa 2012 version? Parang ISO 9001, napaka-voluminous ng i-audit nila, no? Yung before the 2015 version, 2008 version, ay napaka ano niya, mapapel. Okay? Ganun din dito. So, kung hindi naman nagmamadali, ang deadline po kasi sa transition is hanggang October 31 na lang. So, hintayin na natin yung if you are already using the 20 as a basis, yung 22301-2019, wag nyo nang habulin ito. Okay? So, pagtaon naman, ito, kay parang ano lang, lead auditor course, no? Kailangan third party yan, medyo magastos din. I think during my time sa QMS, it's 47,000 plus. But yung mga, if only you want to become a consultant, syempre you invest also in your education. Okay? Ayan. And then, ito yung ano lang, tips. So anong gagawin namin, Sir Charlie? Here are some tips for you, no? Start with your deep why. Parang ano to ha, individual, no? What is my deep why? What is my big why for implementing? Is it because well, for the government, required po yan. Okay? But what if wala namang hindi government agency dito, no? So you start with deep why. Bakit nyo gagawin? Dahil ba fad ito? Is it a fad that everybody's doing? So you do it also? No? Kaya tignan nyo, UST is certified but some institutions are not. Because we have a deep why for doing it. Hindi naman kasi siya required. Pero kung minsan kasama kasi siya sa ranking, world ranking. So maybe we have a better purpose there. Okay? And then, if you have, ito, kailangan nag-ano kayo 3-day, anong tawag doon? Yung 3 days na retreat. Ano ba yung deep why natin? What for? No? Implementing, well, the government requirement, if it's a mandate, it supersedes everything already. So, but siyempre, you do this because you want your business to continue. You want to serve your clients continuously. Yan yung why at saka what for, no? You want to continue service because these people, they pay for your meals, no? They provide your source of livelihood, then that would be your deep why and the what for. Okay? Another tip is you need to get all your key stakeholders involved, no? Dapat lahat po sila on board. Kaya dapat magaling kang magbenta ng idea so that they will all be on board, no? Gawa ka ng matinding business case for them to be able to be on board. Okay? And then, another tip here is to communicate extensively throughout the process to all your stakeholders, no? That's the key. PM is the key. You communicate, you tell them the rationale why you are doing it, especially the loss of lives, closure, ayun, mga nakakatakot, business case po talaga yung mga yon. Yun yung mga matitinding business case. Okay? And then, kung feeling nyo hilaw yung knowledge ng tao sa loob, do not be ashamed to get external help when you need it. You need to engage the services of DAP, of private consultants, go for it, no? May libre, merong may bayad, merong para-paraan, baka may scholarship. Ayan po, no? But get external help when you need it. Keep your processes and supporting documentation simple. Oh yeah, the simpler the better. Okay? Yung sinabi kong 30 kanina, wag na kayong don't go overboard. But anyway, you already have in your ISO 9001, di ba? So, konti na lang yung gagawin ninyo. Do not make it too complicated. Okay?
So, dakano mo, tadamam kompleto. Ma'am, pwede send ko na lang dito midterm exam ko.
Oh, when ma'am. Oh, dati Ilocano dito, yung tudtudon.
When
Okay.
manang.
Design and implement rules you can follow in practice. Ayan. Make it simple, wag namang complicated na baka hindi mo namang kayang gawin, no? So do not design programs that are theoretically ideal, but you cannot execute them nung gagawin nyo na. Wag po. Okay? And always remember your suppliers. Ayan. Yung interested parties. Some suppliers will help you enhance your BCM. And some will increase your risk. So you better involve them. Kunyari, nagko-commit ka sa supplier mo. Kunyari, si Maan, nag-commit sa inyo, tapos hindi ako nagpakita. Ayun, yun. Kaya dapat ini-involve nyo lagi yung mga partners in crime. No?
Sir, nag-glitch po ulit. Sir Charlie? Alright.
Tinitest yata ni Sir Charlie.
Tinitesting ko kung gumagana. So, naririnig na po ba ako?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Ayan. Okay. Tinitesting ko kung kaya na from here ni Maan explain yung train.
Actually, sir, pinag-isipan ko na yan kanina pagka if ever may nangyari. Risk assessment ako hagin po yan, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, very good. So ito hindi po yung program ni Tatay Digaw na train ha. Ibang train po ito. Ibig sabihin, let's keep on practicing, simulate, okay? Practice hanggang ma-perfect natin. Okay? And finally, number 10, remember to allocate sufficient resources to routinely test your controls. Allocation, you provide budget. Baka the worst thing is wala namang kayong budget pala, no? Ang dami naming programa, pero walang financial support. O yun. All right, so this is my last slide. This is your roadmap if you want to pursue certification, no? Awareness training on BCMS, technical TC on ISO 2229 requirements and documentation, workshop on risk-based din po pala, no? Risk-based din ang planning ng ISO 22301. Risk-based din siya. And then, workshop on BCMS documentation and a separate workshop on BIA kasi medyo mahaba-haba yan. And then we will do a technical guidance on BCMS implementation in your respective organization. Pagkatapos, TG on enhancement of your procedures and controls in BCMS. Okay? Ito yung mga and how to enhance your programs, exercise programs. Okay? Yun po yung ginagawa natin. Pagkatapos, training on, syempre, paano kami mag-audit, Sir Charlie? Marunong kami mag-document, di kami marunong mag-audit. So, ayan. Pagkatapos, workshop on auditing at saka management review. After that, congratulations, you are on your way. So, same duration po yan. 3 to 6 months, you are on your way. I think, baka lesser pa nga kasi meron na kayong QMS in place eh. Okay? Ayan. Ayan, thank you, Maan. Sharing of experiences na tayo. Salamat. Maan?
Yes po, ayan.
Akala ko nawala ako.
Hindi, sir. Tinitesting ko lang din, sir.
Okay.
Sige po, opo. Sige, sir. Baka pwedeng open discussion na tayo, sir.
Yes, I think ang susunod references, thank you na yung susunod. So Q&A na tayo.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sige,
Q&A.
So time check po for 19. We would like to open the floor to any questions, clarifications regarding certification. Siguro Anything na nakita nyo na paano siya integrate sa inyong QMS, mga steps doon, especially if you are certified. Importante yun, sir, di ba? Kung paano nila i-integrate yung BCMS, kung especially if they're already certified, di ba, sir? Sige po. Could you share with us your insights po? For the whole day, ano po bang mga natutunan nyo and how it applied and any realizations po for your organization that maybe you can also share with us? Okay po. Oo. So it would benefit other groups po kasi because I've seen during the workshops, magaganda po yung mga inputs ng mga outputs natin, especially dun sa last na workshop, yung identification ng risks, sir, especially yung nilagay nyo dun na yung sa, ano nga sir organization yun? Sa Phil Guarantee ba yun? O
Phil Insurance?
Oo. Yung bang sabi nyo,
Phil Guarantee.
Hindi siya dun sa column na yon yung loss of data. Effect siya, hindi siya...
Si DOJ po yon.
Oo. Sige po. Maybe we can start with by group po. Siguro po, how would you like to do that? We have a lot of time po na mag-share. Sa group 1 po, sino po kayang gustong share ng inyong
kwentong
insights?
BCMS.
Kwentong BCMS, ika nga ni sir.
Marian?
Yes po, sir. Go ahead.
Ayan. Dito po sa RITM kasi, ma'am, since nag-peak po kami sa COVID-19 last year, bali, ang nangyari, habang nakikinig kami, na-realize namin na ginagawa na pala namin yon. Wala lang kaming hawak na document. Parang ginagawa namin siya, tapos ina-activate namin yung mga processes, yung mga dapat gawin, yung mga priorities na services. Ayun. Wala lang kaming hawak na document na hindi lang siya documented, parang gano'n.
Hindi documented, pero ginagawa nyo na, sir. Oo.
Yes po. Parang kay Sir Charlie, parang yung yung sa OPD namin, kasi previously nung wala pang pandemic, meron po kaming animal bite center sa animal bite na OPD, dermatology, tsaka general OPD. Ngayon, sir, since nag-focus yung hospital sa pag-cater sa mga COVID-19 patients, hindi muna kami nag-OPD kasi since kaya namang gawin yun ng other hospitals. So, ang focus namin, since specialty hospital kami for infectious diseases, nag-focus muna kami sa COVID para lahat ng workforce namin po focus sa COVID. Wala na ding maka-infect pa sila ng iba kasi galing sila sa COVID patients, ganun. Para din malimit yung transmission within the institute tsaka sa mga patients na iba na hindi naman COVID.
Tama, sir. Tama, Sir JP. Yan yung sinasabi nating ano yung i-prioritize natin when an event occurs. So yung event natin ngayon is pandemic. So you need to give up other services that can be performed by other offices naman so that you can focus on a more important function. So tama po yung ginagawa natin.
So timely pala, no, Sir Charlie and Sir John.
Yeah,
at least
tama
nagkaroon
yung
ng
ginawa nila, Sir
structure
JP.
and parang nagkaroon ng crystallization for RITM na eto na pala yung ginagawa namin. Meron palang international standard that we can base on it and make it a standard. So mafo-formalize na nila yung kanilang especially they are the infectious ang tawag research on infectious diseases. Very, very important, especially now, kasi health ang number 1 natin. Opo. Sige po. Meron pa kayo nadagdag, sir?
Okay na po, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay na. Sige po, how about po sa iba pong sector? Sila SUC po, ating po mga state colleges, tsaka state universities. Meron po ba kayong gustong i-share? How about po sa PPA? Meron po bang gustong mag-share ng kanilang realizations? Ayan po, si ma'am, nag-open na ng webcam niya. Meron ba kayong gustong i-add, ma'am? Nakamute po kayo, ma'am, if ever you're speaking po.
Baka inopen ni RD Pearl yung camera, magpa-picture taking na kasi. RD Pearl, picture taking na.
Open naman talaga ang camera ko, but I have to attend kasi to other matters dito
Yes, ma'am.
Sina
Okay
kasi
lang po.
talaga ako.
Okay po.
Sige
So,
po.
tama, siguro konting comment na lang. Tama naman yung sinabi ng fellow participants natin kanina from our ITM na there are practices, or rather there were practices in the past which we failed to just document. Yun ba yung mga bagay even with our office also, no? Halimbawa lang, just recently we made plans, no? We have certain things to do, and then suddenly an SQ was announced within 24 hours. We have to adjust everything, no? And then with the decision that after this week, we go back to the program that we have planned out before this emergency situation. No? So, tama naman yun. So, okay, and sir, ganun na lang po ang comment ko. Wala na rin naman masyadong experiences pa. Although probably some of us were also trained like with the Pag-asa program of Paglaom program of the Career Executive Service Board that you just have to be ready to render services when disasters or calamities comes, no? Huwag naman sana mangyari.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sir Charlie, may po sana. Oo. Kasi earlier at the start, we mentioned that there is a public service continuity plan that was brought about by the, sir, nakamute kayo ha? By the OCD. Maybe we can we give a little discussion na lang doon, sir, kung ano po yung meron doon. Kasi from my understanding, siya is very specific for the continuity of public service delivery. Tama po ba?
Yes, man. Yung sinabi natin kanina na Public Service Continuity Guidebook, no? Public Services Service Continuity Plan Handbook. Lahat po nung diniscuss natin, nag-base din lang naman sila doon sa standard in such a way that if you will pursue certification, you are hitting two birds with one stone na. As requirement by the government and as requirement by the standard if you plan to pursue certification. Anyway, nire-require naman nila kayo, lahat ng government agencies, to submit your own BCMS, no? Or BCPs, Business Continuity Plan, Public Service Continuity Plans. Aligned na po yun doon. So if you will comply to the requirement ng PSCP, automatic you're most likely pwede na kayong magpa-certify. Kaya lang yung PSCP guidebook is just a guide on how to go about. The same lang naman, same lang siya doon sa 22301, but it was just specifically for the public sector, no? Specifically for the public sector lang. So naka-tailor fit lang doon lahat ng examples. Katulad nung pinakita nating sample on the business continuity policy kanina, ayun, naka-tailor fit yun sa government agencies.
Opo.
So it's either you use that guideline, yung guidebook na yun, or you use the 2301 guidebook ni ng ISO. But it would be the same. Okay?
So, ang difference lang, sir, is if they want to be certified, of course, they have to use the one for the standard.
Yes. Especially the terminologies, no? Especially the terminologies.
Okay.
Pero habang nagde-develop kayo, yung template, kasi binisita ko naman yung template nila for the impact analysis, the same yung mga exercises natin kanina. Okay. Meron lang nabanggit pero binanggit ni ma'am kanina, yan yung MEF natin, no? Ibang terminology, the MEF for the government, pero iba yung ginagamit ni government terminology kasi ang MEF eh. Pero si BCMS iba naman yung terminology na ginamit. But ililipat nyo lang kung papalitan, it's already the same. Okay?
May question po si
Sir
Ma'am.
Charlie, this is not really a question. I-share ko lang pala. Sorry, nakalimutan ko. Actually, we have already, the Parole and Probation Administration is in the process of preparing the business continuity plan. Kasi nag-seminar na nga pala kami nito last, I cannot, towards the end of the quarter last time, parang nag-meeting na kami nito, and they're polishing now in line with the ISO QMS expansion program of the agency. Meron po pala, sir, sorry.
Meron, ma'am, meron po.
Oo, nakagawa na, yes. I forgot. Okay.
Sige po. Anyone else po? Ayan, from DOJ po si Ma'am Libertad. Ang sabi po niya, OCD is giving free seminars on how to make a PSCP. So yun po, FYI po, kindly take advantage po of this opportunity. Free seminar po, and they just need to contact their regional OCDs. Also, as a note po, yung pong PSCP po na guidebook, downloadable po siya from the OCD website. I-upload ko na lang po yung link because that's how we got our copy po. Usually, if you have your email, immediately after you register, they will send it to you. Wala pang 5 minutes yung guidebook. Yun po. So, yung para po sa mga gustong mag-obtain nun. Libre naman po yung mga ano. Sige po, sino po pong gustong mag-share?
Pati man yung yung COVID-19 guidebook na libre rin yung kay DTI, pwede nilang i-download yun. It could also help them.
Sige po, hanapin natin yung link, upload po natin sa Google Classroom.
Ma'am.
Yes po, go ahead, sir.
Also dun sa PSCP, they can request also through PDRF.
PDRF po.
In coordination with the OCD.
Okay po.
PDRF can give a technical assistance po.
Alright, sige, take note nyo po lahat yan because this is the time to take advantage po. It is very timely and we can use this for business continuity po sa ating mga public sector and agencies po natin. Mahirap po ngayon and we have to, ang dami po nagsasarang mga businesses ngayon at saka yung processes po natin medyo na-challenge po kasi talaga, especially yung online. Marami pong mga processes and steps na medyo tumatagal because maraming unforeseen na mga elements na hindi natin akalain na ay nakakapagpatagal pala to. Yun po. Sige po, sino pa pong gustong mag-share ng kanilang insights, experience, or questions from our other sectors po? Anyone else po? Si MSU po ata ay nagta-try mag-kabit sa sa audio. Anyone else po? Tapos na po si DOJ, sa LGU. Sige. Anyone else po? Time check po. It's 4:33. How about sa DAP? Meron bang gustong i-clarify or idagdag from the DAP side? Wala po ba?
Yan po, ma'am.
Ayan, Ma'am Aline. Go ahead, Ma'am Aline.
Ma'am, wala po ba? I said po na.
Ano po?
Wala daw, okay na.
Wala na po. Okay, sige. Alright. And with that, sige po, bago tayo magtapos, pwede po bang mag-request na mag-open ng inyong mga webcams? Ayun. Nakita rin ang mga visage. Ayun, sa RITM. Sir, akala ko totoo yung nandiyan sa likod nyo. Kayo din ba yan, Sir Aiden? Ayan, no? Nagulat ako kamukha nyo. Sige po. How about po sila Phil, guys? Si Phil Guarantee po pala nagkakaroon ng problema. Sige po yung sa LGU, Nara. Yan. Sir Joffrey. Yan. Ako si Ma'am pala nasa labas. Ma'am Angie. Oo, sila MSU po. Ma'am Evangeline, Miss Beth, meron ba tayong webcam? Ating mga DAP. Si Ma'am Luningning, makikita ko na naman ulit bukas. Ayun, sige. Oo. Alright. I will count 1, 2, 3. Hold your smile for 5 seconds. And then, kasi habang hinuhold ko po, ay kukuha ako ng picture. Okay na po ba? Sir Ivan, wala po kayo sa camera. Baka po naka-off yung camera niyo, nakabukas lang po yung inyong background picture. I-note ko lang po yun, sir. Baka kasi tinatry niyong sumali po sa picture. Sige po. Alright. I will count 1, 2, 3. And then hold po ang smile. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Alright. Wait lang po. Screenshot lang po tayo. One more po. Hold lang muna. Alright. Meron pong pahabol from MSU kay Mambay. Wala po siyang question. In fact, I appreciate the Zoom meeting for giving us so much information about BCMS. Alright. Salamat po na madami. But before we do that, meron po kaming course evaluation and speaker evaluation. This is also part of for the certificates po. Ipopost ko lang po dito. Wag po muna silang umalis. Wait lang po. Bibigay ko lang po yung course evaluation links natin. Hold on lang po. Sige, habang naghihintay po, baka po may mga gusto pa kayong idagdag na inyong insights. I will be updating the Google Classroom and we will be uploading additional materials for BCMS. We will also be uploading ito pong sa workshop natin. So workshops 1, 2, and 3. And I am sure marami po kayong bagong natutunan. Ako rin po actually. We shall be uploading as your reference po. Sige po. Hanapin ko lang po yung ating course evaluation. Sige. Ika-copy paste ko lang po ito sa ating chat box. Wag muna kayo umalis. Ito po. Right? Yan po sa course evaluation. And here is for our speaker evaluation. So, we always have this evaluation for the courses and for the speaker para po we can improve our services po and we can deliver our introductory courses with greater efficiency and with greater insight po as to your needs po. Sige po. Pa-accomplish na lang po nitong evaluation forms. Also, if you have forgotten to log in po sa attendance form. Wag niyo pong kakalimutan kasi kailangan po yan sa ating para sa ating certificate. Sige. Alright. If you don't have any more questions, I would like to say thank you for your time, your effort, and for your energy and your participation. On behalf of the Development Academy of the Philippines, I, along with my colleagues, Ms. Angela Vargas, Sir Charlie Marquez, our resource person, and our director for PDC IDO, Ma'am Evangeline Macariola, would like to thank you and have a good day. Be safe and be healthy po. Salamat po ng marami. Thank you po.
Thank you po.
Yeah, thank you po.
Charlie, thank you.
Thank you, sirs. Thank you.
Alright.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye po.
Okay po. Yung course evaluations po natin ay nasa Google Classroom din po just in case hindi nyo po na-click yun nandito.
Yes, ma'am. I've already bookmarked it.
Sige.
Thank you.
Okay po. Salamat po.
Thank you po.